Day 20 of the war in Iran. We are on. The ARCUK is still going strong every single day, bringing you commentary and some news from the region several hours a day. Today, there's been some big news, and we'll try to cover all of them, and we'll also comment on some of the things that have been coming out when it comes to, let's say, domestic politics from the US. Welcome to the Daily Objective. My name is Daniel, and joining me here now is James Valiant. Hey James, how are you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah, you.
Okay, I'll just to start off with a little bit of news. So apparently, throughout the night, there's been like almost like a barrage coming to Israel. Pretty much, at least from what I've heard from Alex, like every half an hour or so, they were getting sirens. So it was scary. And
The cluster
apparently,
bombs
yeah.
are scary because they break up into a variety of parts. They're causing injuries on the ground. I heard there were women killed at a beauty salon in the West Bank, and that follows up on the couple that was killed the other day. These cluster bombs are really horrifically destructive. And of course, Iran is aiming them right at civilians, and that's the point: is to hit civilians. But this is war, ladies and gentlemen. This is war, and we have to expect Iran, especially as they get desperate, to be lashing out with everything they've got. It's really horrible. So please, my Israeli friends, be safe. Be safe. Those cluster bombs are really dangerous.
Yeah, and as I said, so those I'm not sure if that specific incident, but yeah, that included also Palestinian women apparently who have died. So yeah, not much, not like killing Palestinians for the cause of killing Jews, which is oftentimes what happens when these people, meaning Iran or any forces in the region, try to do something about Israel, which again is they don't have any justification to do so. Okay, so we had that. What else was there? Well, the big thing is, of course, the attack in the north. Apparently, Israel attacked Iranian navy in the Caspian Sea. I had no idea Iran had a navy in Caspian Sea. Did anybody tell them that doesn't connect to any ocean? Like they cannot really get those ships out of there.
Isn't it important though for their trade with Russia, for example, and their interaction
Probably yes.
with Russia?
I'm being in jest a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, and separately from that, we had a comment from Pete Hegseth who said the Israeli strike on the gas fields were a warning. I don't know if anybody told this to the Secretary of War, but we are at war. There are no warnings. This is just another example of war. This is what warning? What kind of warning is it? And I guess this brings me, I guess, mainly to the title of like the endless warnings we're getting. The same thing we got from Trump about the ARCUK Island, right? We are just striking some oil fields, or we are just striking certain sites. We're not striking the whole thing, the whole infrastructure, because this is a warning. And then if you do something bad, we'll go tougher.
The pretense that he's always willing to take an off ramp and have a negotiated settlement when he knows that is not possible. You know, I must say I am critical of my president and his wartime communication here. In previous years, when something like this started, whether you get a declaration of war and you go before Congress, there's of course Franklin Roosevelt after Pearl Harbor famously did go to Congress and gave the day that shall live in infamy speech. And he even said, look, this is war. There are unknowns. We don't know exactly what lies ahead. But he laid out the moral case for war. He laid out the moral justification for why we've got to do this. And if it was another president, Ronald Reagan or someone like that, before a military engagement, surely they would have communicated it in a general moral way to the American people. We never really got that from Donald Trump. And that's unfortunate. Now, Donald Trump would probably think, well, that would have constrained my options, and I don't really want to define things. And you know how politicians leave things vague to leave their options open in the future. I understand that. But, frankly, we do a better job here on this podcast laying out the general moral case. You'd lay out the general history of Iran for the last 47 years. You'd lay out the, risks, the damage and the terrorism and the pursuit of weapons. And frankly, we do a better job of that than anyone from the administration has. And so they get into these they get way into the weeds on these detailed arguments about the difference between what's an imminent threat or what's a longer term threat, and how close were they to getting a nuclear bomb. But look, a threat's a threat. Morally speaking, if they're killing you, if they have killed you, if they represent an even greater threat in the future, that is all the moral justification you need to engage in a military operation, in war. But we did not get that. And so if what you're doing is you're saying imminent threat for some legalistic reason, so I don't have to go to Congress and get permission, now you're into these ridiculous weeds on what is truly irrelevant, and it confuses the moral issue. Is America acting in righteous moral self-defense? If we hadn't done anything, would there be a deadly threat to Americans that would get worse and worse as time went on? Of course. And that's all you really need to do to explain this. Now, so the energy fields become the next thing. Well, I don't want to be perceived as taking out the domestic energy production in Iran because we want to be perceived as not going against the Iranian people, just the Iranian government. And so Trump tweets recently, out of rage, Israel hits this, energy facility. And so therefore, we will take, look, we all knew that this was the next step at some point when Iran got its back against the wall, it would lash out in that way. It may seem irrational, but it's a desperate act. When you're in a war, it's a war and your back gets to the wall. And this is not an unexpected, quote, escalation of the war. And Trump tries to make it sound like it was for covering his own rear end in terms of the political perception. So I just had to make a comment about Trump not being the best wartime communicator to the American people or to the world, to other world leaders. He's not communicating clearly about this, and that does complicate things, even though I absolutely believe that this war is morally justified, that Iran absolutely was representing an escalating threat to the world. But you see, that would mean we will do whatever it takes to make sure that there is a regime there that will never again threaten, or at least not in the foreseeable future, threaten Western civilization or America ever again. That's how you have to, explain it. That's how you have to do it. Okay, the Straits of Hormuz. Look, war planners had been gaming this out for years and years about Iran's threat to the Strait of Hormuz and shipping in that area. This is hardly a surprise. Again, we can see that it's an act of desperation on the part of Iran. There's no doubt about that. But this is war. Expect acts of desperation of just that kind. Okay, bomb the hell out of the coast of Iran, make it impossible for them to do that, to continue to do that, and you will have pulled another tooth from this monster's, massively dangerous maw. But that's what we're doing. We have to systematically disable the regime. Now, it's true that we've gained a position now where we can do more and more because they can do less and less. And we can go after, the forces of the Revolutionary Guard or the internal police and things of that nature. That's great, but we are going to have to disable their energy at some level, to some degree, and say that you're measuring that as it goes. But don't give me the BS that we didn't know that Israel was going to do this and that we were going to coordinate. And the threat, getting back to what you were saying, if you do anything, if you keep hitting their oil facilities in Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, we'll really blast your energy, back to the dark ages. Look, it is war. They're going to be doing that, and you're going to have to do that. And I don't care if you want to be perceived as being dragged into this escalation, Mr. Trump. You really have to take off the political mask, stop worrying about how it's perceived domestically, and just do the right thing. And the right thing that, and not only the right thing, but something your war planners surely have gamed out and had gamed out before this even had begun.
Yeah, and just a reminder for the, let's say, the better speeches, this was, well, I'm sure people can predict when this was from, but I'm quoting from the speech. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for our defense, but always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. And then at the end, I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. I guess people could tell because for some reason I am doing kind of an FDR accent. I think that's kind of how he talked, at least from what I remember from listening to the audio recordings.
Yeah, itself, you have to have that upper class northeastern accent with Franklin Roosevelt. But you see what I'm saying? He laid out the moral case. He gave us an idea that sure it's unknowns, sure it's war, but we're already at a state of war, and now I want Congress simply to recognize it. I mean, previous presidents have been uniformly better at laying out the broad case and preparing the American people for unknowns and unexpected things, but laying out the moral case for why we have to do it.
And again, it's not like there wasn't a compromising nature, like even in this speech, because look at this.
Right.
The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific.
Well, FDR may not have been being honest about the situation in the time leading right up to the war. He knew more. He may well have known more. And there is a great historical controversy as to what Mr. Roosevelt knew. And he was certainly making it seem like, because there was a lot.
I mean, the same could still could be told about this situation, right? We are negotiating with Iran, and there is a question to what extent those negotiations were actually honest.
Bingo. Is the negotiation for one thing for domestic political consumption. And in one sense, see, in both, Americans do not like going to war. After World War I, Americans were very reluctant. They didn't want to enter World War I. The Americans were reluctant to enter both world wars. The American people kind of were dragged in kicking and screaming by leaders, presidents, who in effect angled us into the war. I mean, I remember World War I, the Lusitania, a passenger ship, an atrocity shot down, sunk by the Germans. Well, they were carrying American supplies and Canadian troops to Great Britain. We're the ones who put that on a passenger ship. And was that part of the Lusitania propaganda? Similarly with FDR, did he know what was going on? Did he know about Japan's ambitions? What did he know about the impending attack? But of course, when he speaks to America, the American people in Congress, he's going to make it sound like, oh, my goodness, we were just attacked in an unsurprised, unprovoked way, ... Similarly here, Trump really, look, as I believe happened after the massacre in early January, where thousands upon thousands of Iranian people were slaughtered. That was when Trump actually changed his mind. The ships after the 12-day war had been sent away after June. And then the minute that happens, the ships start coming back. Now, in my view, he should never have been caught at unawares there. But that's when he was starting to take the expensive and elaborate move of sending aircraft carriers back to the region. And all the negotiations after that point were kind of window dressing because he wasn't going to believe what they said. Now, it's true, Witkoff gets there and says, oh, well, see how much uranium they admitted they had? And it's true that when you make them such a simple offer, look, we'll provide the uranium. All you have to do is give up your enriched uranium. And they say, absolutely not. Well, you see, It does demonstrate in one sense. So the negotiations were effective as window dressing in one sense, because it demonstrates that the Iranians were simply not going to give up their nuclear enrichment program. Well, because we gave them, to quote the movie The Godfather, an offer they couldn't refuse rationally, but they did. And so we were going to believe anything they said anyway at that point, in my view. You don't go to the elaborate, expensive extent that Trump did by putting all those military assets there for no purpose. So in all three cases, I think we have a president that was less than candid, perhaps, with the American people. But at least in the previous two cases, we had a president, make the world safe for democracy, a day that will live in infamy, a kind of moral case to the American people that we haven't really seen from Donald Trump, which would define the parameters of the situation and why we will deal with the unknowns as they come up. Because when you act, you can't perfectly predict the future. And our inability to perfectly predict the future cannot paralyze us from action. We've still got to be able to take action in the face of unknowns about the future. So don't pretend as we're going along through it either, Mr. Trump. Well, this was a surprise to me. Gosh, they might close down the Strait of Hormuz. Whoever thought that might happen? People have been talking about that for years. What are you talking about? Your military planners have been gaming that out for years. Oh, well, see, they're the ones, quote, escalating. So he wants to, for propagandistic purposes and domestic political, consumption purposes, make it look like, well, they're forcing our hands into further escalation. No, this is a predictable kind of escalation, and at least one that his military planners surely knew could happen. And this is war. So war is hell, as someone once said, and you have to expect people to act as if they're losing a war. They will act desperately. Prepare yourself for acts of desperation. Prepare yourself for every possibility that, seemed like it could happen if this sort of thing happened. And the Strait of Hormuz is an obvious one. But we have to pretend that this was a surprise escalation, Dan.
Have we? Yes, I think we did lose James here for a second. And maybe we have him back.
You do. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there.
It was just last second, so you were just wrapping up. So I think people got it.
Yeah. These escalations are a surprise, and so he's being dragged into further action when he'd like to wrap it up, as soon as possible. Bull.
Well, since you did mention Godfather, we should make Iran sleep with the fishes.
Sleep with the fishes, right?
Okay, I just wanted to make the joke, and now I forgot what else did I want to cover. Yeah, so again, just to I guess wrap up this little segment, again, it's when it comes to fighting Iran, just sort of like quoting FDR, I guess, until whatever it takes, until total victory, even if even if FDR is not the one who actually finishes this war, even if he is not the one who actually lives through the war, you still have to finish this war no matter what. And
don't get me wrong, I'm not an advocate of Wilson or Roosevelt. I mean, Woodrow Wilson, his America really didn't even join the League of Nations, but his great idea is this world at peace once we make,
I wouldn't mention Wilson here anyway, because America shouldn't have been in World War One.
Shouldn't have been in World War One.
Any reason?
But even if World War II, look at the way FDR treated it. He gave a third of the world to Stalin. Both Wilson and Roosevelt are subject to all kinds of criticism in terms of how they got us into the wars and how they figured the wars should be properly ended. They massively screwed up. And really, in my view, their mistakes directly led to the perpetuation of 20th and emergence of 20th century totalitarianism. We massively screwed up. So don't take me wrong as saying, boy, Wilson and Roosevelt were great guys, because I don't think that. But at least they were giving a moral case to the American people for going to war, and I think we could have used that, and it would have helped Trump. But I'm not sure Trump is capable of that kind of broad ideological, inspirational speech. No Abraham Lincoln is Mr. Trump when it comes to speech making.
I mean, just like with other things, he can take it from others. I'm sure he can splice up from different speeches and get something good.
Yeah, in this age of AI, I'm sure Grok could have written a decent speech.
Maybe he did went to AI. Wow, yes, I really do believe Iran is an imminent threat. Here is 5 good options on what to do now. We have a super chat from Shuzbot. If you'd like to tell me the specific ways to bomb Iranian oil fields, you can ask in the next query. We have a super chat from Shuzbot. Thank you so much. He says, was the evil dark entity from the fifth element a metaphor for the Islamic totalitarianism? Is the fifth element, is that like a book or?
The Bruce Willis film, The Fifth Element. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a science fiction film. I'd be very surprised if that were the case. But I don't know. Maybe that was. I really have no opinion on that. I don't think that the dark forces and the Fifth Element, maybe they were. If you can put a case together for me, I'm certainly open to being challenged on that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one at all, so I cannot tell anything. But I might check it out. All right, we have, as we've talked about, of course, Joe Kent, the former director of National Counterterrorism Center, who, as soon as he left his post, was invited to Tucker and has already been published. So when did he leave his job? 2 days ago? And he's already on Tucker?
Oh, yeah. Well, this guy had said we have to wipe out Israel's nuclear program and their missile program. They've repeatedly been quoted about this very point. He was all on board and didn't think it had anything to do with Israel directly. It was a threat to the United States. He said so. And now
you mean Iranian, because you said Israeli.
Oh, no, excuse me. He did think that what he's saying now is that it's Israel. Now think of this. He had said before that Iran was a threat to the United States, their ballistic missile program, their nuclear program, and his words, it should be wiped out. He said that the Iranian military should be wiped out because they were a threat to the United States. Now, because of this existence of this Tucker culture, you have got this anti-Semitic right-wing culture. We're being dragged into war by Israel. He is now a born-again Israel dragged us into this war guy because he said exactly the opposite. So this guy is Mr. Self-Promotion. He quits in his conscience will not permit him to go forward on this. That is total BS. He quit so he could get a big podcast. He did it for his own career purposes. I think the guy's just an utter slime bucket, self-promoter. Of course he's on Tucker right now. He had previously stated that the Iranian military should be wiped out. His phrase, not mine. And he didn't have a little asterisk there. Oh, because it's Israel, No, he's joined in now with the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel mob on the right. And no, it does not surprise me that Tucker did not miss a beat on this slimy self-promoter. Of course, he said exactly what the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlsons, and Megyn Kelly's wanted him to say. So now he will be a hero in that community and have a big podcasting career, I'm sure, with millions of followers. It's disgusting.
I mean, on some level, this seems almost coordinated. I mean, how if he left 2 days ago and this episode has been already produced, edited, produced, and published. I mean, that's in 48 hours. You managed to book a guest, get him on, do the show. Tucker probably doesn't do research, but do the research, edit the whole episode and publish it. That's impressive. Tucker is a true workaholic. Well, let's take a look. And
Okay.
Off like we just killed, all that are killed off like we just killed, Ali Laranjani, who was a negotiator, who was eager to get us a deal. Again, look, I've got no love for the IRGC. I've got no love for the Iranians. But you've got to realize,
just to be clear,
if you want it to end,
in case you're treating it now, you fought their proxies.
I fought their proxies. I mean, I put countless of them in flex cuffs or much worse. I've gone after the Iranians. I was in specialized outfits that went after the Iranians and their proxies. These are very serious people. They're not supermen by any means. They're humans, but they're serious. And if you give the IRGC a reason to take more control, and they get support from the people, because again, you kill off the Ayatollah, they can say, hey, the last guy was too moderate. Look at what it got us. Like, give us more control.
I get it.
And the Iranian people are going to be like, well, actually, yeah, I don't like getting bombed by the Americans and the Israelis. Maybe we do need to listen to the IRGC.
So a lot of these, the points that you're making.
I mean, I guess we can cover that. Again, that's a BS. Like in what history has this ever actually went like they say, you remove this guy so they'll become more crazy. No, it's usually once you eliminate the I mean, not necessarily that if you decapitate, that's it. But once you remove the whole administration, well, that's it. And we shouldn't just surgically try to remove one guy. Iraq war shouldn't have been just about get Hussein out and then leave it alone. Destroy the whole regime, destroy the whole apparatus. Same with everything. You don't just kill one guy. You need to kill or destroy the authority, the whole administration, the whole government in a sense, and rebuild it from ground up. So yeah, it's not just about killing Ali Khamenei. It is about destroying the whole IRGC. So yeah, if we're just going to kill one guy, then yeah, I would say it's probably pointless.
I don't think we should liberate the Philippines from the Japanese Empire, because after all, the Japanese will just dig in their heels and they'll get more upset with us, and it'll be harder to come to some peaceful agreement with the Japanese. I mean, imagine that logic during World War II. If we firebomb Dresden, that the German people, that'll just get them more entrenched and more irritated with us. That is exactly what you're in effect admitting, is that we have to go after them and keep going after them and make sure that they are psychologically crushed. What is victory? Victory is when they no longer feel that way, when they feel that you're just going to keep getting killed, and this logic is not going to work for you. Allah is not on your side. You're not going to. America will not run out of moral motivation for this war. They believe, if insofar as they believe that America will run out of moral motivation before they do, that's a problem. That means we have to continue to do it until they learn otherwise, sir. And as I say, he had already said that the Iranian missile program should be wiped out without hesitation. Where was that logic before, sir, when you were making those unequivocal statements about Iranian military getting wiped out? Wiped out was his term, as I say. So he's a born again believer in, you can't piss off the Iranian, tiger. You got to, in effect, appease it. And so, of course, he's with Tucker on the, appease them because because they have no moral agency. They can't learn. There's nothing that'll convince them. They'll always be this way. It's this inevitable thing. It's been going on. You hear that, the equivalent of it. This has been going on for thousands of years. What can America do? America can crush them psychologically and convince them that that we will continue until you relent and fully surrender. Victory is defined in a war largely in psychological terms, as I say, when the other side is fully convinced that you will do whatever it takes to win. That's why it's so important to have a leader, whether it's Trump or whoever. Trump says that Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. And, it's true. But, he's not even an FDR. So Trump himself. But that's why you need the moral vision going into a war. That's why you need the moral justification and outline why we will not relent. I mean, I can quote Churchill a dozen different ways. You cannot relent You'll fight them everywhere. You won't give up. You'll keep going. We'll do whatever it takes until we get, what was it that Trump wanted? Unconditional surrender. The only way to get unconditional, and what does that mean? That means they will accept whatever terms you demand.
Well, Tucker said that means foreign troops come in and rape your wives and girls. That's what Tucker said.
Right. Well, that's the whole point of war, is so your soldiers can rape. Tucker is a vicious appeaser. No, you can get raped systematically on October 7th. And that goes under his radar screen completely. He doesn't care if Iranian women disappear in Iranian prisons. I mean, Tucker is such a monstrous, evil guy. It's Israel and America that's doing it for what? In his mind, in his twisted mind, America is doing this so they can rape the wives and daughters of Iranian people. That is the kind of sick, twisted, anti-Semite creep that Tucker Carlson is. And this guy jumping over to Tucker Carlson like that with these kind of the classic defeatist, this is an inevitable forever thing. No, that makes absolute perfect sense. No, Tucker is malicious, just malicious. And this guy's just frankly, a self-promoting liar. So.
Somebody's asking who is against this war that you don't think is anti-Semitic. I'll still read it out despite that I see the assumptiveness there. But no, you don't have to be anti-Semitic. Like you can be. There's a wide range of bad ideologies and bad philosophies you can have to be against this war. None of them are necessarily anti-Semitism. Like pretty much most of the Democratic Party right now, I believe, is against this war. I don't think all of it is anti-Semitic. Some of it is simply opposition to Trump. Some of it is their appeasement of Iran for different reasons. So yeah, like there's a lot of opposition, not necessarily anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I don't know if this guy is anti-Semitic. What he is saying, though, is that America is being, consider the logic, though. America is being led by Israel. Israel dragged us into this. America didn't really face a threat from Iran. It's Israel that's causing us to do that. There is underneath that an anti-Semitic thread. Now, it comes out very explicitly with Tucker Carlson. I mean, he'll say, see, even Moses got mad at the Jewish people. He'll bring up some, Bible myth so that he can explain why the Jews are irritating people. They irritated even Moses. You see, they're just these obnoxious Jewish people. So Tucker Carlson has let the mask slip on more than one occasion. He is just a vile anti-Semite. Okay. But this guy, notice the undercurrent. Israel has dragged us into this war. Forget the hundreds at a time Americans that have been slaughtered over the last 50 years. Forget the missile program. Forget their enriched uranium. Forget all that. Forget their chance of death to America. Forget all that. Forget the blackmail they're engaged in with the Strait of Hormuz right now and trying to destroy energy production in the region generally. Okay, they were a threat to everybody. They were a threat to the United States. They were a threat to international trade. Okay, and they'd been killing Americans every decade since they came to power as they yelled death to America. When you say America is being dragged in by Israel, you're totally blind to American interests. You're ignoring all of the Americans who've been slaughtered by Iran. You're ignoring the fact that Iran had the most sophisticated missile program in the region and were developing missiles that could at one point come to the United States. You were ignoring their uranium enrichment program. You're ignoring the totalitarian nature of the regime where they could slaughter tens of thousands of their own people. Just remember what happened in early January, just earlier this year. No, you're ignoring all of that. You're ignoring the brutality of the Islamic regime against its own people even. And to ignore all that and to say Israel is dragging America into this war has an anti-Semitic undertone to it. So Israel isn't like another ally of the United States. So if Poland gets invaded, it's not a threat to the United States. No, we would. If Taiwan gets invaded, it's not a threat to the United States. No, that's the Neville Chamberlain logic, right? And there are plenty of forces on the American right. Yeah, Russia invades Ukraine. It's not a threat to the United States. Why is it any of our business? That kind of short-sighted appeasement thinking is exactly the Neville Chamberlain logic that allowed Hitler to take over the continent of Europe, in effect, and made the war, when we had to fight it, 10 times harder to fight. That's why you take care of a threat when a threat, you can quibble about what an imminent threat is or how imminent their nuclear threat would have been. Once you've identified them as an aggressive threat, you take them out as soon as possible. That's why you don't let it fester for 47 years. They've been killing Americans for 47 years. Okay, if they're a threat, they're a threat. And you deal with it as soon as possible, because the earlier you deal with it, the easier it is to deal with. No, it wasn't Israel that dragged us into this. Israel is our natural ally. Our interests are coordinated here. And if you don't think, if it's impossible in your mind to think that Israel and America's, we're in NATO. Well, why are we in NATO? Because a threat to our allies is a threat to us. Somehow Israel is exempted from that kind of logic. So I would ask, why is Israel the exception? They're an ally of ours. They're vastly more civilized than Iran. They respect the rights of their people in a way that Iran does not. Okay, so a threat to Israel is a threat to the United States, by the way. But I would just add that to the whole list of threats that Iran represents to us. But somehow Israel gets exempted out. There is an anti-Semitic undertow to that. A threat to Israel isn't a threat to the United States. Okay. Israel is dragging us into this war, even though hundreds, maybe thousands of Americans have been killed by Iran since they've come to power. Okay. Not all of them are anti-Semitic. Let me just agree with Daniel. There are people, in my country, there are people who are philosophically opposed to war in general. And so there are elements, for example, of the Libertarian Party, which I very much oppose as such. But some of them are definitely anti-Semitic. Others of them are just in a principled way opposed to America doing anything abroad at all, which you might truly call isolationists, who would think America should get out of NATO, should get out of the Pacific Defense Arrangement, that we should just sort of close into Fortress America, not even a Fortress America, just in a non-interventionist America, period. America should indeed be looking out for its self-interest, but its self-interest can't be determined in isolation. An aggressive dictator, this is what I thought we had learned with Adolf Hitler and appeasement. An aggressive dictator is a threat to everybody and will continue to grow in its threat until it is taken care of, snuffed. We're learning now how we really screwed up by not dealing with Iran much sooner.
We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. And just to wrap up on that, somebody said, tell others that he has been called an anti-Semite. By the way, I don't want to make it that like if Joe Ken is or is not an anti-Semite, that's like a big change of my opinion on him. He is still a disgusting anti-American POS. Like that still holds, no matter if he is anti-Semite or is not anti-Semite. He is against the war that is proper, that is defending American lives. Like I don't care what his motivations are. Like if there is a murder that happens in Washington, I don't of a Jewish couple, I don't care if it has been inspired by anti-Semitism from the left or by neo-Nazis from the right or by just some random guy who decided to kill two people. He still did like a terrible thing that has to be taken from that. So like I don't think it makes that much. That's why I don't necessarily care much for anti-Semitism.
I don't know that this Kent guy is an anti-Semite. I do know that it's a little curious that Israel is sort of exempted from the normal logic that an attack on an American ally represents a threat to America. It does. It does. So he's joining in with a chorus that includes anti-Semites. That much I do know.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. Let's take a look a bit more.
I think are insightful, but they're also pretty obvious if you kind of game it out for 10 seconds. Yeah. So it seems like you've got two different goals. You've described Israel's goal as just regime change, permanent chaos, take Iran off the map as a coherent nation state, just tie them up with internal chaos, whatever the effects of that are on the rest of the world, all of them disastrous. Then on the American side, you have the president's stated goal, which is we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, which they didn't have and weren't trying to build in any imminent way.
Right.
Well, he's just wrong, but okay.
Okay. So if you join those two together in a common...
I mean, okay,
Tucker,
so it's okay
people,
to just lie? Like, come on. Like,
well,
so
straight
what
up
are they
lie.
just for? So,
It's
no,
just
here,
evil.
no, here are the facts. Iran has enriched uranium in tons of 60+%, as far as I know. The maximum enrichment for civilian use, I believe, is like 5, maybe to like 15%. I've seen some, so maybe just to give a little bit of credence. Are they just doing it for fun? Just for fun?
The
Like,
IAEA said that in 2021, the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy people, not the United States, the IAEA in 2021 said they had enriched uranium to at least 60%. In the last round of negotiations, they admitted they had enough such enriched uranium to make 10 or 11 nuclear weapons. Now, I don't know what planet Tucker is living on, but there is no other purpose on the planet other than making weapons. They were obviously seeking weapons. Now, whether they were turning that program on and off for international political purposes, consumption purposes, the degree to which it was advanced, you can argue that all day long. After the 12-day war last year, after last June, Trump was saying, I've set them back years and it's all no. He really didn't. They could continue to do so. They still had the uranium. Eventually they could redo it. And to me, it doesn't matter whether the threat was 1 year from now or 10 years from now. They were in the process of doing it. They were in the process of they're developing hypersonic missiles. They're developing ballistic missiles that could reach Europe. They were trying to get ballistic missiles that could reach North America. Okay? The fact that you don't wait until they have the capacity to do that. It's too late at that point. Once they have a nuclear weapon, once they have ballistic missiles that can reach Britain or the United States, it's too late. It's too late. You don't wait for the aggressive enemy to do that. Okay? They were obviously seeking a nuclear weapon. Anyone, and whether it was wanting it within 6 months, 1 year, or 10 years is irrelevant. But Tucker is simply lying there. Tucker is also completely indifferent to the incredible human suffering that just happened in Iran. The Islamic Republic had just slaughtered untold thousands of its own people who were rebelling in every province. I mean, 1 or 2 million people had risen up earlier this year. And so the estimates are that over 30,000 of their own civilians, when a totalitarian government slaughters its own people, as I say, we have to basically rely on estimates. But 30,000 plus of their own people, something like that, were slaughtered. Okay, so for him, the idea of chaos is the worst thing. To take out this government and leave the area in chaos would be a worse. No, if we really do pull all the military threats, if we do pull the fangs there on their military threats, what happens in Iran really is Iranian people's business. But when you've got a government that is capable of slaughtering their own people in the tens of thousands, who are clearly seeking ballistic missiles that can reach us, and when they're clearly aiming for a nuclear weapon, whatever the hell he says, it was an evil regime. The regime being taken out is a good thing. Yeah, it's true. You've got something like 20 different over a dozen important different ethnic groups within Iran. Okay, they're going to have to work that out. They are. But what is absolutely intolerable is a military threat to the West of the kind that Iran was developing. And you can, as I say, you can argue over what an imminent threat is. I mean, it does not matter. Once you have identified them as such a threat, once they've already started killing your people, hundreds at a time, dozens at a time, it doesn't matter. As I was saying, I reminded someone the other day, I was having an argument about this, and I was like, Americans were killed on October 7th, 2023. Well, how many? It was 40, I didn't remember the exact number, but does it matter? Dozens at a time, hundreds at a time. They will kill us through their proxies whenever and wherever they can. And should it be surprising when they chant death to America? That is a better alternative in Tucker Carlson's twisted head. That is not a threat to America or civilization in Tucker Carlson's twisted head. No, for him, it is better to preserve this conservative, because after all, they don't have gay pride parades and Qatar. So probably it's better that, Tehran's evil Islamic regime was better in his mind. It is disgusting. You don't evade on that kind of scale unless you're taking advantage of whether you yourself are anti-Semitic. I don't know. I do. It's mind reading, and I don't pretend to be a mind reader. But Tucker Carlson is taking an anti-Semitic stance. No doubt about it. You see, if America's interests, which are very clear here, we have, as the United States of America, has a clear self-interest. We are directly threatened. We've been killed. We've been threatened more. Their weapons development was an absolute threat to us. There is no question there is a moral justification and a threat that needs to be dealt with. The mere fact that Israel is on our side here is what pollutes it in their minds. Any connection with helping Israel is a kind of pollution. So either people like Tucker Carlson are themselves just outright anti-Semites, or they're obviously taking advantage of an anti-Semitic attitude that exists out there in the public. And look, I don't know how to read his mind. I don't care. He repeats anti-Semitic garbage. He ignores totalitarian, monstrous governments like that of Iran. He ignores objective threats to the United States. He ignores America's actual America first, if it has any meaning, self-interest in this. Why? Because it overlaps with Israel. Because we're also helping Israel. Because it also helps Israel. Okay, that is just despicable. Despicable. I would rather take the punch myself than help Israel when they're taking punches. How else can one figure it?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll listen to a little bit more. I mean, I'll just read this again. Kent is a veteran that lost his wife from us being in a stupid war. Can't you understand his hesitation? He shouldn't be in the position then. Well, he isn't anymore, right? But like, if you don't think you can make like an objective decision about, and again, like, I don't even understand that point, because like he isn't making the decisions about what he's making decisions about, counterterrorism, which apparently I don't know how good he has
said is Iran's weapon program should be wiped out after his wife was killed. No, he's changed his tune. Don't give me that. That's nonsense. That's, he was willing to take the job, this counterintelligence job from Mr. Trump after his wife was killed. Like you say, don't take the job if that's what's mentally motivating you. By the way, no, I won't go any further. But, I have absolute sympathy for the death of his wife. No question about it. That does not justify his changing of his public tune like that about the need to wipe out Iran's military, because he said something very different, and now he's totally changed his tune. And the self-promotion is obviously what it's all about right now. He could have taken this principled stance because of his wife before. Look, in the 12-day war last year, he didn't take this principled stand. Why? Well, it was just a limited strike to set back their nuclear program a little. Well, there's different outcomes that there could happen here. Maybe Trump will find an off-ramp. That would be the disgusting thing here. But rather than stay in the administration and argue for this, more peaceful off-ramp or a negotiated settlement, he leaves in a big huff, as if it were a matter of conscience for him. I don't believe it. And if you believe it, I got a bridge to Brooklyn you might be interested in. Geez. No, it's a recent act designed for sheer self-promotion.
Let's take a look a little bit more from the clip.
Mission in a war, like that's our partner in this war.
Yeah.
Then you create all kinds of very bad incentives. Mm-hmm. And now Larijani, I think, was killed by the Israelis. You saw the Israelis blow up Qatari natural gas facilities today. in the Qatari natural gas field, which feeds the rest of the world, LNG. Those seem like very obvious steps, not to minimize the threat from Iran, but to lock.
Okay, so I guess not much more here, but again, like, that's on America for not realizing that it is in the same war. Like, the point of this, like, the goal of this shouldn't be just getting rid of the nuclear or ensuring Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. Like, you still have the Houthis, you still have Hamas, you still have Hezbollah that are funded by Iran that you have to deal with. You still have the whole threat. I mean, even the threat of Iran to close the Strait of Suez, the Strait of Hormuz, I think is a problem. So if anything, this is fault of America for like not realizing what war it is in, not fault on Israel for fighting the proper war. Like, let's say, again, like during World War II, you had, like, let's say you have the British completely fighting Germany, and America would be just, maybe like dropping a bomb here and there, or like doing things like that. It's like, well, it's on America for not realizing, like, if you don't want to be in this war, like, don't start it. But like, if America is going to fight this war, then fight it.
You have to fight it and go all out. And Mr. Trump had to prepare. That's what I really have been saying all morning. Trump really had to prepare us for a full-on war and whatever it takes kind of war. But I think he has to appease these creeps here to a certain extent. No, I don't mean an endless war or ground war or whatever. No, if you go to war, you go to war, and you go to war to do it right. And if you really mean unconditional surrender, Mr. Trump, if you really mean to permanently end the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran, then that means going as far as it takes to do it. And Mr. Trump wasn't prepared to do that. And that gives these creeps and a rhetorical opening. Look, Mr. Carlson, you prefer then a world in which Iran could continuously blackmail the region over energy. He really wanted to get into a position. Imagine them with intercontinental ballistic missiles and a nuclear program. Now imagine the blackmail. But if we're being currently blackmailed by it, then that tells you, that just demonstrates the threat that they had been representing for a long time now, in terms of their ability to threaten and hold hostage and blackmail the rest of the world over energy. No, you take care of it once and for all. Yes, it will be a cost. Yes, war is not good for all those Keynesians who think, that, destruction is good for the economy or war is good for the. If you've ever heard any variant of that ridiculous idea, it is ridiculous. We have to pay a cost. This will not be good for the world energy market. Full stop. It won't be good for the world's fertilizer market. America gets, I forget, was something between 10 and 20% of its fertilizer and other petrochemical related products and so forth from the Persian Gulf. Now, other countries depend on it much more than America does, but it will have a negative impact on the economy. It's a cost. It's a cost we have to be willing to take so that we can end the economic blackmail that they were obviously capable of doing all along and perfectly willing to do all along. No, Mr. Carlson wanted to wait until they had a nuclear bomb and could really blackmail us and could really hold us hostage over energy and other petrochemical products. His logic is just completely backwards. So let a totalitarian theocracy fester and continue to slaughter its own people and continue to be a threat to the entire region and to the entire world's trade and energy. Okay, that was the good solution to him. No, he is defending evil here. Tucker Carlson is an outright defender of evil. He would much prefer a world in which Iran could blackmail the region and the world over energy and trade with the Persian Gulf. Despicable.
So, James, I think you have to leave in a bit, but any chance you can stay a little bit longer, or do you have a hard note?
A little bit longer, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at more clips from Tucker.
I cannot, in good conscience, support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause?
I mean, here, just a quick thought. Again, if Israel was going to attack, that means Iran would also attack American bases, meaning that was the imminent threat.
Right. He's got it completely backwards.
And just quickly, America was going to attack Iran anyway. Like, this was not like this was just the best opportunity. Like, Israel found a really great opportunity of taking out a lot of the leadership. America joined in. America knew about this attack, that it was going to happen. And again, America was going to attack anyway. Just like America attacked during the 12-day war, it was going to join on any Israeli or American attack. So this would have happened. It just happened that this was the perfect time to do it.
Look, if a nation is a threat to you, does it matter whether the attack is expected tomorrow at noon or 2 years from now? No. No. For practical purposes, you have to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. For moral purposes, it is clearly an act of righteous self-defense. The moral and the practical here, by the way, are one. The imminent threat thing is like a medieval monks arguing over how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. It really is. When the Speaker of the House, as he refers to it, and the President said, look, they were going to attack us because Israel was going to attack, they're giving a near-term legal justification for why the President did what he did. That has nothing to do with the actual reasons for going to war. A threat is a threat. You cannot know whether they're going to attack in an hour from now, or a month from now, or a year from now, or 10 years from now. The threat is the threat. They have been killing Americans every decade for the last 5 decades. They have been slaughtering Americans hundreds at a time when they can. Every decade, they've been yelling death to America. They have, I'm going to keep repeating this, they have the most advanced and wide-ranging ballistic missile program in the region, and they were clearly enriching uranium beyond anything needed for non-military purposes. They represented a threat. I can't tell you when that threat would have happened, but I can tell you one thing, very practical thing. You've got to cut the head off that threat as soon as possible. Otherwise, Americans will be killed in even larger numbers than they've already been killing Americans. So this imminent threat BS is really, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Irrelevancy. Now, when he says, look, but the Speaker of the House and the President said that, well, Israel was going to attack and therefore they were going to attack us. Well, that is simply a short-term moment to give legal justification to what the President was doing. That's literally it was a full-on legalistic argument they were making under this understanding of the President's war powers, in effect, in my country. There are constitutional issues. And believe me, I am very sad that our Constitution is interpreted the way it is. But under the way that Congress and the President understand, remember, President Obama did a months-long war that engaged in regime change in Libya, all without any congressional approval. So we are today living in a world, a constitutional understanding, a regime of an understanding of what the War Powers Act means that I may not like, you may not like, but that's the world we're living in. And so to give a legalistic justification under that understanding of our Constitution that currently prevails between the President and Congress, they were giving a little teeny technical legal argument in that respect. That is not to be confused with either the moral or the practical case for dealing with Iran. A threat is a threat. An increasing threat is an increasing threat. They have been an imminent threat. They've been killing Americans, as I say, for over 40 years. So when does that become an imminent threat? Well, they've been an imminent threat for the better part of 50 years. The imminency part is total technical distraction. Because why? Because they don't want to, anything America does cannot help Israel. That's the attitude that seems to be Tucker's going into this. And this guy, this Mr. Self-Promoter, who believed that Iran's military should be wiped out, that was his phrase, who had taken the job from Mr. Trump and was still there after the 12-day war last year, is suddenly now jumping ship for conscience reasons. This guy doesn't know morality from a hole in the wall. What he's doing is sickly, immoral, and self-serving in the bad sense. I'm an egoist. Okay, but what people call is self-serving or self-promoting is unselfish in the long term. It's unprincipled. This guy is self-promoting in the most nasty short-term way you can imagine. Everyone, by the way, has a motivation. That doesn't make everyone actually what is in your actual long-term self-interest. When Iran represents what it represents, it is in America's actual long-term self-interest to deal with it. This guy is acting in his own short-term self-promotion interest in jumping ship and betraying Mr. Trump right now. It's traitorous, and it's in the general sense. I don't mean in the legal sense. Obviously, you have to take up arms to be guilty of the crime of treason in the United States. But in the general, sort of colloquial sense of traitorous, this guy is traitorous for his own career self-promotion purposes because he knows people like that, Tucker, are out there to help him promote himself. He betrayed his boss. He changed his tune like that about whether Iran's military needed to be wiped out. Why? Because no doubt he's got his own podcast getting lined up here. And so he can make the rounds on media. Because, here there's left-wing media that'll promote him and there's right-wing media that'll promote him. And that's what he's after right now. He's after his own promotion. To hell with the needs of the country. To hell with what he recognized were actual threats to the United States. When it was his job to be on the alert, to be involved in counterintelligence for the United States. He was totally betraying the interests of the United States, interests of the United States that he had previously publicly acknowledged. He's willing to turn on that. This is what an unprincipled human being looks like. You shouldn't believe a word out of this idiot's mouth because he's said totally opposite things. And from what I can tell, it's simply to promote his own career, which I hope is a dumpster, which one can only hope it turns out to be the dumpster fire that such a unprincipled slime bucket deserves. Americans are being killed right now. American soldiers are being killed. And he jumps ship on Trump in this way, saying we were led into this by Israel, ignoring what he knows are actual threats to the United States. It's monstrous. It's monstrous. He's sanctioning murder and totalitarian dictatorship in the process. That's the kind of unprincipled slime that this guy is. But of course, that is a plus that will get you on to the Tucker Carlson show, is being an unprincipled slime if you're anti-Israel.
Let's take a look at a little bit more.
And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in real time. And then you look back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later, and no one seems to understand the things that you saw because they've been eliminated. Yeah. So I think it's important to stop and say, here's what we actually know. So I'd like now, if we could, just to play one of the statements that you alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced. And he was explaining as is his habit, in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Okay, so that is his almost contemporaneous explanation, and it's not offhand. He reasons it out. He explains there's a logic chain there, and he says, we knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that.
Right.
He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly. And I think this
it is from Iran. As a, like, okay, so did Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Oman, what am I missing? Azerbaijan, Cyprus, did all of them did not have an imminent threat to them? Because it was an imminent threat from Israel? Because Israel attacked Iran, and Iran decided to attack Gulf states and Cyprus and Azerbaijan. That's like, can we at least be honest here? Like, it's still a threat, imminent threat coming from, like, it's not Israel bombing American bases. It's Iran bombing American bases as a response to Israel bombing it, because that's their strategy. Their strategy is to bring in everybody in. Now, Israel,
all of their neighbors all the time, and their behavior since has demonstrated that they were always a threat. And it had nothing to do, as you pointed out, with just being America or just being Israel. And they're hitting civilian sites and energy sites and hotels and other places and airports. They were a threat to every nation. And so this imminent threat, no, the morality and the practicality, the need for defending yourself does not depend upon the imminency. Like I say, will it happen in an hour from now, Daniel? Or will it happen in a year from now or 5 years from now? Totally irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the practical need to defend yourself against a threat, and it's irrelevant to the morality, the moral justification of self-defense. We had, consider the context they just dropped here, the 12-day war from last year. That had happened. So yeah, after 2 giant waves of ballistic missiles had hit Israel, 2 giant waves, America decides, okay, we can't let them develop a nuclear weapon, so we drop a couple of bunker buster bombs at nuclear facilities. Well, obviously that was insufficient to get Iran to say, Uncle, okay, we'll give up our enriched uranium. Yes, we'll give up our centrifuges and we'll take your deal on uranium. No, even that wasn't good enough for them. Even that wasn't good enough for them. So consider the giant context dropping that they're engaged in and what an imminent threat is, just to prove that it's Israel dragging us into us. If that's the kind of twisted logic and kind of fact dropping, and see, it's got to be an imminent threat to the United States or it's totally unjustified, and by imminent, I'm going to give you a specific, no. This is mental gymnastic BS that you're hearing from them so that they can blame Israel for dragging us into this war when it was plain that Iran would go on killing Americans until the Iranian regime was out. It was plain that Iran was seeking to get a nuclear missile. And at some point, and I don't know when that would have been, and it is completely irrelevant to the threat that they represented. No, but yes, after the 12-day war, after all that we've been through over the last year with Iran, they drop the entire context and say Israel dragged us into this. What Rubio was doing there was giving you the specific narrow time frame so that he could give a legal justification to Congress as to why the president had the power to go in and do this the way he is. That's all it was. And they're dropping all the rest of the context and zeroing in on that language so that they can make it sound like, yes, boy, it's only Israel that's dragging us in. There is really no threat to America. There was really no threat to civilization or trade. No, we're now realizing, seeing in their behavior after the attack, how they're attacking all of their neighbors, certainly all their neighbors to the west of them, how they're assailing world energy trade. They were always in that position. They were always a threat to all of their neighbors. They're just demonstrating it right now. These people cannot think long range or conceptually because that would show that it really only America's involvement was only tangentially and partially as a result of Israel. But as I say, even if it is coming to the defense of an ally like Israel, yeah, an attack on an ally is a threat to the United States. What would it take for them to realize this? If a dictatorship attacked Japan, Poland, Canada, Taiwan, I know these people have been spending the last several years telling us that Russia attacking Ukraine is no threat to us. So in their minds, America can be fortress, isolated America and still function safely. That's a lie. That is bizarre. To think that dictatorships or a single dictatorship could gobble up the entire world and that wouldn't represent a threat to the United States it's not even short-term thinking. It's not thinking at all. Obviously, it would represent a threat to the United States. But these people are professional at exempting Israel from the same status that any other ally America would have if they were under attack.
Let's take a look a little bit more.
Speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who's in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the secretary described, and later on the president, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel, but when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react.
Now, I think this is true to some extent. Now, I've seen that apparently Israel tried to do something like this in the past with Obama and Biden, and they pretty much did what he said, like say, hey, if you attack Iran, we will stop you at tracks. I don't think that's a good thing, though.
No.
I don't think that's a correct decision to take.
To Israel, and unless we're dictating the terms to Israel, he's not happy about it. But I also think he's factually wrong.
No, I mean, again, I don't think it's necessarily wrong for America to have certain expectations of Israel or of its allies generally, right? Like Trump is kind of doing the same thing with the European states. But I think you have to fundamentally look at, is it a good or bad decision? I don't think not attacking Iran is a good decision. I don't think America stopping Israel from attacking Iran is a good decision. So look, if it was the opposite, let's say Israel doesn't want to attack Iran and America does, I would be for America trying to what's the right word for it? Let's say not strong arm, but sort of leverage its position as an ally to try to get Israel on board, or other states. I think you should do that. I don't see necessarily something wrong with it. Now that state has to realize what is in their own self-interest. If the American alliance or destroying their enemy, those two things are aligned. So we are not even
Israel would have every right to ignore America strong-arming it in that way. Now, Israel, unfortunately, as you point out, for example, when Biden handcuffed Israel in the wake of October 7th, they complied to a large extent with the handcuffs America put on them, because frankly, America is their only friend. But they ought not to. They ought to ignore it. They have every right to say, okay, you're not going to join us? You're worried about a threat to yourself? Sorry, we're going to attack because it's in our interest. After all, we have just in recent months been subjected to 2 giant waves of Iranian missile attacks. These people, they don't understand self-defense. They don't understand what threats are, and they don't understand what a moral war is. They don't understand the coordination of interests among allies. This is the point that I guess I'm trying to emphasize here. It is true that Ukraine was not part of NATO, and Ukraine was not a close ally of the United States, but Russia invaded them. They were the aggressor. When an aggressive dictatorship starts invading its neighbors, that gets on my radar screen as being a threat to the whole world and a threat to us. They don't see it that way. They don't see it that way. And so we'll take, again, handcuffs. Mr. Biden tells Zelensky, you can't hit, we're not going to give you certain weapons, and you can't hit within Russia. What kind of a nonsense war is that? You can't defend yourself under those conditions. But look, if your main ally, if your main supplier is saying you can't do it and they won't get you the weapons for it, then you will do your best to coordinate your activity with your, quote, ally. But what kind of a dumb ally America has been for Ukraine? I mean, and Mr. Trump himself, when he came into office, dressing down Zelensky at the White House, only shows what short-sighted, it's all about politics and how this is perceived on among their political friends. But wait, Americans have been killed. They continue to be killed. Iran is in a state of war with the United States for 47 years. And every decade that has passed, they've killed Americans, hundreds at a time if they could. I mean, but no, they're not a threat. We're being dragged in by Israel. To me, that is right there. You can see the just the total moral perversity of their logic. I do have to go. I'm sorry to say. I hate to leave you alone here, but
it shouldn't be for long. I think Raza should be coming soon. So yeah, thank you for saying.
Okay.
So any last thoughts from you, and where can people find you?
Well, my friends, be safe. My last thought is, yes, be safe out there. Iran and its proxies and its friends, even lone wolf friends, are going to be acting against Americans and Jews anywhere they can find them. So, my friends, please be safe out there. And that's the most important thing I want to leave you with. This isn't over. We have to see it through. When you start something like this, you don't go in half-assed thinking you can't see it all the way through. We have to see it through. Otherwise, the people that have died so far, Israeli civilians, American soldiers, will have died in vain. Please don't make that happen. Please don't. To our policymakers like Mr. Trump, ignore these idiots. They're doing it for their own clicks, views, likes on social media, their own careers. They're putting ahead of any conception of America's actual national self-interest. I can be found at Facebook, James Stevens Valiant. I mean, they're answering questions almost every day. Hit me up over there if you got questions. Until then, please, my friends, be safe.
Thank you, James, for joining us today. It was great to have you. And I think Razi mentioned that you might join us later, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Yes, let's see how it goes, but I'm planning on joining you later on.
Okay, so we might have James on in, I think, like 3 to 4 hours or something like that, or at some point later on. So great to have you on, and will be great to have you on back again later on. So thank you again. And
I had a crazy experience.
We'll take a look at a little bit more of Tucker. I think I still have. I think this might be older actually. Let's watch it. I think I was thinking about watching it yesterday, but let's see.
I had a crazy experience with cash. I thought if you, right before Christmas, I wanted to pay employees a bonus in cash, which I always do. And so I asked my wife to go to the bank. She did a Wells Fargo branch not far from her house. I want to take out this amount, pretty large amount, but not crazy, right? And they said, no, we can't give you the money. And why? Because we think that you are being scammed, that there's probably someone outside with a gun demanding that you withdraw cash. And she's like, what? No. So she called me. Anyway, I finally went into the bank and got upset. It wasn't their fault. They were being told, I think, by federal regulators not to give me cash. And I said, I thought the point of a bank was to hold my money. You loan it out at interest. I get less interest from you, so you make the money, but my money's safe, but I get it when I want because I made it at my job. And they're like, we're so sorry. But they wouldn't give me the cash. It took 2 weeks to get the cash.
So
what is that?
It's called nudging. Do you know what nudging is?
No.
Oh, there's a whole science of nudging. So if you're the central bankers and you want to take cash down to zero, what you do is you create lots of different kinds of rules and regulations that nudge people in that direction. Okay, so that's one of the things that's happening. And you use these things as an excuse. Now, there's something else happening.
So that's not my imagination. That's part of a strategy to get me not to
Part
use
of what
cash.
was happening was nudging. Now, if you look at the person who implemented that.
Okay. Not much to say here. I'm wondering how much Tucker Carlson is giving to his employees as a bonus. And I'm wondering how much cash did he try to, like, I can't imagine, like, it as a bonus to employees. It has to be in like tens of thousands. Probably not hundreds of thousands, but I would think like tens of thousands. Generally, do they just give out like cash like that in bags? I never had to, like, generally who uses cash? Why would you even give a bonus in cash? Like, what are they gonna do with the cash? Aren't they just gonna deposit in a bank anyway? But maybe that's just me. Okay, let's take a look at the news, see if we have anything else or if we have anything new. So a little bit ago, well, 5 minutes ago, I see sirens sound in Haifa and across the north. Yes, and this is launches from Iran. So, I mean, I'm thinking people are probably in shelters already, but yeah, stay safe. I think we've kind of mentioned this, but apparently Trump says he told Netanyahu to don't hit the gas facilities. Well, here I'm glad Israel is taking not taking the advice from Trump. But even that, this is a little. It's not good that Trump and Netanyahu are openly disagreeing, or rather, Trump says that Netanyahu is going against his wishes. It's doesn't look good, I think. So I would hope this wouldn't happen. Doesn't put a good picture across of the alliance. All right, what else do we have? So I did have. Razi did send me some things, and I don't know if he wants to comment on them. But maybe we could do. Okay, let's do this one. And everybody knows who we are going to listen to. Of course. Let's take a look at Cenk and Anna. Actually, I think it's mainly Anna.
If I were the leader of Lebanon, I would demand that my military join forces with Hezbollah to defend my country. That's what I would demand. But
and by the way, the leaders of Lebanon, you think like the leaders of UAE, you think if you make a deal with the Israelis, you're going to be safe?
Oh, they're always going to
go ask the United Arab Emirates. So what happened to Dubai and all those places?
Bingo.
They thought, oh, if we make a deal with the Israelis, then they'll protect us. No, the Israelis convinced the Americans to only defend Israel, and UAE got hit all over the place. And their pact with Israel only screwed them over. And these idiots in Lebanon, not the Hezbollah, but the leaders, are like, oh yeah, if we just help them kill our own people, then later they'll be nice to us. No, brother, after they take southern Lebanon, guess what they're gonna take next? Northern Lebanon.
If I were the...
What? These people like hate Israel. They like hate Israel. Like, you're gonna, like, Lebanon should, by the way, Lebanon is like shielding the terrorists, is not doing anything about it. They have an obligation to do, they are not doing so. And not even like obligation from the outside. I think any state shouldn't want like some random militias like existing in your land and attacking other countries. Israel is dealing with a threat with Hezbollah in the south, and the response from them is join them, attack Israel, kill all the Jews. And then it goes to United Arab Emirates and saying that, you see, if you get an alliance, like, what is he saying, right? If you get an alliance with Israel, which I don't think there is UAE even in the Abraham Accords? I keep forgetting. Oh, it is. Okay. United Arab Emirates is in the Abraham Accords, which again is an alliance. It isn't like a military thing. It's mainly kind of economical, kind of diplomatic. But yeah, they have that. But like, don't do alliance with Jews because Iran will attack you. That's what they're saying, right? Terrorist organizations will attack you if you make alliance or if you recognize Israel. So just don't recognize Israel and go kill them. That's much better. Bonnie is asking, does Cheng represent Turkey? I don't know anything about TYT except the name. I'm not sure if it was like, I don't think it was like born in America, but he's an American citizen. I think he's like pretty much full on American. Like I don't think his views have anything to do with Turkey specifically. I think it has much more to do with the fact that he's like he's a progressive, right? He's a socialist. I don't know if he himself calls himself socialist, but definitely sort of like socialist leaning American. I think most of his ideas, most of his policy comes from that, rather from the fact that he is Turkish. So I don't think it has much to do with that. All right, so that was that one, and we also have, oh my god, we have more Cheng. Razi really likes listening to this guy. Oh, when is this from? Wait, let me. I guess this was recent. God, let's take a look.
Solution to this, but first let me wade through all the lies that have been said. So if you notice, before the war, people like Ben Ferguson were saying, oh, we're not necessarily going to attack. Donald Trump's a peace president. He's not going to attack. He's not going to put in ground troops. That's not what I said ever. Yeah. I never said it. Go find a video. Go look at YouTube. Listen to any one of my shows. I never said that. So not one damn time. Piers, this is why I shout on your program, because every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a bitch comes in and starts talking over me. Hey, you made all your Israeli talking points already. Flag, bro. Be quiet. Oh, yeah, my ass. Yeah. Okay,
Cenk,
see,
you've actually done, Cenk,
so then here's the other lie.
Cenk, for 15 minutes, you've managed to stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what Israel First does. They just jabber. Anyway, so here we go. So then Ben said, and all the Israel First clowns said, oh, we're doing this for the Iranian protesters. And once we start bombing them and murdering them, they're going to love us. And now he's saying, well, of course the protesters can't come out in the streets. We're bombing them. We're bombing them. Pretty impressive. That's what we said. All right. Yeah. All right, here we go. Will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut up? If you're putting words in my mouth that I never said, Israeli talking points. Quiet. I'll never be quiet when you put lies into my mouth of things I never that's said. Why we have to shout on this show, because these assholes won't shut the fuck up.
Like, all right, just to be clear, just to be clear, I think there are actually less chances of Ben Ferguson shutting the fuck up than there are of the Bob Pope analogy I gave earlier. So why don't we just assume both of you can be equally garrulous? Cenk, finish your point.
No, I haven't interrupted him once. Okay, so look, guys, we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room. For example, if somebody was to come in here and they were going to listen to this discussion or debate, but we told them ahead of time, hey, these guys are all clean and honest, then they'd listen to it and try to figure out what's happening. If we told them ahead of time, someone gave them $100 million to all say the same thing, we'd go, well, then we're a little bit more skeptical, to say the least. So that is what's happening with our politicians. Israel has given Congress $100 million. They've given Donald Trump $337 million.
I mean, again, it's like the same thing. Like, yeah, Cheng, everybody just does it for money. Nobody has any ideas. Like Cheng is like the only person who does it from the genuine hatred of Jews. Everybody else is doing it for money. Does he think like, maybe this is like the advanced form of anti-Semitism, but it's like you don't think anybody would like Jews unless they were being paid for it, right? Like nobody would like, nobody would prefer an alliance with Israel or respect an alliance with Israel or want an alliance with Israel unless what? Unless they are being paid by Israel, which again, nobody is being paid. Like if you are being paid by Israel, and again, that's such a broad term, right? If let's say you Israel is giving you money to do like pro-Israeli advocacy. Let's say they are like sending money directly to your cashing account. That's illegal in America. Now you can technically do it if you are registered in the State Department under the FARA Act. Basically, you disclose that you are getting money from Israel or any line or any country for that matter. It doesn't have to be just Israel. If you are taking money from any foreign government, you have to be basically disclosed in under FARA, under the Foreign Agent Act. Otherwise you're in violation on that. So there's that. And then again, he goes on to like the caricature of like the Israelis just want to go and kill these murder is what he said, just murder random Iranians because they're bloodthirsty or whatever. Cenk is not a serious person. And again, this goes more to Piers Morgan than anything. Like, why do you even get this guy on? I know why he gets this guy on. This is what he wants to do. This is what he wants to achieve, right? He wants this spectacle to be here. It's makes me sad about the state of politics. So let's take a look more.
$1 billion. So this is all a fake conversation.
These are tiny
we
amounts
have no
of money.
American interest in it.
They spent billions on day one
now
of
you're
the war.
cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking about.
You're making up crap.
So, tiny amounts of money.
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental?
Do you know how much got spent? Do you know how much got spent on day one of the war?
$337 million that the Adelsons have given to Donald Trump because he is corrupt and easily purchasable. The Adelsons are corrupt and Israelis. The Israeli Adelsons gave Jonathan Pollard a trip on their private jet back to Israel and celebrated him like a hero because they love people betraying America for Israel.
But you don't
so
think
I can prove it. I can prove it. So tell me if we should put American troops.
Okay, I think we have a new clip here, so as soon as Razi joins, I'm definitely cutting that out. I can prove it! I can prove it! It's funny how even Piers Morgan is now jumping in. Like, come on, Cenk. Like, this is like millions. We are talking like I can scratch up. Like, we in the chat can probably scratch up $1 million and buy our own politician. It's not that much money to like affect like American government. And I have to mention that this goes to the wrong way Cenk Uygur views politics. He thinks all Americans hate Israel. Nobody wants war with Iran. Everybody wants Medicare for all. Everybody wants socialism in America. And the only reason we don't get socialism is because politicians are paid for. If only politicians weren't paid for, we would have socialism. That is his like general attitude towards this whole thing. It looks like we are joined by Razi.
Hey, Daniel, I'll be camera off for a few minutes, but just a few quick comments. First of all, Jonathan Pollard is a hero. If anybody wants to ask me about that in the super chat, I can prove it. Also, with Cenk, so you notice he doesn't seem to know the difference between when he's talking to his own audience alone or with Anna, and when he's talking on Piers Morgan to somebody else who is there. So like, you can't say lies about what a person has supposedly said without them. I don't like the interrupting is part of why I despise Piers Morgan's show, beyond the fact that it's Piers Morgan. But that is absolutely justified. If you actually say somebody, look, I can say that Cenk Uygur only supports the Palestinians and only supports Iran and only supports the Houthis and only supports Hezbollah because their stated goal, which they have been carrying out, is to kill Jews. I can say that, and that's a factually indisputable statement. I can't say Cenk said, I support these people because all they want to do is kill Jews, without him, if he, was actually, I don't know how he could be decent in this scenario, but without him jumping in and saying, hang on, I never actually said that. So he's sitting there lying about what this guy has supposedly said when the guy is there. It's I don't know if Cenk is really bad at this, or it could be that this this shouty, despicable human being is what that audience wants to see. They don't want to see somebody have a conversation. They want to see somebody shouting people down. And to them, he shouted down a Zionist. What can be better than that? There's no arguments. There's no arguments from any of these people. We talked about this yesterday in the context of Megyn Kelly. Like, there's no arguments in the right-wing version of this. There's no arguments in the left-wing version of this. There is shouting. There is one repeated accusation against anybody who is not Jews themselves, which is you're, bought by the Jews. And yeah, that's what we see here and hear here in the loudest of Cenk voices, I think, for a while at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally what I think Piers Morgan is. It is just shouting match. Like, there is no, and again, because here is the thing. Like, I don't think there is a reasonable discussion you can have with pro-Iranians, like pro the current Iran regime, or pro-Palestinians. Like, I've been thinking about what genuineness, or what because to have a discussion or even to have a debate, you need a fundamental agreement that you both are behind, and then you can build on top of that because you have the same goal. But I don't share goals with Cenk Uygur any. Like, he doesn't care about America. He doesn't like the American system, right? He doesn't like capitalism. He doesn't like Israel. He doesn't like West generally. So what am I supposed to like? What is my common ground with Cenk? So in a sense, shouting match is the best thing you can do, because you can never find like a common ground. And you know what? I can prove it. I can prove it. So that's a newest addition to the soundboard. Do you want to watch more, or do you have something to say?
Sure, let's watch some more.
Troops or Israeli troops in. Okay, why are we putting our guys in? Ben Ferguson, that traitor, said that it was no big deal that 13 Americans died. It's a huge deal.
Never said that.
13 Americans died. Why do you send your goddamn Israeli friends into a war? They started it. They started it.
Never said by me. Never said by me.
You know what?
So much shit.
Cenk,
I'm never going to let anyone else on this program talk, because the minute I start talking, they start interrupting and go, "Oh, Israel's the greatest. Israel's the greatest."
Okay.
They bribed all of our politicians.
Today.
It is exceedingly clear.
Okay.
So stop working for Israel, you corrupt sons of bitches.
Okay.
Work for America. Here's your solution. And it's super simple. We get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
We have zero interest in there. None. So let
And
Israel,
now you know why Trump had to do what he had to do.
Their own war. You put in the ground troops. Ben Ferguson, answer this question. Should we be sending Israeli ground troops or American ground troops?
I think there's no major ground troop movements because the president's made it clear we're not invading the country. If you listen to what he said, you would already know that, not have to ask that
If we put in ground troops, now that's another lie. He'll come back and say,
I
always said we were going to put in ground troops.
You know what? Okay, look, I'm going to call an end to this. Cenk,
American or Israeli?
The truth is,
American or Israeli?
All right, Cenk,
which ground troops?
Cenk, calm down. The truth,
American, both potentially, but American, because despite this is how Cenk sets up his point. He starts with a false alternative, or not a false alternative in this case, a intentionally false premise, which is America is fighting a war for Israel. And so under that premise, now should America also sacrifice troops on the ground, or should it be Israel? Well, no, your premise is false, and you're expecting the other side of the debate to accept it and then argue on those terms. That's not how it worked, Cenk. And you know it. That's why you shout everybody down. Oh, I love how he already kind of preempts all future interruptions and says this is why. Like he gives an explanation for future interruptions. Yeah, thanks. Because up until now it was what?
So yeah, it was an interesting segue. We have a super chat from Roland. Thank you so much. He says, I would actually see the likes of Chang and Tucker in a somewhat less inexcusable light if they only did their thing for money rather than out of sheer malevolence of their heart. I don't know how much of a difference that makes for me. Like I said earlier, we talked about what's the guy's name? The guy who left the Trump administration recently, Joe Kent. Like if he is anti-Semitic or not. Like it doesn't really make that much of a difference to me. Like if you are anti-American, if you are, leading America to a disastrous future, do I care what reasons you have that? Or what, like, let's say it's like somebody tried to say that Joe Kent, lost his wife in a war, so that's why he has this stance. And it's like, well, I don't care what is like I mean, I'm sorry for it that happened, but like you cannot compromise national security of a state because one guy doesn't like it because he has something bad happened to him. Like, this is ridiculous. There is an objective reality. There is something right that has to happen, and that's it. There is nothing else to consider, and I don't care.
By the way, sorry for the background noise. Just for that point, I'm not sure I understand it. Joe Kent lost his wife to Islamic terrorists, which is why he supports them now. Can you elaborate?
So he doesn't want to go to war because he lost wife in a war.
Yeah. Again, the anti-war side is the people who want this finished and finished the right way, not the people who want Iran stronger and doing the war on their terms.
Bonnie says, can you get law degree by yelling? So apparently Cenk does have a law degree, and he actually was an associate attorney in 1996. Washington, D.C., and also in New York City. Amazing. But thankfully, he moved on to Young Turks pretty quickly after that. So, I mean, he would be, in the trenches for Luigi Mangione and people like that. I can definitely imagine that. Bonnie says Cenk is for America, but doesn't want the U.S. to fight Islamists. Yeah, I mean, again, he is like, and ironically, he is the America First crowd now. He is in the same trenches as, I mean, not necessarily people like Nick Fuentes, but yeah, people like Tucker Carlson, right? Who the America First. It's all just about America, while ignoring any ideas that America stands for, ignoring any ideology even that America should stand for. Like you have Tucker Carlson like arguing for alliance with like Russia and Qatar, which again, what alignment is there? Do they like American Constitution? Do they have any appreciation for American values outside of weird, like at least they are socially conservative, like Maduro? I'm wondering if that's why Tucker Carlson's not a big fan. We took out his socially conservative regime in Venezuela. So, Razi, you sent me these clips. Anything else you want to say about it?
No, and I need like a minute to transition into my laptop.
Okay. It's okay. We have the replacement Razi here if we need it.
Kill a Turkish person and then you go to rest.
Well, I thought there was a soundboard thing. What's replacement Razi? I wasn't here for. I didn't watch the first hour and a half of the show.
Well, this is a replacement Razi.
Kill a Turkish person and then you go to rest.
Oh, did you play that when you first said this? I didn't hear it. Anyway.
Oh yes. All right, let's take a look at the news. Okay, so the launches from Iran were intercepted in the north. No reports of casualties. And there were also additional sirens in Upper Galilee, but also incident has ended and no casualties. And looks like nothing else here. I was about to yell echo, but let me remove you.
All right. Did we have anything else that we were going to play? I don't know. Again, I don't know how much you played, but that, yeah, Cenk, that Cenk is good content. I think there was something else, right, that we were going to play. Did I send you something else?
I think this was yesterday. I mean, we can replay this.
Oh, there's the Tucker Joe Kent thing.
Yes.
We can play some of that.
We played some of that.
Oh man, how long have I been gone? All right.
He's been resting. I cannot do it. Israeli accent, Hebrew accent.
All right. Yeah, I'm thinking I agree with Roland. If I do, in either case, I definitely like the wording of somewhat less inexcusable. Yeah, it's despicable either way, but
I don't know. Was like Judas more respected because he just did it for money?
Look, Cenk, you know, there's zero redeeming qualities. There's zero redeeming qualities if somebody does something just for money as well. But there's some kernel of positive something that they're after in the very wrong way. And you know, I don't know how to make this sound not bad. Look, he is fully
No, I
committed.
think that's why I hate people like Dave Rubin more, because like they, or even Netanyahu, right? Like they have the knowledge to do something better, and they purposefully choose not to. Now you could, in a sense, you could make the same argument about Tucker Carlson, because like I don't think Tucker Carlson is like insane. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's playing into it.
Yeah.
Like in a sense, like I think Tucker is more evil than like like an 18-year-old Hamas soldier. Can I make that comparison? Because like in so many ways, like they are just didn't have a choice, but they were very much railroaded into a certain type of life. They can still choose to do
Tucker
something
is
else.
Absolutely, Tucker is more evil than an 18-year-old Hamas murderer, without a doubt. Tucker is an ideologue behind this. He's a grown-up. Again, as an 18-year-old, you are an adult and should be, you know, if you're committing a crime, should be tried for those crimes as an adult. But it is not the same. An 18-year-old and a 50 whatever Tucker is, that is not the same. And again, Tucker, if you look at his history, even though I don't think he was ever good, the views he expressed, he said things in the past about Israel. I don't know if we ever played any of this, but things that really sound like he's talking about his future self. So yeah, I'm with you.
I would put in even older that he still was, because like if you are a Hamas terrorist, like your whole life you are being railroaded into a terrorist lifestyle. Like that's what you are. So in a sense, it does take a lot of independence, a lot of going out of your way to basically choose a different path. In America, I think generally you are railroaded into, well, I wish you were railroaded into being like pro-Western, but at least like somewhat pro-American. So to go out of your way to become like an anti-American POS, to go to Russia and have an interview with Putin, to go to Iran. Well, that was, I think, done through like Zoom or something. But like have an interview with Pezeshkian, like support all the terrorist organizations. That takes so much. Like that's not like an automatic thing. You have to focus your mind and say, what is the most disgusting and evil thing I can do, and like choose that instead of being born in Gaza and shutting down your mind and ended up, being a terrorist that will go to war with Israel.
Yeah. By the way, I see one of the trolls in the chat worried that the Pentagon is going to get more money to resupply America's stockpiles, and America might actually win this war. This person, this troll claims to be in America, which is possible. There are many people in America who would like to see their own country destroyed, and the sooner the better. And if it's by Iran, even better. And they to the extent that they get their wish, they might be very surprised, because a lot of these people, when their loved ones die, when they themselves, get terribly injured, are not really happy, but they're happy to see it from afar. And Bonnie says, I'd really like to know if Iran is getting resupplied with missiles, etc. Me too, and especially with drones, because drones are, I think, easier, or not. I think it's 100% easier to get them, to make them, to get parts and assemble them, and and I'm wondering to what extent shipping into any part of Iran is possible, while Iran makes it impossible from the Gulf. So that's another pressure point. But of course, I'm sure you discussed this part. We did get back to Trump's Qatar first policy when Israel did the right thing and bombed some gas plant in Iran that caused significant damage to them, and Iran, in response, bombed a gas plant in Qatar and caused damage. And then Trump apologized to Iran, essentially, because Qatar maybe called him and said, "Hey, you want that plane? Rein Israel in and make sure total victory is not achieved, or is not, or is further away." So that's a shame, and we need to remember. And actually, this goes back to a point Nikos made yesterday when we were discussing, who's going to stop Trump from doing this, and I said, I think with Europe they can't really stop him, and I think their weakness on this is going to strengthen his resolve. But the Gulf states are a problem. Trump sees them as a cash cow, and like he said in Saudi Arabia, he has no issue with what they do to their own people. So, and he's not gonna judge them on it. He's not gonna demand that they become civilized in order to do business with him. And now he is protecting them from Israel, essentially, because if Israel does the right thing in Iran, it will get worse before it gets better, and it will get worse specifically for the Gulf states.
What do you want to do?
Let's do we have did you play the whole thing with Joe Kent and what's his face?
What do you mean, the whole thing?
The whole interview?
Obviously not.
All right, we could play more of that, but before we do that, did you talk about the
what? Talk about what? Oh, okay, you lost. Well, I don't know what he meant. So let's see how quickly Razik can join back in the meantime. Let me find the Tucker Carlson interview. Oh, Russia Today journalist. I don't think so. Did anybody else hear about the Russia Today journalist? By the way, we should mention that today, like every day, we do have a super chat goal of £100, at which we will turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream. So we are 32 pounds 75 pence far. So we are only 67 pounds and 25 pence away from reaching the goal, at which the ads will stop playing. Oh boy. All right, this is looking interesting, but I'll wait for Razi to read this out. Meanwhile, let me just quickly check the news. All right, big news here. U.S. has just approved emergency arms deal worth approximately 11 billions to the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Jordan. Secretary of State Marco Rubio invoked special emergency authority to bypass the congressional approval process, determining that the immediate supply of security equipment is essential to American national security interests. Under the deal, purchase radar systems for air defense worth $8 billion, and UAE will receive some drone interception systems cost more than 2.7, and also some aircraft spare parts for Jordan for 70 million.
We're giving 2.7 billion to the UAE.
2.7 billion. Those are American dollars. That should go to Americans.
Any day now on the Young Turks, I'm sure. Oh, by the way, did you play Cenk and Anna talking about Lebanon should join the...
Yes.
Yeah? Oh, man, you played everything. Yeah, I was gone for a while.
You sent me 2 clips.
And the Tucker one, which I didn't even send. But anyway. All right, let's see this Russia Today journalist standing for some reason in a place where missiles fall.
Do we know he's Russia Today?
Yes.
Because everybody I see British.
Oh, he's British. He's just
oh yeah, that's he doesn't even have Wikipedia page. What's going on?
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
Fuck. Language, you're on television.
I have television.
Where?
Yeah, that is a big ouchie. Maybe, and this is a really out there thought. Yes, we will play it again, Bonnie. I believe we'll play this maybe as many times as we play the. We're just reporting it. It actually fits, but yeah, maybe don't be a shill for terrorists. Don't work for a propaganda channel for of a dictatorship that starts wars and then supports them elsewhere. Maybe if you do, don't cry about it when you get something that you really, really deserve. By the way, I did check with my lawyer, Matthew Humphreys, before tweeting my thoughts about this. So anybody who wants to go over and retweet my tweet at Razi Ginsburg, feel free to do so. My lawyer wasn't conclusive. That's Matthew Humphreys, for people who don't know. Wasn't conclusive that I'm not going to go to prison for it, but I thought it was worth taking that chance. Daniel, can we watch that beautiful clip one more time?
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
All right. We don't need your swearing, dude. This is a family show, okay? I don't know what your people are up to in Russia today, but on this channel, we never ever swear. That does look uncomfortable, but again, you know, it's not undeserved. Daniel, your thoughts before I get us all thrown in prison.
I don't know why we would be thrown in prison.
Are you checking this guy out? I mean, not sexually.
Yes, very sexy.
Are you checking out his stuff online?
Oh yeah, I'm checking how media are reporting on this.
Oh, come on. We know how media is going to report on this. I want to know more details about him.
I'm at the Daily Mirror, which, again, reminder, is read by wives of the men who lead the country, who rule the country, rather.
For people who don't know, is a left-wing tabloid in the UK.
Is reportedly in who is reporting on this? Reportedly in hospital after being hit by shrapnel from an Israeli strike in Lebanon. As the country's health ministry says, Israeli attacks have killed more than 1,000 people. That's important to include there. Yeah, they work for Russia Today. What are they doing there? Yeah.
Reporting. Just reporting.
Editor-in-chief of RT wrote, our correspondent Steve Sweeney has been wounded by an Israeli strike in Lebanon. He says an IDF plane fired upon the car carrying Steve and his cameraman as they were crossing a bridge in the south of the country. What? They were like standing there.
They were standing next to, from what I understand, from what I read elsewhere, and I don't know, this is not 100% confirmed or anywhere near 100%, but the target was a bridge, right? It was a bridge over the Litani.
Oh, yes, I see it now. And I think, wasn't it like struck already once? Like if we look at if I can pull up the clip again. Like this doesn't look like maybe, you know, I've never been to Lebanon. I don't know how they build their bridges, but I feel like that bridge has already been struck once. So I don't think it's unexpected that it would be struck again.
Let me read a tweet from Vicegrad24, which is they're pretty good typically.
It's Visegrad.
Also good. RT propagandist Steve Sweeney, who was injured in an Israeli airstrike on a strategic bridge used by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, was allegedly on the phone with Lebanese information minister Paul Morkos after the strike, attempting to portray the incident as a, quote, deliberate Israeli attack on journalists. Prior to the strike, the IDF had issued a warning to evacuate the site where Sweeney and his crew were filming, stating that they were about to strike the bridge in the area imminently. The bridge was used by Hezbollah to transport terrorists and weapons to the southern front lines. The Kremlin propagandist chose to ignore the warning, putting himself and his team at risk. The Russia propaganda machine is now in full force. Yeah. Yes, somebody else says we have to see it again for research purposes. Obviously,
just quickly, because like Visegrad is generally, I don't like that, especially like on like sort of quick reporting. I don't know how much they confirm stuff, but Mirror has a confirmation from the IDF that it issued explicit warning regarding this area, and the crossing was struck after sufficient time has passed since warnings. And it also, the crossing was again targeted today, Thursday at 12:30.
Yeah, I saw this tweet. It showed up on my timeline. It was from Loki. Loki, for people who may remember, I think we did a show about him before October 7th, right? He's a British rapper, another one of those musicians who nobody heard of in any context and doesn't know any of their songs, but knows that they hate Jews. He had some sort of anti-Semitism scandal, again, well before October 7th, got removed, if I remember correctly, from a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so he tweeted, the moment Israel targeted British journalist Steve Sweeney in southern Lebanon, that's he tweeted this video with this tweet. So yeah, it's not just the Russian propaganda machine. All the pieces of this puzzle know their role, and Low-Key is one of those people who jump on it because it needs to be amplified quickly. Remember, their story, they know, they never fact check anything. They know it needs to be repeated. It doesn't matter if it's true. It matters it is said and out there, and people will hear it. And then when the facts come, well, come on, we've already heard the facts, and now we hear Israel's version. So we saw this with, again, there are still people like Jeremy Corbyn who still have a tweet up from October 17th, 2023, saying Israel deliberately targeted a hospital, El Ali Hospital, killing 500 people, in what we later saw video proof of it being a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket aimed to kill Israeli civilians, misfired, dropped on the the parking lot of the hospital, which for some reason caused a massive explosion and killed a couple dozen people, maybe. But it was put out there and it was repeated, and it doesn't matter. People now might remember that and might not remember, the correction. And more importantly, people might go and kill Jews over this. So that's the goal of the Low-Keys of the world, and anybody who's pushing this as anything other than Israel did the right thing, and as what could have been a positive consequence, a propagandist almost died as well. Unfortunately, he wasn't close enough. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it wouldn't be unexpected for Russia Today or journalists for Russia Today to do this specifically because of what they know might happen. I mean, again, he wasn't standing on the bridge, right? He was standing like just far enough to possibly be safe. Again, I don't know. I don't know. Let's say if this guy was being genuine, which why would you ever do anything like that unless your specific reason was to straight up get this recording, which again is conveniently 40 seconds just when it was about to hit. Wondering how long the raw footage is.
Yeah, I don't know if we need the whole propaganda that came before this, but maybe. Susie says, this is why I say Israel just need to do what it has to do, as either way they are blamed and damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yes, and unfortunately Israel doesn't do what it has to do. As I've been saying, it's now in second gear, which is better than first gear. But it still doesn't do fully what it has to do. And the bits that it does, it keeps apologizing for. And yeah, look, if you look at the reporting from Lebanon, specifically with Sky News, a lot of the report, but I'm sure others, Sky News, because this is what shows up on my timeline. Did Israel deliberately target healthcare workers, or healthcare workers died? By the way, I haven't seen much reporting in Western media about the Palestinians who died yesterday from an Iranian missile, but again, they weren't killed by Jews, so it's not a story. And I'm sure to the extent that it was reported as there are more casualties in Israel's war on whatever. So yeah, Israel, do what you have to do and drop the altruism and say we are doing the right thing for the right reasons, and we are stopping the killings. That's what we are doing. There's people who just want there to be nothing but murder in the Middle East, and we are stopping at least the part where we are the target of that, because that's an army's job, is to protect its own civilians from that. All right, Daniel, I really think I have a short memory. So can you remind me visually what it is we're talking about right now? Wait, I didn't see any of it. It was.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and
Yeah. Any additional thoughts, or should we play it again?
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Man, I hope they got the bridge though.
Well, if not, maybe he can report some more and they can strike it again. Yeah, try from the bridge itself. I mean, a journalist in wartime, Steve, really needs to be, on location, not right next to location. That's not proper wartime heroic reporting. So, yeah, better luck next time, as I say. Shmuju asks, does anyone have the link to that? Yes, go to Rosie Ginsburg on X, and the latest tweet is a retweet of anti-Semitic rapper Low Key tweeting that video. So
how do you spell low key?
What?
How do you spell low key?
It's one word, Lowkey.
Oh.
I don't know what his
he has 500,000.
Yeah, that 500,000 is not for his music. I'm gonna take a wild guess and
oh
say,
my god, do you wanna listen to his #1 song, Long Live Palestine?
No, thank you. Yeah, of the things, sometimes we often gladly play things that we know are gonna get us demonetized for the episode, but
or his #3 song, Voice of the Voiceless, or his #5 song, Terrorist? ?
Yeah. All right. Salome asks, why isn't George Galloway reporting on location from Russia for Russia Today and Press TV, the Iranian channel? Good question and good idea. I would suggest that to George, but he has blocked me on Twitter, so I can't do that directly. But George, come on, I know you watch this kind of stuff all the time. Just do it, man. Do it. Stand with your people. All right. Do you want to see some George Galloway? Susie. Sorry, Salome is never ever gonna bring up that name again if we do that. But come on, yeah, a little bit of if it's very recent. Actually, if it's let's see some of the reporting on this. That's a good thing to find. If George Galloway did something, or Novara Media, although I think they will remove our stuff, or Owen, or any of the usual suspects, I would love to see. Susie wants to see Pierce, Morgan, and Tucker there. First of all, Tucker is not a wartime reporter. Pierce is never gonna leave his comfy studio, and I don't think it's gonna happen. But I'm sure he's gonna have a moral quandary over this.
So I think I have to read the lyrics from Loki from his Long Live Palestine, and guess, people in the chat, when was this written? Every coin is a bullet if you're Marks and Spencer, and when you're sipping Coca-Cola, that's another pistol in the holster of the soulless soldiers. You say you know about the Zionist lobby, but you put money in their pocket when you're buying their coffee, talking about the revolution, sitting in Starbucks. Remember, it didn't start in this dark December. This is a song from 2011.
Yeah, that's and I love how this is like the BDS. What the whole list is in song form. Yeah, Loki. As I mentioned, like if you search Loki on this channel, I'm almost certain we did a show about him, right? This was before I was.
Specifically?
I think this was when he was either removed from Spotify or something like that over some anti-Semitic scandal of his. But Daniel, you can fact check me on that, and I hope if we did a show, his name is in the title, because that'll make it easier to find. I don't know that he's actually in the news in any way. He's just where I saw this This is the tweet that
I don't see anything.
All right.
Maybe when did we do this? Was this like a long
okay.
time?
Galut Greg says this was somebody else. What was the Wiley what? Yeah, I really do need to get my anti-Semites history in order.
Roman Vikings asking, is the Lebanese government doing anything? Well, from what we've heard from Anna, what she would want them to do is attack Israel. So, but no, I'm sure. I mean, they want a ceasefire. They want to stop being attacked for harboring terrorists. They feel sad about this.
Oh, Wiley was the whole name of the rapper. Did we do that? Yeah, it was somebody. So, yeah,
when was this? Like years ago?
This was definitely. It was before October 7th when there was such a scandal in the UK by some. Oh, Bonnie. Apparently, there are two low-key.
No, low key, not low key. As in LOWKEY, not low key, as in the Nordic.
Roman asks, any high priority hits today? Not that we can see from the news, and it could be because Trump has basically said, remember, I was praising Pete Hegseth's press conference a few days into this war, and I enjoyed what I saw of his press conference today. But what I loved about that first press conference, the first one that I saw, was the stuff about, we're not going to fight with all these rules of engagement that make it impossible to win wars. Well, this is a rule of engagement. And look, this is, America being in this war makes it winnable in a decisive way that Israel, if it wanted to, and if it had any chance of getting there, would take much longer to get there and would have to strike, much harder in a way that would cause much more damage to the people who might eventually rise up and create a better Iran. But yeah, it also comes with the unfortunate weight of America's alliances in the Middle East, alliances that are a product of these countries in the first place, stealing from Americans and British and French companies, and the West accepting it, because who are we to tell them? Because it's their land and what have you. So yeah, I would love to see a sort of an attitude towards these countries that's similar to the attitude to Europe, which I think is correct from Trump. Like, Trump has the correct attitude to Europe, which is, we are, you people are cowards. You people can't take the right side of history in any situation. Like, it's usually you Europeans who cause a tremendous amount of trouble, and then the U.S. has to come in, bail you out. This time we're helping you out, among others, by defending ourselves, by going on the most just military operation since World War II. And you are not just standing on the sidelines, you are speaking against it. So yeah, there's that, but there is the approach that could be to the Gulf states of, Saudi Arabia today said, after another oil, whatever it was that was hit by Iran, we're not ruling out the use of military force. Why are you not ruling it out? Why are you not doing it? You are attacked repeatedly. Just do something. And again, America, I don't know the details of how easy it is to do these different things, but you can outsource to Saudi Arabia. You worried about Americans dying if you have troops on the ground? Tell Saudi Arabia to send troops on the ground to the southern coast of Iran, and just take that part, and then pass it along to the U.S. when the time is right. Like, we're defending these countries, and when I say we, I mean the United States and Israel, not Britain, for sure, but not just the United States. Israel as well, because Israel is taking out the launchers that are launching mostly at other countries. Israel is taking them out. So why are these countries doing really literally nothing except whining about Israel actually doing what needs to be done against these savages?
Do you want to listen to what's the guy's name again? Joe Kent?
Yes, but just before that, I want to read what Roman Viking says. Roman Viking says there are truck convoys crossing from Tajikistan into Iran. There are reports the IRGC had drone factories there in the last 4 years. Yeah.
Well, that's okay, because from what we've seen from the Iranian propaganda, Iran is bombing Tajikistan, so we're good there.
What? Really?
I mean, have you seen that AI, thing?
The way the arrows are, yeah. All right. Yeah. Do we want to see Joe Kent? Wait, before you show me Joe Kent, okay, let's see Joe Kent. But after that, can we see if you can find any of the usual suspects talking about this? They are going to talk about Israel targeting a journalist. He is going to be, first of all, because they will spin it as.
Didn't this just happen though?
It happened hours ago. It happened like Loki's tweet is from 5 hours ago.
Probably not, yeah.
Come on, we're already talking about it. They're going to spin it as targeting, and they're going to spin him as a journalist. So, yeah, we should be on that. This is one of those moments, people, when we can actually enjoy content from Anna, from Cenk, from Megan, from I don't know if Megan is going to talk about this, but and George Galloway. Yeah, I want to see that. But let's see this first.
Wait, I thought you said you want to see that first. Okay, let me just quickly see if anybody is commenting on this. But I see. Rick Sanchez. Do we know anything about this guy? His name seems familiar.
I don't. But let's find out.
He's a host of Journalistically Speaking, formerly seen on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and now RT. All right, there we go. Oh, what was this? Wait, he has a conversation with him? Wait, there's an exclusive interview with the guy who was struck by Israeli.
Trying to figure out when you realize, oh crap, there's a missile coming at me. What was that? What was that realization like? Take me through it.
Well, we were just finishing off. That was coming to the end of the report, actually, and we heard the fighter jets were roaring overhead. They'd been ahead over the course of our filming, which isn't unusual in South Lebanon. We hear them roaring overhead quite often, but they were heading away from our direction at that point towards Tyre. Then we heard the missile incoming. Now everything sort of went in a little bit of slow motion, really. And then we heard the impact and. Like I said, we were incredibly lucky to come away with the injuries that we did. I mean, they're fairly minor. But Scott Ritter said, and I think he's right to say that this was a deliberately targeted attack. There's no question about it. This was a bridge that had already been destroyed. There was no warning. Quite often there are warning strikes ahead of a major.
All right, let me just. This is.
Not a destroyed bridge, by the way. So somehow. There's still whole line. Like you can just go the other way. Like this is not a destroyed bridge; it's damaged bridge.
Yeah, but also these guys, obviously, he's not going to be interviewed by somebody who asks any tough questions. But this guy actually thinks, I'm sure, just like we had to Google him, so did people in the IDF after they heard that he was after they saw this video and saw his name. And they're like, who is this guy? Okay, he works for Russia Today. Okay, well, no biggie. Yeah, these people actually think they're targeted. Yeah, and Bonnie, I agree. There should be
and just a reminder, the people who are targeted by Israel don't get to speak about it afterwards.
Yeah, Yeah, they don't get to speak about it afterwards. Even the ones who are like in hiding, you know, in the shelter under their mansion, let alone, you know, if they're standing out in the open. So I agree with you, Bonnie. There shouldn't be a warning. It's war. Unfortunately, there are warnings, and so this guy, again, he knew, and I guess he knows that he knows how careful the IDF is, that he felt confident enough standing right next to that bridge.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder, like he 100% knew that this was going to happen there. And he has so much confidence in the IDF that he was like, imagine doing that with like a Russian rocket that, you know, or the Iran, that Iran says they're going to strike something. And hey, I'll stand like few paces away from the place they're going to strike and be confident in that nothing is going to happen to me, or that I'll get light injury. And again, I think the injury is him, you know, although no, he might have been injured. I mean, he was standing pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised if some shrapnel, you know, got out a little bit and hurt him in some way, or, you know, him just like falling down from the shockwave. Wouldn't be surprising, but again, very much self-inflicted because he didn't have to be there. And not even in the journal, he shouldn't be there. He's like, that place was being struck. Probably shouldn't be right next to it.
Okay, there was some comment from the Russian Foreign Office. They say the attack on the RT journalist in Lebanon by Israel is unacceptable and is a violation of international law. I saw somewhere else, although it's a less, I don't know how reliable the other source is, that the Israeli ambassador will be called in. And yeah, again, why? Well, I know why, but Israel really should.
Wait, why is wasn't that a British citizen? Why is Russian Foreign Office like?
Yeah, well, we know why, and I don't know that the British. I don't know the British aren't going to say something similar. It would not surprise me, but yeah. Ooh. Okay. Do we have more of that? And then I'll send you something else.
I mean, we have more from Rick Sanchez. He also has a few clips with Scott Horton, if we want to do
that. In a bit, yeah. But do we have more from the interview with Steve Sweeney?
Wait, who's this?
And then I have what, according to the description, is quite the gem. But
oh my god, UN weapons inspector is also on the side. It looks like the same car. Why is everybody talking from car? Do you want to listen to UN former UN weapons inspector about this?
Yeah, but first I want to hear the rest of the Steve Sweeney interview.
And
thank you, Jonathan,
don't
for
know
the
if there's more. Oh, well, there's a little bit more from this one, I guess.
And we were right by a Lebanese army base, so they quite often they get a message to the Lebanese army to say we're about to strike this bridge. So there was no pre-warning, but this was definitely, without any shadow of a doubt, this was a precision strike to kill us, essentially.
Precision strike.
Without any shadow of a doubt. That is the hard-hitting journalism that you get from Russia Today. Yeah, and wherever this was broadcast.
I'm trying to figure out when you realize, oh crap, there's a.
Without any shadow of a doubt, this guy claims to have been targeted by the greatest Air Force on the planet, and somehow they missed him. Like, yeah. Yes. Susie says, yeah, so precise they missed you. That's how good the Israeli Air Force is. Daniel, before we move on, I think we just, I don't know if Jonathan just joined now. I mean, I know he was here earlier, but for people who haven't seen this, just in case, or people who forgot what it looks like, let's see what we were talking about up until now.
I need a second. I don't have it. There we go.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Wait, did he just walk away? I thought he like fell on the ground, but he just walked away.
I thought he was ducking.
No, he's like running.
Wait, no, at this point, you might as well play the whole thing from the beginning.
Well, I want it like slow down, but he's like.
Can't you slow it? Yeah.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Okay, let's see. He's just walking away.
Fuck.
So he was already like, I don't know, 20, 30 meters away, fully safe and secure when he dropped all those F-bombs. Just, what?
And he had to come back. Because the microphone was. Oh no, microphone was probably.
The microphone must have been on him. Yeah, he's still. He's so. Yeah, what was the swearing for at that point? It's completely unacceptable.
It's
Paul asks.
Posthumanist.
Paul asks, "Is it wrong that I laughed?" It's not wrong if you laughed when we just showed it, but if you laugh now when we're showing it again, that is really wrong. So do not laugh, people. Let's watch it now and be serious about it.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahar.
By the way, I think that's here in the background. That's Ayatollahs. I feel like.
And admitted. Fucking.
Yeah, Susie says he should be thanking his lucky stars, not doing a self-pitying media tour. He should be thanking Israel for using precision weapons, where a bigger bomb would have meant they don't necessarily have to come back and bomb it again. But yeah, I mean, self-pity media tour works for his career, I think.
Did we read the super chat from Jonathan?
I thanked him for the super sticker. If that was the last one. Yeah.
Well, it does say Chi, but.
Oh, Paul says, I laughed when you posted it on X. Yes, that is so unacceptable that as sort of to show that you're remorseful, you should retweet that tweet. But again, I do not actually know 100% that you're not going to get arrested just for retweeting that. So bear that in mind.
We could just have that video on a loop, and I can click it whenever, like a soundboard.
Yeah, but this is not a soundboard. This is a visual. It's
well,
not
but like a soundboard, but it would be a video clip. So like that. But that's the only one I have right now on hand.
We've been talking about doing some, now that we're using StreamYard, doing some sort of opening music or theme song. That would be a great theme song. Although I would cut it before the F-bombs drop. There's going to be a limit to those, but yeah, let's keep enjoying this while we can until we get arrested. All right, you wanted to play some.
You know what Paul did when he saw the video?
I actually lolled.
You know what Seinfeld's response is to you, Lolling?
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
Why is the volume low on Seinfeld?
Because I don't have it balanced.
All right, yeah. I think we're all not fully balanced, so let's watch something super serious, I'm sure.
Like what?
Like whatever you're about to play from whoever it was, whose name I don't remember, but who sounded like somebody.
I mean, I have Joe Kent, but I just have the whole interview. We already played the important clips, I think.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, let's play the other guy that you mentioned.
Who's the other guy? Oh, Horton.
Oh, wait, before that, can you play the Trump clip I sent you? Which I haven't seen, but I read the description of, and I want to see if it matches the description.
But one question, why didn't you tell U.S. allies
Wait, turn it up.
in Asia, like Japan, about the war?
Wait, rewind it and
So,
turn up the volume, because I can't hear it.
That's the max. That's what you sent me.
That's
Turn
the
up your
max?
volume.
All right. But can you still rewind it to the beginning?
good friend, but one question, why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay.
It's a good stand-up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like having watched that, but all right, whatever. Yeah, Daniel, Susie asked about the new Ayatollah's sexual orientation, and before we get Seinfeld's view on that, do we have anything like any actual video confirmation of his?
I'm not playing that again, and I don't even know what it is.
All right, then let's play whatever it is that you have.
Wrong with that?
No, of course not.
We need more of them. We haven't played this one in a while, so I just have to play it.
round was
The only people who are Israelis who are not young will know that for the most
That's
part.
why I haven't played it yet, so I just have to do it sometimes to get the use out of it.
All right, yeah, let's play the guy you said.
Oh, Horton? Well, let's do the UN guy first. I mean, I don't know what he will say, but...
All right. You don't know what he's going to say? Wait, then place your bets. Unacceptable escalation, targeting of journalists. He's not going to say escalation in this context, right? Is he going to say escalation? No. I mean, they have these words that sometimes don't really fit what it is they're trying to talk about. Is he going to say something about international law? How close is what he's going to say to the official Russian statement on this? That's the question.
All right, let's take a look.
By the way, we reached out to Scott Ritter, who is obviously an expert on military equipment.
Obviously.
He was a U.S. UN weapons inspector, as you, I'm sure, know. We asked him to look at the video and give us his opinion of what he thinks happened here and whose missile this was. Here's Scott.
There is no question about whose the missile was. What is this?
A cursory examination of the video evidence that has been shown seems to indicate that the projectile was a 155 millimeter artillery shell that's been modified to have a GPS.
Holy shit, he has very good eyes.
Guidance system, fins in the back to guide it in. It seems to be a derivative of the American Excalibur shell, probably modified by the Israelis to meet their specific requirements. But the important thing is this indicates that this was an observed target. There are eyes on target. A decision was made to specifically strike that target, which means they knew it was press, they knew it was a journalist. This was an assassination attempt by Israel to kill RT journalists.
Do you think they would have brought a U.S. Weapons expert who would have said something different, like
UN,
any weapons expert who would have said something different? Like, for example, Israel had managed in the first 40 seconds of this war to target 40 Iranian officials, including the supreme leader, and successfully killed all of them. Yet many of them in hiding, but they can't kill a journalist in broad daylight with a press thingy on him. They can only hit like nearby. This was wow.
Well, they wanted plausible deniability.
So they got the mission to fail, and no. That's not plausible deniability. Plausible deniability is you send an Arab in a suicide vest to kill him. That's plausible deniability, or just to shoot him. Anyway.
Yeah, Alejandro said the expert was parking while he saw the video. It's yeah, he's a busy guy. He has a lot of videos.
Yeah, a lot of missiles are.
Wait, what is this one? Something doesn't add up in the IDF's justification from striking Arctic. Dude, I can just stay all day on this. Let's listen to this one.
I think there's a good chance we might.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahari.
I love it that they replayed in every single one because I love watching.
Yeah, and a minute.
So yeah, we've been watching this development now for some time. Apparently, Steve was injured. That's him there, right? Yeah, that's Steve. His photographer was also.
Wait, was this after or before the interview?
I'm guessing this is before. And yeah, I don't know what sample they're taking there, but I'm not sure I want to know. Yeah, let's continue.
So injured, by the way. He was injured in the leg. Steve was injured in his arm and hand. They were hit with shrapnel from the fighter jet missile. They were taken to the hospital, and those are some of the pics that you're seeing right there of Steve. We understand now that they were also wearing visible, those blue press jackets that you're supposed to wear so that the people know that you're a member of the press. They were near a Lebanese army base when this thing happened, and the IDF is saying that they were targeting a bridge that was located there, and that they were issued a warning about the upcoming strike.
Well, to be fair, the warning was backwards, so maybe, and IDF already, and Hebrews already read from right to left, so they just got confused.
Okay, I do think we want to see if there's any other news except this guy's sob story. But yeah, by the way, Alejandro, if you're watching, first of all, I hope you feel better. And if you do feel better, feel free to join us. We're about to watch, well, not right now, but yeah, I think throughout the day, we're going to have some really good content on this because look, they've been saying for 2.5 years, we've been hearing that no journalists can get into Gaza, and also more journalists in Gaza have been killed over the last 2.5 years than all of humans in history, or something to that effect. But when you get this kind of visual, they will make a lot out of it, and yeah, yeah, Bonnie says we can laugh, and I am, but that other outlets are taking this seriously is very sad. Yes, it is very sad. But look, other outlets, their entire coverage is very sad, and we're covering their coverage, and we're sad about it. Today, within the context of we know what to expect, I think we can enjoy it. Although I'm not sure, because once we see some of the mainstream media saying the same thing that Russian government is saying, then I'm not sure it'll be as funny. But yeah. Okay, yeah, in Israel there's still issues with the trains because the major train station was hit. Also, the refinery in Haifa was hit. It was hit in the previous war as well. Officially, they are saying there is not too much damage. Actually, there's a fire there. It's not 100% sure. They're now checking if the fire is from like shrapnel, bits of an intercepted missile. So yeah, but there have been some blackouts in the Haifa area. All right, let's hear from the guy.
Do you just want to do the whole interview?
No, not Joe Kent, the other guy. Didn't you have somebody with a
but
Hispanic
it's on a different topic, I think.
Which is?
Let me see. I mean, it is about like Iran still, but just not this thing.
What we could do is start listening to it, and if it's not interesting, we can move on. And by then, more people will be talking about this this strike. The Young Turks are going to be live soon, right? And also, we are a third of the way to our super chat goal. At which point we will disable ads, because remember, there is a chance that you will get an ad while we replay that video. And I know you think, okay, I've already seen it, so what do I need to see it again? But believe me, you'll want to see it again and again. So yeah, get us to that super chat goal, and you won't miss a second. It's funny what you get when you search RT journalist on YouTube right now. I recommend doing that. But yeah. Okay, let's listen to the guy.
This is the same thing that happened, by the way, with the National Intelligence Estimate of 2002 on Iraq, where Condoleezza Rice briefed him. Who knows whether Bush read the thing, but it basically said Saddam would never use chemical weapons on us unless possibly if he has some and we invaded, he might try to defend the capital city with them. But he's going to give them to Al-Qaeda to attack America. That's not in there. And they say they don't assess that. And then what Bush said was, yeah, well, I disagree with that. I think that it is a threat that they could do that. And it's my opinion that counts. And this is where you got to go back to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the Constitution, where it's not supposed to be up to the commander-in-chief and his feelings to decide who we start a war with. That power resides only in the legislature. And of course, they're completely bought by AIPAC, but also at the same time, they also, as you've experienced your entire lifetime, are more eager than you could possibly imagine to delegate their authority to the president to decide to have a war rather than to declare and take the responsibility themselves.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is, and I do think we just wasted a few seconds of our lives. Yeah, bought by AIPAC. Okay, this is Congress. He said Congress is bought by AIPAC, right? Okay, so look, this is Cenk, but quieter. Yeah, you are.
I think he has been on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, well, that's surprising because you would think Cenk, but quieter is the qualifier is what gets you not invited to Piers Morgan.
I think he was on to talk about the Ukraine, actually.
Well, in any
And
case,
he was on with Ukrainian Anna, the best person in Ukraine, I guess.
I don't know who that is.
She's big in online politics. Well, kind of big in online politics, specifically with one political streamer, specifically with Destiny. She kind of like goes on his stream a bit to talk about Ukraine, and I think she's pretty, it's pretty good. Her dad died during the war in Ukraine, so yeah, not fun. But yeah, and then she has to listen to that guy talking about how it's the fault of the West that Ukraine is at war.
Yeah, and I'm sure if he didn't say it, he thought it. It's probably somehow the fault of Israel, because Congress is bought. If anybody who doesn't support the extermination of the Jews must be getting paid by Jews. Say people who, in so many cases, we end up hearing are paid by somebody, but it doesn't matter. It's, again, bottom line is they are promoting evil. If they are doing it because they believe in specifically that evil, or because they are receiving money to promote evil, either case, they're evil.
I think it is like a culmination of anti-Semitism. It's like you have such a disgust for Jews that you don't believe that anybody would willingly like defend Israel or defend Jews. So the only reason why the Goyim would be behind Jews or Israel is, of course, because they are being paid.
And Susie says he's also a friend of Daryl Cooper and Dave Smith and their ilk, which reminds me of another name we can look up. Yeah, let's see. We haven't done any Dave Smith stuff in a while, so maybe we can do that after. I want to start. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole video, but there's a Young Turks, the recent one that they posted on their channel about what's his face, Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro. Yeah, they have an obsession. I mean, they could say we have an obsession with them, but we're just enjoying the content.
Joe Rogan versus Ben Shapiro on Trump's war.
It's Israel's war, people. You forgot. Remember your own lines, people.
Even when you leave cable news, though, you will find some defenders of the Iran war. I think about the, trigonometry podcast. Like, they love it. They can't get enough of it. I mean, they're in the UK. Like, are you guys dragging your soldiers into a war on behalf of Israel? But anyway, so let's actually go to Ben Shapiro. He's one of the people who's not necessarily on cable news. He's doing his own thing with his podcast, which is losing viewership rapidly. But let's watch his response to Joe Rogan, who said that Trump betrayed his base by starting a war in the Middle East.
Wait.
Prevention.
Wait, can we get on? Can somebody get on their WhatsApp group or whatever group they use, so that we know, like,
Signal
group, where we hear, okay, today Ben Shapiro mentioned losing viewers, so unpopular. So, like, because these lines are kind of consistently pushed out in specific places. Anyway, Romancing the Troll says, I bet Anna's wild in bed. You and Daniel have some weird preferences that really probably should be kept for at least behind the paywall, if not off the air completely. But anyway, let's hear some.
I mean, there's something special about, a woman that not only like hates you, but wants all of your people to be gone. What was that line from, what's his name?
Palestinian Chicken?
Yeah. Something like that, right?
Yeah, something I'm trying to remember. I actually saw this, like, it showed up a couple of days ago. Yeah, that was a funny one. But who was it that said to me? I'm pretty sure it's somebody who might be watching now or watches the show sometimes, who said, after October 7th, watching Palestinian Chicken is less funny, and I get it. And I mean, even before that, it was like, okay, it's funny, but it's funny as a thing kind of to watch on a show that's supposed to be funny. If this was an actual friend of mine in real life, it might end it would end the friendship. Anyway, people, watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, Palestinian Chicken. If you can't watch the whole thing, that episode alone would be funny, even if you don't get the full context of the show.
It's fair enough, but his arguments are not convincing. Joe keeps insisting that this is an endless war. Now, that's wild because we are less than 2 weeks into the war, and it's not going to last probably more than another 2 weeks. When Michael Schellenberger pointed this out on a show, Joe then responded that all wars are endless, which, I mean, they're not. By the way, Joe happens to be wrong on the numbers in terms of people feeling betrayed who are in MAGA. MAGA remains behind President Trump foursquare. According to a brand new YouGov Economist poll, 91% of MAGA supporters approve of the way Trump is handling Iran. 83% of Republicans overall approve. No one is feeling betrayed unless they fundamentally misunderstood President Trump's foreign policy from the get-go.
What's the latest trend in hiring? Skills-based hiring, which actually emphasizes.
Yeah, let's listen to that ad. How long is this ad?
On ZipRecruiter.
People, I can guarantee you that if we get a huge amount of super chats, enough for us to grow the company and hire people, we will not use ZipRecruiter because no thank you if you sponsor Cheng. Let's continue.
Right, Ben, but as we all know, you're not going to get regime change in Iran by fighting a war through the air. So the airstrikes are not going to topple the regime. You would need boots on the ground. And so how do Republican voters feel? How does Trump's base feel about boots on the ground? Because the same polling that he's citing indicates that the vast majority of Americans, and that includes Republicans, don't want to see boots on the ground. Israel's objective is regime change, and they say that they won't stop until they get regime change. So that could lead to a forever war, couldn't it? But even more importantly, Iran is no longer interested in peace negotiations because they have tried to engage in peace negotiations on multiple occasions and then got sucker punched by the United States on 2 occasions. So now they're ready to punish the US and Israel. So there's no benefit to the United States by fighting this war. Israel will probably win no matter what. I mean, look, if they fail in toppling the regime, then they're actually going to be worse off because I'm sure Iran will now race toward a nuclear weapon. I mean, why wouldn't you? You need a deterrent.
Wait. Anna, Iran has stopped hiding the fact that they were already racing towards a nuclear weapon. But Anna, a couple of months ago, you did a video explaining why it would be a good thing if they got it. So why are you now pretending that they weren't? And yeah, come on. We have the videos. You say this on your show. You still have it up there. So I don't know why you're trying to fool your own audience. Ram says, say boots on the ground one more time. I don't want to know what's going on there with you guys and Anna and what sort of weird games are being played. But yeah, sounds fun. Daniel.
I recommend Oh Anna from Mother song on Spotify. I think that describes my feelings for her.
For the sake of our relationship, I am going to not listen to that, but let's listen to some more from Anna.
Belligerent country and its belligerent ally attacking constantly. How is that going to put Israel in a better place? It's not. You now have Ali Khamenei's son, who's a hardliner, as the Grand Ayatollah or the supreme leader in Iran. It's just a mess. It's a mess. So we've already lost 7 soldiers. Even if this doesn't end up being a forever war, why did we lose 7 soldiers to fight a war on behalf of a foreign country, Ben? We're spending $1 to $2 billion a year on this. I'm sorry, a day, not a year. $1 to $2 billion a day on this war against Iran, Ben. But do the Trump voters, the individuals who make up his base, who say that they're pleased with what Trump is doing, do they know all these details? Or are these details that are being withheld from them by people like you and Sean Hannity and other anchors over at Fox News? I think we know what the answer to that is. Shapiro, by the way, was responding to remarks that Rogan made on his podcast this week. And Rogan ended up doubling down. Here is the clip.
The problem is from the outside, like the rest of the world, you look at this unnecessary aggression by the United States government, and then you tack on whatever propaganda they have already been spitting out about America for the last 20 or 30 years. And then this war with Iran gets really ugly, because that's how you start a World War III. You start a World War III by doing something that, other than people that wanted this forever, who else thinks that's a good idea? Who else thinks it's a good idea to just attack a country that isn't doing anything? They haven't done anything. Like, if you've proof that they've developed the depleted uranium and they've got it up to a point where it's
okay. All right. Well, so first of all, they haven't done anything, and proof of enriching uranium is, there's stuff in between. But yeah, the proof is, their admission is a pretty strong, I'd say a pretty strong case. Look, they've been doing things for 47 years, and they've been saying they're doing these things because they want death to America. Yes, they also say death to Israel. And yes, there are many Americans who, like any suicide bomber, would take death to America if it means death to Israel. But there are also many Americans who would not. And and one of them, turns out, is the president that Joe Rogan so happily campaigned for. So yeah. Daniel, thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Always good when there's a Seinfeld reference in a super chat. Daniel says, Schick's appeal, does she know that rabbis can date? Yes, although the Schick's appeal, to be fair, I mean, I wouldn't compare Elaine to Anna, because Elaine, I wouldn't say she did nothing wrong, but she wasn't, she wasn't pure evil.
So Elaine was somewhat evil?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, they did really. Look, Seinfeld is funny, but they, as human beings, you don't want them anywhere near you.
I mean, the worst part I've seen so far is her putting Canadian quarters in the washing machine in her apartment.
Look, you don't get a lifetime ban from the soup Nazi for nothing, okay?
That is fair. Well, she did destroy the whole thing.
Well, afterwards, in retaliation.
Wait, when did she get the full year? I thought she just got 1 year ban.
Was it her who got a 1 year ban?
She got a 1 year ban.
No, I think it was the Spanish guy who said he was.
No. I just rewatched it. She got a 1 year ban, like when she came in, and I don't know if she got banned full time, like later on or something. Because then she got the thing, and then she came in to thank him for it, and maybe he gave her lifetime ban there.
He said, "You think you could get soup? You're wasting your time." But yeah, I think you're confusing it.
I'm definitely.
Simon says George got a 1 year ban. No, George didn't get any ban. He was just kicked out and then came back and got his soup. People, maybe that's what we should be watching here together. But I think Netflix will demonetize us.
That's still my favorite line. Por favor. Adios, muchacho.
Yeah.
It was also racist. It's hard to live under the Nazi regime.
Okay. Vic the Donkey says an F-36 got hit. Okay, I don't see it in the news yet, but we will keep following it. But yeah.
I rewatch Festivus episode.
we will get to that as well. Yeah, it is war. Bad things are going to happen. Hopefully, this didn't happen, and hopefully, if it did happen,
Wait, what happened?
the pilot ejected. So, but yeah, we're. Oh, Vic says pilot landed safely and is okay. All right, then that is still unfortunate, but you know, if the pilot is okay, hopefully, this is the kind of thing that Trump looks at and says we should double down. Then again, if it could be his response, we don't know. Look at his response to Qatar getting hit by Iran. He's condemning Israel. So, all right. Let's watch those Trump clips from the photo op, and then we will go back to the
troops
video.
Anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But no, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as low. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen.
Okay, but you're not putting. It's good that if you were, you wouldn't tell the journalist. But then why are you saying you're not? And okay, we don't fully know what the question was, so him talking about prices might be on point. But let's hear the other. Yeah,
we can take out the island anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. We've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do.
You got to have pipes. At this point, they need put something in it and smoke it. All right. Any thoughts on that before we go back to the Anna clip?
Again, we mentioned it earlier, like if you are going to fight a war, you need to fight a war, not this endless warnings that they'll get.
Yeah, warnings, apologies when you do a bit more and cause a bit more damage to the regime you're trying to remove. But yeah, you know what? I will put this as a note to talk about soon. But yeah, there's the stuff that not many are talking about that we should talk about, which is what Israel is doing to besieged forces, and how that could bring about the toppling of the regime, even though the Annas of the world are probably not talking about it because they want to say, oh, you can't topple a regime from the air. Not at all talking about what's being done, not from the air. WUB says CNN says it believed to be hit by the Iranians. Okay, then yeah, more needs to be done, I guess, to take out their defenses. By the way, again, let's put this into context on day 20 of this war. That this is the first plane that they've hit with planes flying around freely, hundreds of, I don't know how many planes, but hundreds of times a day these planes fly into Iranian airspace, and they're flying there all the time, and they have free reign. And there was one incident where apparently a few days ago this was reported, I don't know when exactly it happened, they tried and failed at taking down an Israeli jet, and now there's this, which caused damage to just the plane. So yeah, whenever this happens, it's scary. It could be tragic, but it's the exception that proves the rule of just how well really overall this is going, how quickly Iran is being defeated, and how the places where they're causing damage is stuff that we could very much feel, in our pockets, but is going to be short term relatively. And yeah, if we stay the course and understand how important it is to do what's being done. And again, I agree with Nikos and even with the naysayers who were against it to begin with, which is if the US backs off now, uses whatever imaginary off-ramp they give themselves, claims victory, that is the recipe for World War III tomorrow. Like that is saying to China, the US with Israel couldn't deal with Iran, so had to surrender essentially. So what are they possibly going to do to defend Taiwan? Now, Taiwan can do a lot to defend itself, but probably not enough. And very much the thing that's preventing China or that's delaying China's attempt on Taiwan is the concern about America. So America needs to show that they can fight a war, in an away game, so to speak, on enemy territory, thousands of miles from home, against a very strong military, a country with a huge population and a military that's been built to kill and do nothing else. It's not a defensive force, and it's been built over half a century. And and if America wins this decisively, China will think twice about going after Taiwan at all. And if America cuts and runs tomorrow or in a week or in a month, with the Strait of Hormuz not being opened by force, and with the Iranian regime not being... Look, this war can end with the regime still in power and China not seeing this as an opportunity to go after Taiwan. I would rather it didn't end with the regime still in power, but there is a point where you have the regime so much, like, weakened so much that it shows that America can do a lot. But we're way off from that point, and that point should not be the point of stopping any more than it should have been the point of stopping with when Israel finally fought back against Hezbollah in 2024, and Biden made them stop short of victory. And now, now we're seeing what happened in the time since, and why it should have been it should have been finished. And besides, Trump, if you stop short, Biden will say that's my move. So on that, Simon is saying Elaine got a 1-year ban. Correcting myself. All right, people, well done. Okay, let's go back to the clip.
I think it was done, wasn't it? Wait, what?
The Joe
Sorry,
Rogan.
Oh no, yeah, it was.
But what percentage does it have to be?
90%. Iran had enriched uranium to 60%.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
Subscribe to the Young Turks, everybody. Okay, Daniel, before we go to whatever is next, I think we may have some people watching right now who weren't watching before. So first of all, we only have 48 likes on this stream, and so Chank's angels are getting more wings than they need in order to fly. So if you are watching and you like it, click the like button, and then and if you are not yet convinced, let's watch this video once again that we played once or twice earlier in the show, and then you can decide if you want to like this video.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
I'm just wondering, how do you even get this job? Like, you just wake up one day from high school, you leave your grammar school over there, I'm just gonna be a scum of the earth and work for RT, or do you just fall into it when, like, you lose other jobs or you lose access to other things?
No, I think you build yourself up in a certain way. Either get it from your upbringing and never question anything, or create your own Comparchico scenario and which high school and university can very much help you with, and then you just run with it. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's not that he was looking for a job and this is what came up. Like this is on purpose. Okay, Daniel, I think what we should do is check if George Galloway or any of those people have commented on this, because I really would like to see some some of these.
I don't think we'll have anything yet, unless because even if they talk about it, I won't see it. Like somebody will have to clip it for me to see them talking about it.
All right. Well, when we see it, I'm gonna look for it as well. I'm looking at my feed because Twitter knows that I'm gonna pay attention if it shows me some horrible pro-terrorist scum, and yeah, so I'm getting I'm getting a lot of stuff with this particular video, and I'm loving it, whichever side it comes from. Okay. Did you play the Eitan Fishburger video of Joe Kent, the one that he tweeted?
We can play it again.
Wait, was that the one you played though?
I don't know.
Okay, let me send you this one. And yeah, maybe next we can talk about the besieged forces, because I don't know if the video I just sent you, the Joe Kent, not the Joe Kent one, the previous one about the besieged forces. It's difficult for me to know when these are real, which is a big part of why, like a bunch of them that I'm sure many of you have seen on social media, we've kind of been hesitant to play, like the ones where they play, the ones where they play drone sounds and then besieged forces sort of run away. I don't know for sure that these are real, and the fact that many people share them doesn't make them real, despite what Megyn Kelly would say. But oh, this is interesting. Okay, but yeah. But so when we show that kind of stuff, yeah, take it with a grain of salt. Okay, there's another thing I want to see from the. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's start with Joe Kent.
So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about.
Wait, who is he talking? JFK? Sorry, I kind of don't know.
It sounded to me like he's talking about Charlie Kirk. Let's hear it again.
Oh.
So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis.
That's not Charlie Kirk.
No, Eitan said, let's see, maybe they mention him.
Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is.
Charlie Kirk, yeah.
But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
No, I don't think you are.
because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And we knew at the end of the 12-day war, at the end of Midnight Hammer, that the Israelis were going to come back and ask us to go back to war again.
Right.
So we have a lot of data points between Butler, the assassination attempts against President Trump, the breaches of his security, what happened to Trump.
Whoa. We have a lot of data points, and then, we'll need to rewind a bit. We have a lot of data points, and here's a lot of stuff that happened. So why aren't we accusing the Jews of every single one of these things? For example, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, who was not of any of those positions that Joe Kent just, Charlie Kirk was against going to war with Iran. If he had spoken out against it, it was inconsistent. It would have been inconsistent with the rest of what he was saying. Let me just put it that way. He was questioning the relationship with Israel. Charlie Kirk was a massive supporter of Israel up until his very last day. And the closest thing to anything disputing that is him and Megyn Kelly talking, and him saying that there are some people in the pro-Israel lobby who are mean to him or something like that. That's the best that these people can find. And the FBI was told to stop investigating a connection of Israel to the assassination. We saw the assassin running on the roof. The weapon was found. His father turned him in. He admitted, he confessed. So we know with certainty who did it and why. And maybe there are some anti-Semites in the FBI who said, okay, yes, we have all the proof, but do we know that it wasn't the Jewsians? And if we don't know, why don't we investigate it? And it could be that somebody said, hey, stop wasting taxpayers' money on your anti-Semitic fantasy. That is all possible. It also is possible, and I say it's maybe even more than possible, that none of this actually happened in the FBI, and this piece of shit just is making it up right now on Tucker, or they made it up together before the show. That is a very, very likely scenario here, that they were sitting before and saying, how do we use this hour and a half or hour or however long it was, in the same way this would have been from Tucker, in the same way that I use every minute I have streaming, to get people to kill more Jews, to get people angry, get them out on the street, and get the best of them by these people's values to actually go and shoot at synagogues or drive trucks into synagogues or schools or whatever you can to globalize the Intifada and kill Jews. That is the goal of every word that comes out of Joe Kent's mouth. But here's the real problem here. It's President Trump. That's the problem, because President Trump has around him some decent people, and for some reason, he also has around him absolute scum like Joe Kent and David Sachs, one of whom is now openly an anti-Semite, but there's no way Trump didn't know that this guy was an anti-Semite before. And David Sachs, who is just scum or an idiot or a combination of the two. So, let's. I don't know what more we can say about that. Daniel, I know you need a break. Do we have something that we were gonna play that we can play that I can comment on in your absence? And I will also look to see if there's something to read.
No. I mean, I could play you a different joke and clip that we played earlier. If you want, you can do the Al Jazeera article still. I mean, I did my evaluation. I did like half an hour on that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go through the whole thing.
I found it pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I look from the beginning of it and the title. It was better than anything you have in Western media, and is interesting because again, when you see something on Al Jazeera, it's Qatar's official position, in a sense, or the closest thing to Qatar's official position after
Although
official
this
statement.
this was an opinion, but also opinion of somebody working at like Doha University or something.
Oh, okay, yeah. Again, Doha University is not a place where you can, speak freely. All right, should we read? God, should we read David Blair?
Hell yeah.
Why?
Because I will be away.
All right. You know what? Yeah. All right. Daniel, feel free to take your break. But yeah, and if any of our other people who appear on this on these streams is gonna join, then I don't know if Daniel is here to let you in, but hopefully he will be. Otherwise, he will let you in when he's back. All right. David Blair in the Telegraph, chief foreign affairs commentator. Ugh. I'm reading this as we go along. Haven't read it. Saw the title. Thought it might be interesting. Might be annoying. So let's read it. The war has escalated into a dangerous new phase. Iran's strike on the crown jewel of Qatar's energy industry risks jeopardizing the viability of entire Gulf states. Okay, this is one of those things that, you know what, even it's not going to be just somebody on the left or just somebody on the like center right who's going to say stuff like this. Yeah, people are worried about, the position you hear on this channel is unique, and even within this channel you'll hear different positions, and I think mine is even within this channel pretty unique. So yeah, I don't care about the Gulf states. I don't think they're legitimate countries. Any dictatorship is not a legitimate country, and the Gulf states have become rich and have become important to the West by using force against Western interests and Westerners. So, yeah, what I would like to see is them, no longer considered, no longer considered, allies at the very least, and certainly not, if we go further than that, not legitimate countries either. But there's another thing, which is escalated into a dangerous new phase is, again, that very short term thinking of right now. Escalation in this war means, more deaths, more disruption to, things that are of immediate interest to us, higher prices, which scares everybody because we already have higher prices and higher energy prices, and when you have higher energy prices, you have higher everything prices. And the reason we have that up until now is environmentalist policies that are detrimental to human life, supposedly preventing something that is more detrimental, but something we've been told for 50 years is coming and has not yet caused the kind of damage that we've any kind of significant damage to human life. On the contrary, the use of fossil fuel technology has only improved human life in every way possible. So yeah, that's a broader issue there with the approach to the Middle East and how it fits into already problematic policies that, by the way, in both cases, you see Europe being on the wrong side of everything. Europe is more environmentalist than the U.S. under the Democrats, and the U.S. under Trump has been better on energy, and it's the one thing where Trump seems to be consistently good on. It's he's better than anyone else on Israel, but not always. He, changes his mind on Israel from time to time, and he's not full on, as we saw with this strike by Iran on Qatar, which he then blames Israel for and tells them to back off. So, yeah, remember, any immediate impact that we get from Iran on prices is only sort of adds to the damage we have been doing to ourselves for so long. All right, here is the article by David Blair. For once, Iran's regime was not exaggerating when it warned of, quote, consequences beyond control, the scope of which would engulf the entire world. The Iranian missile strike on Ras Laffan industrial city in Qatar, which includes the world's biggest gas export facility, shows how the belligerents in this war have raced up the escalatory ladder. First, Iran targeted U.S. military sites in the Gulf, including the 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. Then its drones and missiles began exploding at symbolic and economically valuable locations like Dubai International Airport and even some hotels. Now, Iran has gone even further by taking aim at the energy infrastructure of its neighbors, and not just individual port facilities or pipelines, but the crown jewels of the industries that the Gulf states have spent decades creating. Just a quick pause there. The crown jewels of the industries that the Gulf states did not create, that Western minds created, and the Gulf state expropriated from those companies because the West allowed it to happen, rather than say, no, you can't take things at the point of a gun that are like ours, or belong to Westerners. So a long time ago, this should have been dealt with in a very different way, and not just Iran, long before Iran. And if not, as soon as it happened, as soon as Arab countries showed the West how they're going to use it against the West, when there were oil embargo after oil embargo from, because some in the West weren't fully behind the extermination of the Jews. Okay. So the article continues. Ras Laffan is the most important complex of its kind in the world, providing almost 20% of Gulf supplies of global supplies of liquefied natural gas. All production there was halted on day 3 of the war, March 2nd, but the market assumed that Ras Laffan would swiftly go back into action once the conflict was over. The significance of Iran's latest attack and the reason why oil and gas prices have rocketed is that it will probably remove any chance of a quick return to normality. Before the missile struck, Wood Mackenzie, an energy consultancy, believed that full production at Ras Laffan could be restored in 4 to 6 weeks. Depending on the severity of the damage, months may now be required. Quote, market expectations had been for a short disruption with a controlled restart, restoring supply to pre-conflict levels by mid-2026. That outlook now appears increasingly unlikely, says Christy Kramer, the head of LNG strategy at Wood Mackenzie. A more prolonged outage would further tighten the global supply and keep prices elevated for longer. Okay, I want to go back to or point out the fact that, in the U.S. they're now releasing some of the emergency reserves, and there's stuff like that. But there's also, when we talk about environmental policies, remember there's a bunch of oil that nobody wants to drill for. Britain has it in both the seas and in on British land. Liz Truss, one of the great things that she proposed doing before she completely folded on everything and then her party got rid of her, one of the things she was going to do is legalize fracking, hydraulic fracturing in the UK, so we could have local energy production here rather than pay for Russia's war while claiming to be against it, because that is unfortunately one of the places where we get oil and gas. So yeah, what we're feeling now is not the proof of why we can't go to war with Iran because they can stop our oil supply. What we're feeling now is the result, first and foremost, of environmentalism that says on the and environmentalist policies, not the full-on Greta stuff, which let's just shut everything down and starve to death. She doesn't say that anymore. She says the opposite when it comes to Cuba, at least. But yeah, we're experiencing environmental policies, which is let's keep doing what we need to do, but let's try to keep it to a minimum. Try to kind of use as much force as we can to make people pay more for the stuff that doesn't really cost that much more if it's allowed to be produced. And that's what we're living through now. We're not suffering any sort of energy crisis from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We're suffering it from long-standing appeasement of Russia, of Gulf states, which are dictatorships, and a refusal to do at home what we should have been doing the whole time, which is drill wherever we can, and build nuclear power as well, nuclear power plants, and use that alongside fossil fuels. So that is the context here. And Bonnie says government interfering in the economy in general. Yeah, completely agree. But here it's on this specific issue that we see this, and now again, none of the news is reporting this as the crisis that it really is, and the crisis that in one way or another, like first of all, we're already feeling it. Those of us in the UK, some of us remember paying, like in some cases in winter months, less than a fifth of what we're paying now. So energy prices have already skyrocketed because of those policies, and we're just suffering more because of that. And the what's his name? The David Blairs of the world don't want to talk about the big picture here. Okay, before I continue, let me quickly go to PC. Thank you for the super chat. PC says, Razi just did the form giving thank you for sending the details. We will get back to you shortly. And thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says Putin is horrible. Absolutely. And we've appeased him again. Like, people in the West have discovered that Putin is horrible in 2022. Some of us, as I mentioned, missed out on the World Cup in 2018 because we already knew that he's horrible. But it's unfortunate, and we are suffering the results of this. And what would be nice long term is if we learn the full lesson, which is other than not appeasing horrible dictatorships who say they want to kill us, not appeasing them for 50 years while they do kill us, and then discovering that fighting against them is going to be difficult. Alongside that, let's open up the markets. Let's open up the energy market. Let's not be, dependent on the worst people on the planet, and let's not create suffering that then, when something else comes in, suffering at home, that when something else comes in that it amplifies it, we're like, oh no, let's how do we de-escalate so that the amplifier amplifies a bit less? No, don't create the problem in the first place. Let's try that. But that is too much to ask for. And again, this is not going to happen because the only place you hear about it is channels like this, which unfortunately do not have the kind of impact that we would like to have. All right, let's go back to this article. The trigger for this escalation was an airstrike carried out on Wednesday on Iranian facilities serving the South Pars gas field. Both Qatar and Iran accused Israel of carrying out this attack, which America denied any knowledge of. Okay, the trigger for this escalation. Let's. I'm not gonna go into that because I think people know what I think, and I think obviously that's ridiculous. The trigger for any escalation here was the rise of these ayatollahs to power, the de facto act of war, not de facto, the act of war with which they announced to the world that they are here, the taking of the American hostages, and the appeasement of Iran by Jimmy Carter and every president since until today. And today, Trump is still appeasing them while fighting them. That is what led us to this problem. So no, escalation, and again, de-escalation should never be a goal. Ending threats, removing threats should be a goal. So this threat should have been removed a long time ago. It is being removed now. That should be the goal. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, IRGC should have gotten rid of decades ago. Yeah. And again, the war at any time would have been uncomfortable, would have raised oil prices, would have been de-escalation and stuff, but it would have been less bad than now. And again, all these different pieces of the puzzle fit together somehow. Like we, if you didn't do anything about Iran until now, but you didn't have the environmentalist energy policies, we also wouldn't have as many problems now as we do. And if you did have both the appeasement of Iran and the bad environmentalist policies, but a more forceful approach to Putin, which doesn't make sense, but let's say, then we also would have had different. So yeah, a bunch of different policies coming together to cause the current situation. We need to look at the totality of the picture and not whatever David Blair thinks he should say right now to get you to say, oh, this is all about Israel, all about whatever the latest thing you read in the news that happened. That is the only part of the story that matters, and there is no bigger picture. Okay, let's continue. Oh, and actually, before we continue that last sentence said, both Qatar and Iran accused Israel of carrying out this attack, which America denied any knowledge of. So Qatar is being bombed all the time by Iran. I'm guessing they've been fired at more than Israel, but I'm not sure if that is true. There are several countries that have received more bombs and drones than Israel. And Qatar's issue here is Israel. Remember, Qatar can be bombed to smithereens by Iran. Their goal in life will still be the killing of Jews. They're not as open about it as Iran, but they're very open about it. This is where Hamas's leadership celebrated October 7th. This is where Hamas's leadership has been hanging out ever since, and they're still there. And unfortunately, I don't think another strike on them is coming anytime soon, although I wouldn't mind seeing Israel do something there. So, yeah, remember, just because a country that's evil attacks a country doesn't mean the attacked country isn't also evil. Okay, the article continues. South Pars forms part of the biggest undersea gas field in the world, shared by Iran and Qatar. Iran's surviving leaders will believe that if they cannot extract this gas, then neither should Qatar. In their minds, attacking Ras Laffan will have been a symmetrical response. This is what Qatar has always feared. Hence, it pleaded publicly for Israel to avoid triggering a destructive escalation. Quote, the Israeli targeting of facilities linked to Iran's South Pars field and extension of Qatar's North Field is a dangerous and irresponsible step amid the current military escalation, said Majd al-Ansari, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman. Qatar, look, you are a part of the problem. You are, a proper full-on response to October 7th would have included strikes on Qatar that could very well have caused regime change there. Okay, this would not have been an illegitimate or over-the-top response from Israel to say Qatar hosted the people who did this. Their regime will also be removed for this. So for Qatar to ever plead with anybody about anything is unfortunately is the kind of they've gotten the message from the West, and sorry to say, mostly from America, that this is a thing, that they have such standing because Trump after Israel tried to take out a Hamas officials in Qatar, Trump said that next time he'll defend Qatar. What the hell does that mean? I don't know, but I can only imagine. So, and remember, a bunch of people in the Trump administration are registered Qatari agents. Like they've actually registered officially with FARA as Qatari agents. So it's very, very, and they're proud of it. This is not like they're secret spies of Qatar or something. They actively did lobbying for Qatar, and they're proud of it. Others did business with Qatar. So this is a very, very dangerous relationship, and the way to remove the danger is to end the relationship, even if they're going to give you a plane, which let me repeat, 747, the Queen of the Skies, beautiful plane, amazing invention when it was invented. Not a safe plane anymore, people. Don't get on 747s, and don't take them from Islamic dictatorships who offer them to you for free. But anyway, thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, Chat GPT thinks Ali is still in power. Ali, comical Ali, or Ali G? Anyway, okay. All right, let's continue with this article. This is more from the spokesperson of the Qatari foreign minister. Ali Khamenei. That makes sense. That's. Do you have the paid version of ChatGPT? Because the free version, sometimes if you search Razi Ginsburg or ask them who I am, they'll come up. At least in the past, came up with some interesting stuff. Whereas if you have the paid version and ask about me, they're pretty spot on. At least last I checked, I'll even tell you which football team I support, which is not exactly a secret. Anyway, okay. So the spokesperson continues. We reiterate, as we have repeatedly emphasized, the necessity of avoiding the targeting of vital facilities. Again, no, Qatar, we are not taking military strategy advice on how to fight Islamic dictatorships from an Islamic dictatorship. Okay, thanks, but no thanks. Shut up and thank your lucky stars, and by your lucky stars, I mean Israel and your relationship with America, that this threat, which is also a threat to you, is being removed, and just, shut up. Okay, the article continues. Hours later, Qatar's forebodings were justified when Iran attacked Ras Laffan and the war escalated into a perilous new phase. To strike the hubs of the oil and gas industries of the Gulf countries is to attack their very viability as states. And because these facilities supply the world, firing missiles at them also amounts to an assault on the global economy. Exactly. That's what they're trying to do. Viability of states, I don't think Iran cares. And in this case, neither do I. They're not legitimate states. So if they're not viable, if their only viability is the oil that they stole from Western companies, then good. Let's see Qatar without the money and without the ability to buy up the West. Let's see what they can do, and if the president would still be interested in defending them, when Israel defends itself by killing terrorists who were behind the biggest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, when Qatar chooses to give them sanctuary. Article continues, but Iran's remaining leaders may conclude from the South Pars raid that their enemies are trying to destroy not just the Islamic Republic, but the Iranian state itself. After all, no Iranian government of any kind, Islamic or otherwise, could survive without a functioning oil and gas industry. Yeah, okay. I don't agree that that is the case, and I don't think this person understand how economics works. I mean, there's more to a country than that, unless you are a dictatorship that wants to continue to survive and can sort of blackmail everybody with the oil that they the gas that they would never have discovered if it wasn't for Westerners. James Valiant is joining us again. Hey, James, I don't know how much of that you heard, but your thoughts.
Yeah, or even have a market for. If it weren't for the industrialized world, these people who sell oil wouldn't even have a market to sell it to. I mean, what use would they have for that, gooey petroleum stuff they had under their sands for thousands of years? For thousands of years, people have been migrating around in that area, and no one ever discovered the importance of petroleum, until well into the Industrial Revolution. And a point you made earlier that's so important. We have enabled all this with our environmentalist policies. Both in Europe and North America, we have been held hostage. We have plenty of fossil fuel resources, and then some. And we have cut them off from our own use and made ourselves dependent on other people's fossil fuels. But that has been a direct upshot of our domestic policy, insane policy when it comes to fossil fuels. I highly recommend everyone check out the work of Alex Epstein. I mean, really, really good on this, on fossil fuels. Please check out his work. What we have done is completely enabled dictatorships to have this role over our economies, which they ought never have had to had in the first place.
Yeah, and James, there's specifically the point that we're not going full environmentalist. We're still using all this stuff. We just have this virtue signaling of not producing it at home and buying it from dictatorships. What kind of virtue are we signaling? Can you explain it?
No. Well, it's okay if someone else digs up fossil fuels. But not us. We won't have that dirty petroleum on our hands, and yet we're totally dependent, and we're still totally dependent on it. I mean, when you look at things like the advances in technology, like liquefied natural gas and stuff, it's not carbon emissions they were ever afraid of. They want to shut down. The left has wanted to shut down and control the economy for many decades now, and this is just the new guise that comes in, and so we end up recognizing and being friendly with total dictatorships, countries that don't respect individual rights, that treat women like dirt, that have no religious freedom, no freedom of speech, and they're basically dictatorships. And so we develop these relationships with them. But of course, in any immediate given moment, we have to play the cards we're dealt, as the idiom goes. And so, yeah. And we're paying the price, though, for longer-term bad policies, immoral policies in recognizing illegitimate governments, but two, in making our economy completely interdependent with such countries, which never needed to be the case in the first place. So this, destruction of the world economy, well, that destruction, this vulnerability was all of our own doing. And we act as though, these totally illegitimate dictatorships somehow, they're doing us a favor, in effect. No, they're not. It was not their oil, and there are no collective property rights. We go back all the way to the 1950s when British oil interests were completely nationalized. And then there was a new government that came in with the Shah. And so what? The governments made new arrangements with another government that was dubious, and here we are again. replaying the same thing over and over and never, it was George Santayana, the American philosopher, who said, if you don't learn, people don't read history, you're going to doom to repeat it again and again. Well, yeah, we don't learn from history. We haven't learned from recent history at all. We put on our own blinders when it comes to politics and science. And we put ourselves in this situation. But nonetheless, we deal with it. We have to deal with it. If Iran does represent a threat, and they're demonstrating the threat they were to everybody nonetheless. I mean, it could, Iran's behavior since October 7th, in funding October 7th, but their behavior since then has simply underscored the necessity of dealing with Iran. The only long-term sane thing to do is to take them out completely. And Mr. Trump and his advisors, looking like, oh, well, we're not warmongers. We don't want to, quote, escalate. No, you see it through. You finish it. You don't make the lives already lost. I mean, civilian lives are being lost in Israel and on the West Bank. American soldiers are dying. Please don't make their deaths have happened in vain. See it through, Mr. Trump, and see it through to the logical consequences. This attack on energy was almost inevitable. I'll say almost inevitable. But when their backs are against the wall, what were they going to do? They're going to cut off, every connection with they're going to unplug every connection of energy that they have out there. We have to recognize that as also a logical outcome of this war. We can't let that hold us hostage. We can't let that, that would be allowing Iran to effectuate their blackmail. We cannot let that happen. If you're being blackmailed, what you do is you stop the blackmailing, the blackmailer altogether.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that's another thing about looking at a specific incident, looking at things now getting a bit worse for us in some way or another, or getting maybe a lot worse soon, and thinking, okay, then let's back off, instead of, okay, then now we should really, if we didn't really understand the threat until now, we're now seeing it in front of our eyes in, as much damage as they can cause right now. So how is the solution for this? Us backing off and allowing them to regroup, rearm, prepare to cause so much more damage next time. I don't understand. And I still see somebody in the chat, saying, oh yeah, the time for peace, the time to back off. That's not peace. That is guaranteed war. It's just guaranteed war where we're going to look back at this and say, as horrible as it sounds, what? Only 13 American soldiers and only 22 civilians in Israel killed in 20 days, and you backed off. Look at the devastation now, because that is where we will be without a doubt if we now say, okay, yeah, middle ground. There's another thing this person is saying now. Yeah, if we now go for the middle ground between death to America and death to Israel is death to America and death to Israel. That's what half dead means.
Right. So I'll only shoot you in the leg. I won't shoot you in the head. Okay. No, what you're doing is you're caving in on the principle of them being able to shoot you at all. Okay. It's insane to me. The problem is as bad as it is now because we didn't deal with Iran 40 some years ago. Okay. We made it worse and worse and worse. That's why you deal with threats when they emerge. Look, we talk about the casualties just in the recent war over the last couple of weeks. Look, how many American soldiers, how many Israeli civilians have been killed over the last 47 years? So how many do we put up with? They'll kill batches, as I say, of American soldiers at a time every decade for the last 5 decades, and we don't deal with it. So we have little Pearl Harbors after other little Pearl Harbors again and again and again, and we just capitulate. So all of these middle road people, this is a time for no. What you are describing the formula for ongoing blackmail. You're describing the formula for ongoing sanctioning of dictatorship, and worse, you're giving us the threat is perpetuated. You're making it a forever war. That is the language of forever war. What we have to do is see it through completely, and every last damn remnant of this government has to be annihilated. And any alternative, you say, well, we can't know what. That's true. Every time you enter a war, you'd be paralyzed from acting if you had to have perfect knowledge of what's to come. I don't have perfect, I heard your discussion with Nikos yesterday. I mean, I totally understand where Nikos is coming from in one sense. I mean, there are all kinds of bad alternatives, but it seems to me the alternative that we've been living with for almost 50 years now is just about as bad as it gets. They just keep killing and killing. And one thing I can tell you is there's a 100% chance of the killing going on and on and on, and only with a more dangerously armed Iran, with more ballistic missiles, more powerful ballistic missiles, a nuclear weapon at some point. You don't wait until that threat is completely realized before you deal with the threat. They are the aggressors here, and you have to deal with an aggressor completely, thoroughly, or you're just going to go on dealing with him forever and ever and ever. Is that a sane solution? Is it a sane, the way Israel lives today, with people having to run into underground shelters, a moment's notice, is that a livable way for people to exist, for civilized people to have to cope with their life? It is not. The only way to secure Israel's long-term security, the only way to secure America's long-term security, is to make sure they're not killing us. How many dead Americans, how many dead Israelis does it take before we get it into our heads that this is going to be an ongoing permanent problem until we have a permanent solution, a complete and permanent solution to the evil regime in Tehran?
All right, before we go back to the article, thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, the paid version of ChatGPT is off too. I had to copy paste 3 news articles to it. Even then, it said if it's real news site, looks like a war, LOL. Okay, I'm not sure I fully understand, but ChatGPT. And PC then says, obviously AI is not so smart. It's a great tool and it's getting there, but do not assume that everything you read there is true, and it does struggle, and people like to make it struggle, and then ask it basic math questions that are a little bit, have a few elements to it, and then it's give some funny response. So it'll get there at some point. But
just yesterday, I was using AI to do some research, some preliminary research, and in doing preliminary research, what an awesome tool it really has become. There's no question. But I ask it a question, it gives me just a flatly different answer than the answer when I rephrase the question. It gave me a totally different, detailed answer. So they're still working out the bugs. Don't let AI do your eye for you. But as a tool for research, especially preliminary research, absolutely, it's amazing what it's doing. But do not rely on it. It is not the Oracle Delphi. It gives us, the unvarnished truth straight from the gods. No.
PC says, no point arguing with it. I left the chat. I'm not sure I agree with you. I think there is a point arguing with it because it remembers. I once argued with it about whether or not I have access to a specific lounge at LAX. And it claimed that the answer is no. And I explained I'd already used it once, and I thought maybe this was an error of the person at the lounge entrance. It insisted the answer is no. I continued the back and forth, and then I went to the lounge and was allowed in and continued to say to ChatGPT, no, you are wrong. I have access.
I am here.
So, and it's good. It's good that, but it is also good that I didn't accept what it told me, because otherwise I would not have gotten the free meal at the Star Alliance lounge at LAX, which is pretty good. When you're flying economy, that's a very nice thing to have right before. Anyway, back to the article. I did want to tell people actually a ChatGPT story I kind of touched upon about what happens if you search for me or ask ChatGPT about me. So Matthew Humphreys once, this was over a year ago, he had the free version, and he asked about me. We're sitting at I'm not going to say where, and he asked, and he says, and it says Rosie Ginsburg, also known as Rosie Ginsburg Brooke, which I thought was the nicest compliment I've ever gotten. But as big a fan of Yaron as I am, we are not the same person, nor are we married
yet.
Are
there wedding bells that I'm hearing in the distance?
Yeah, big fan of your own, but not in that way. No offense, good-looking dude. Anyway, all right. Okay, let's continue with the article. By the remorseless logic of escalation, Iran will then feel impelled to retaliate with strikes on the facilities that keep the economies of the Gulf states alive. If this cycle continues, the viability of entire countries could be placed in jeopardy. Okay, first of all, Iran is not retaliating. Iran started this war 47 years ago and has been continued has been continuing it since. So it is not retaliation.
Wait. They funded Hamas and Hezbollah. They were the ones who caused the original problem here 2.5 years ago, people. And then Israel has endured 2 giant missile barrages as it's trying to fight back against the suppliers of the people who did October 7th. Wait a minute here. The aggressor is plain. It's Iran. As you point out, if you go back 47 years, they've been chanting death to America and death to Israel for 47 years. They've been at war with us, whether we've chosen to react or acknowledge that or not. The idea that they're retaliating somehow, of course, when they start losing a war, they're going to do everything they possibly can. Yeah, duh.
And yeah, if the cycle continues, yeah, it's the same lingo no, the cycle. You know how you break the cycle? You win the war and defeat the enemy, and then no more cycle. Article continues. Hence the stark warning from Masoud Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, of quote consequences beyond control. Donald Trump did not exactly calm the situation by threatening to, quote, massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field, unquote, if Iran were to launch any more attacks on Qatar's LNG plants. Okay, first of all, the full statement of that was a basically denunciation of Israel's attack and a promise on Israel's behalf that it's not going to do it. And then he's like, well, you know what? Let me just throw something in there because this is clearly an apology on my part to our enemy in this war. So let me throw in something that sounds like some tough talk while I'm apologizing to our enemy for striking them at a time of war.
He wants to massage those countries. You know, he wants to appease domestic politics. And it's a complete lie. He knew perfectly well what was going to happen. No, this is a completely ass-covering sort of language from Mr. Trump, and despicable the way he attacks Israel by implication. In their rage, or whatever he said, Israel attacked. No. But the only redeeming part of the statement is, you know, we will blow your energy facilities out altogether if you continue to attack. In fact, why don't you do that now, Mr. Trump? In fact, Mr. Trump, why wait? They've already demonstrated that they're going after the oil facilities of all their neighbors. They've already demonstrated that well enough for us to know that what we have to do is completely eviscerate them, obliterate them, do whatever it takes to bring them to their knees. You know, Mr. Trump, you used the word unconditional surrender, the term unconditional surrender. You know what that means? That means that bringing them psychologically to a state where they will accept whatever terms we demand. And that's the only way you can. It's a psychological thing, what, you know, victory means, really, ultimately. But the truth is, listen to the blackmail that they're still issuing. Can you imagine if they did have a nuclear weapon? Can you imagine if they did have an ICBM that could reach the United States? The kind of blackmail that they'd be engaged in? Their behavior, their language of blackmail tells you everything you need to know. These people were aiming for the ultimate blackmail weapon, a nuclear weapon. And if they did admit that they had enough uranium under enrichment to make 10 or 11 nuclear weapons, I don't care if it was going to be next week or 5 years from now. You don't wait for that to get realized. You take them out, and take them out thoroughly now.
Yeah, and you know, it's one thing to kind of mince words on the way to the war, to say, okay, we're going to negotiate, we're going to see if we can make a deal, which again shouldn't have happened, but it's a different thing when you do that. But then you finally say, okay, this hasn't worked. Iran is still going to go on. So we need to take military action. And then you take the military action, but you openly say you're half-assing some of it, and you will full-ass it, or whatever the non-half-ass way is, if they do this. So, we can do more. We're gonna be nice to the regime we're hoping to help get rid of. But if you do, and I wonder, in the things Iran can do that could then get Trump to escalate things, Americans could die. And I wonder, is he going to say to the families of the soldiers who die in future attacks, look, we could have prevented this, but we didn't want to escalate too soon. So your son's death was part of my de-escalation strategy. Your son died to de-escalate. It didn't work. So So now we did the kind of things after your son's death that we would have done previously, had we been fully on board with what we're doing.
Unspeakably immoral to use human life, to treat human lives, to treat war in that fashion. Something in me tells me that Trump sort of knew this escalation was inevitable. Of course it was. The people at the Pentagon have to have gamed this out for him. And when their regime is in trouble like this, you have to have imagined things like this, surely. So part of me is thinking, what he's trying to do is diplomatically appease the Gulf nations, politically appease part of his own base here at home. So he has to talk like he's forever wanting peace and an off-ramp, and talk the talk of de-escalation, even as his military advisors have to have told him that something like this was very much possible, and that this would be, indeed, something like this was the inevitable course of this, right? I mean, one of the reasons why you and I were kind of excited, because for whatever the chatter about it, we were starting down the road of an inevitable war of regime change. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we kind of knew this, right? So whatever noise comes out of politicians' mouths, and Mr. Trump is trying to appease some of the worst elements in the world, like the Gulf states or the anti-Semites in the American right. When you're appeasing monsters like that, the crap that comes out of your mouth is just unforgivable and unspeakable. But as I say, there's a sort of gravity taking hold right now. And the gravity taking hold is an inevitable. We engaged in an act of self-defense that would necessitate the desperation at some point of Iran, and something like this happening, so that the dominoes would fall in such a way that we really have to eviscerate the regime. That was always the only alternative, ladies and gentlemen. Either that, or we just appease and surrender. Either we say, okay, it's fine. Keep arming Hamas, keep arming Hezbollah, keep killing American soldiers, do October 7th, do more Beirut, do more terrorism, keep building your weapons. So what? We surrender and appease? That was the only option at the end of the day to regime change war. And we should have recognized that 40, 50 years ago. But no, we didn't. And so the situation is much worse as a consequence. No, I can't predict what the future will bring. No, I do not know for certain what the future of Iran is. I just know that we have to deal with the threat. That I do know. More Israelis, more Americans, more trouble with an enemy with worse weapons will happen the longer we let this fester.
Romancing the Troll says, BBC News has been running a story all day on U.S. broadcast about the impact of the Iran war on innocent, quote, Palestinians in the West Bank. We heard yesterday that, was it 4 Palestinians was the final toll, were killed in one of the Iranian missile attacks on Israel. I'm surprised it's even mentioned, but if it is mentioned, it's mentioned in the context of, these are Muslims killing Muslims, which is a thing that Muslims do wherever there's Muslims, but this is somehow the Jews' fault. So, thank you,
Iran
BBC.
could have surrendered. Iran perfectly knows well that these cluster bombs, what they do and how imprecise they can be and where in general they're going. No, Iran is responsible. This is not because America and Israel have decided to defend themselves finally in a systematic way. It's because of Iran. They could stop these vicious.
And let's remember, no society on the planet values human life less than Palestinians. So the women killed were killed in a beauty salon, not caring about the fact that there are sirens and you know, it's we know from the deaths in Israel, like there would be way more deaths in Israel if people didn't actually go to shelters. And the people who are dying, with the exception of the 9 who died in the tragedy on, I believe it was the 2nd or 3rd day of the war, that did hit directly a shelter, a public shelter that wasn't a very good one. Yeah, just go to the shelter, people, and then you save yourselves. But Palestinians celebrate the deaths of their own kids if those kids manage to kill a Jew along the way. So yeah, it's a vile society, and
they teach their own children.
The pretense for Westerners that you know, anybody among Palestinians actually cares when their people die is unfortunate. It's kind of how
can you imagine teaching your own children that it's noble to martyr yourself in the cause of killing Jews? I mean, that's the education. I mean, we have done episodes early on about how UNRWA, for example, just to take one example of how they educate their young. It's a noble thing to teach your children to go kill themselves, in effect. I mean, what kind of responsible parenting, what kind of sane civilization is that? It's sick. It's a death cult.
Secret Bassring says communist Chinese and North Koreans are actually worse historically and at present. Well, if you mean, look, it depends on the context, but in terms of like a whole society built for the purpose of murder, no, there is no such society other than the Palestinians that I know of. And again, this has been built with Western money and Western minds who have helped create this whole society, and others, not just Westerners. Yeah, but we've been happily funding it.
Oh, my country is the worst of all. America creates its own enemy every time. I know I've said this repeatedly, but it's worth saying again. We subsidize, create, pump up, morally sanction, materially support the country that will, because in the hopes of peace, in the hopes of, you know, getting along, you know, with the whole wide world, you know. And so what we end up doing is subsidizing a Germany that goes Nazi, or a Russia that is communist, or a China. Oh, well, we have this real politic, you know, so we have to reach out to China and so forth. No, what we end up doing every single goddamn time is to create an enemy at the end of the day that we will have to fight and face eventually. And it ends up being much deadlier at the end of the day, because we tried to get along and appease dictatorships. You don't do that. That's why acting on principle when it comes to dictatorships is so important. You know, it's so tempting in the short run. Well, we'll make peace, and if we make peace with them, you know, after 9/11. What did George W. Bush say? Well, we won't hit their mosques, we won't hit their schools, we won't hit their hospitals. So what do? We just give them their next strategy. Aha! Hamas will now place everything under schools and hospitals. You know, their military stuff. We just define for them their strategy, is all we end up doing when we end up appeasing, trying to win over these hearts and minds. You know, that's not the way you do it. You defeat them in such a way that they know that if they try it again, they will be crushed once more. And that's what deterrence means. Deterrence does not mean gingerly, you know, dancing around. You know, frankly, as much as I admire Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, why warn people to get out of buildings before you bomb them? Why do you move populations? Why do you try to feed the enemy population? Don't you see everything you're doing there is undercutting whatever deterrence you'll get out of any kind of victory?
Speaking of warning people, James, Daniel, if you're if you're behind the scenes, if we can show this video, because we haven't shown it with James on. I know we're in the middle of an article and we have some comments in the chat, but Daniel, if you can show that now, go ahead. James, I don't know if you saw this. If you did, It's worth watching again. This is from earlier today. A Russia Today reporter who happened to be where Hezbollah also completely randomly happens to be, or on a bridge they happen to be using. Let's see what happened.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking.
Oh, we cut this off before all the swearing. Apparently, you can swear on Russia Today when you get hit by a bomb or a rocket. Yeah.
Well,
tough.
And no, so you talk about blame. Israel gets all the blame here. Israel gets all the blame, not the Lebanese government, which has been working with an appendage of Iran for how long now?
Well, this journalist said, because he's been interviewed since this happened in the morning. He's alive and well. Don't worry about him. He said that without a shadow of a doubt, he was targeted. So this guy, that's the thing. Anti-Semites have this thing, that they think if you call them out on their anti-Semitism, Israel is paying them to do so because random person on the street who hates Jews is so important for Jews to convince. And random Russian propagandist thinks he's so important that Israel targets him and misses. The entire leadership of Iran, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel, took out 40 people, not the entire leadership, but 40 people in the first 40 seconds of the war, and successfully killed them all, including the supreme leader. But random Russia Today journalist in Lebanon, just over the border, Israel, completely misses, but takes out the bridge that they said, get out, get away from it. We're about to bomb it.
It's a war zone, bud. And it's a war zone that Hezbollah caused to be a war zone. They have been, how long were they violating so-called international law? And I put that joke term in quotes. I mean, yeah. And as I say, it's the Lebanese government that has been working with an evil organization that has been waging war against Israel for decades. So look, Lebanon, you brought this on yourself. And anyone going in there and claiming that this is some kind of Israeli escalation, they are an appendage of Iran. They must be wiped out as well, or the job of eradicating the Islamic Republic is not done.
Bonnie says in the chat, he's not dead, James. Don't worry. Yeah, I could also see the concern in James's eyes.
I wasn't going to lose any sleep over that. I can assure you.
Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC, did I read this? Anyway, a Palestinian troll on Facebook said horrible things about Iranians, said they are not real Muslims, and worse things. Not real Muslims sounds like a compliment, but
But different flavors of Islam have been saying that about each other. Believe me, if look, Iran was funding both Hezbollah and Hamas. They are willing to work together when it comes to killing Jews and destroying the West. That's when they're willing to put their differences aside temporarily. But believe me, if there was no Western civilization, they would be at each other's throats, calling each other complete heretics and, worthy of death. They would be killing each other with the same kind of relish they kill, us today.
Secret Bass Rings answers my previous comment about Palestinian society, saying, I see your point. I see your point when it comes to specific genocide. Islam is really bad, but for China and North Korea, its policy directed at any opposition. Yeah, in terms of how oppressed you are as a citizen, I think you're, well, actually, it depends. Yeah, I'll put it this way. I would rather have been born in Gaza than in Pyongyang. And even in Pyongyang, it depends who you're born to.
North Korea is a slave pen of misery,
and definitely worse anywhere outside Pyongyang in North Korea.
Good God, North Korea is a nightmarish slave pen. China, of course, is happy to. I mean, we start with the Uyghurs, but just generally in terms of the freedom of the people there. No, these are brutal dictatorships. There's no diminishing that at all. In fact, taking out Iran will be a body blow to China and its satellite North Korea. Believe me, taking out Iran would be a body blow to Russia, which is, trying to take over a neighboring country, Ukraine. No, there is nothing.
And also, taking out Hezbollah might be a body blow to some of Russia's propagandists.
Exactly. No. Look, when you do the good, it will have all kinds of cascading good effects. When you appease evil, it will have cascading negative effects, and the more you do it, the worse you'll have to pay later on. You're just kicking the can down the road. Let's stop that right now and eradicate this regime and all of its appendages like Hezbollah.
All right. Roman Viking asks a question at a very good time because we have the person to answer it here, but we are going to finish the article and then we're going to go to the super chat. So David Blair continues, the risk is that Iran's leaders, with their backs to the wall, will see no reason to heed calls for restraint. Again, not a risk.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you start losing a war. When you've started a war, when you're at war, when you declare death to America and death to Israel, and then suddenly they decide to defend themselves and you start losing, guess what happens? Their backs get against the wall. That means we're winning. Yeah, expect desperate actions from them. Yeah, duh.
The article continues, they might believe that America or Israel will destroy the South Pars gas field anyway, and they had better strike back now before they run out of missiles. For this pitiless cycle to be broken, the belligerents would have to privately decide to restrain their attacks and observe some self-imposed red lines. America and Israel would need to leave Iran's oil and gas fields alone and hope for a corresponding decision by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So what an unbelievable. And wait, he continues. He continues. Wait, he does continue. Just typing that sentence shows how improbable such a sequence would be. So far, signs of restraint in this war have been about as common as fully laden tankers traversing the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, okay, so you understand how ridiculous everything you're saying is. Why did you still type it and send it to your editor? And why did your editor print it? Which is a question one can ask about almost everything the Telegraph prints about this war, except some op-eds.
So someone comes up to you, Razi, and starts punching you in the face. But if you start punching back, well, they might start really punching harder. So you don't want to dangerously escalate. You want to let them continue to beat you to a pulp or kill you. Is that literally? That's the kind of quote logic, end quote. And again, I put that term in quotes because it ain't no logic that I'm aware of. That's what the kind of logic he's using is. So what he's trying to do is get us to believe that when you defend yourself, you are escalating. When you defend yourself, you're provoking. When you defend yourself, you are causing them to take desperate steps when they start losing. No, you defend yourself so that they do lose. You defend yourself to disable the guy who attacked you. It is bizarre, the things that people will utter these days and put in print, like you say. This is completely bizarre.
Daniel, if you're able to join us, and I can take a 10-minute break for tea and optalgin, and you can read the super chat, I will be back then and can replace you again, and you can go back behind the scenes. And if you are, oh, there you are. That is not you, but there, that is you. All right. Thanks, Daniel. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Hey, James.
Hey, Daniel. How have you been?
Focusing. Good. I'm trying a new hairstyle. It's I'm using it's way too heavy though. I'm using a little bit of sea salt and
sea salt,
clay to like keep it
clay.
Yeah.
See, beauty products are, or handsome products are well beyond my field of expertise. It's a good thing to have a wife in your life. She can do all that kind of thinking for me. But you're looking sharp, young man. So
we have a super chat from Roman Viking. Thank you so much. He says, how did the Muslim Golden Age think differently about Islam compared to how Muslims think about Islam today? I know some things, but James, maybe do you have...
Well, the essence of the religion hasn't really changed. The Quran, speaks precious little about Muhammad, by the way. I mean, it's really a set of doctrines, but some of the worst doctrines are to be found in the secondary sacred literature, the Hadith. And some of that is different depending, again, on your flavor of Islam and the extent. There are Muslims today who reject all the Hadith and they just go by the Quran. Now, they're a strange minority. But the point is that there's a variety of Muslims. But in the last couple of centuries, what we've seen is a rise in a kind of stridency about it. Sure, you can find all kinds of stuff in sacred Islamic literature that in effect pits them at permanent war with any non-Islamic country. It is just the way it is. Sure, you can have Jews and Christians within your country, but not until we've taken over the place. And if we've ever controlled the place, then it's absolute crime against, Allah himself to allow Christians or some other religion to control the country at all. Now, sure, you can find, if Christianity in effect delivers the message, submit, forgive, peace, peace, peace. Islam sort of says attack, 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 kill, kill, kill. Now, there are different ways you have of looking at that, because neither are consistently livable doctrines, and so both within their own doctrines have exceptions and different ways, interpretations you can have of looking at it. But as I say, within the last 2 or 3 centuries, we've seen a rise of militancy in the way the Islamic literature is understood. This Wahhabism, for example, that you see being taught in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, a very violent interpretation of both the Quran and the Hadith, has been on the rise in recent centuries. Now, even from the outset, though, I mean, Islam took off like a shot, spreading from Morocco to Indonesia in just a really brief period of time. And they didn't do so by, playing cards and making peace with people. They did so at the point of a sword. So there's something fundamental about Islam that says, go out and conquer the world, in effect. And there's no question about that. But within the Muslim world, there was a greater tolerance. Maimonides, the famous Jewish philosopher, worked within the Muslim world. He was a physician, I believe, for back in the days of the caliphs. He worked for Muslims in Spain and in Egypt. And but there was a certain degree of tolerance once they had conquered a place for aliens that you don't really see. There's much more discrimination against Christians and Jews within a Muslim country today than there was in the Golden Age. That's one significant difference. But it is, as I say, it's a question of how you interpret a bunch of scriptures that basically say, go kill and conquer. And you can have a softer spin on it. Or you can have a very harsh, like the Wahhabists do, or the rulers of Iran. They have a very harsh militant spin on it that is sort of unique to the last couple of centuries, let's put it that way. Whatever the flavor of Islam, they've developed a very harsh militant version of it in recent centuries, let's put it that way, and one that is less tolerant, even within their countries, of religious minorities.
Yeah, my general understanding is that the main difference happened with Al-Ghazali, who was I guess, not a really philosopher, more like a Islamic scholar, who really reinterpreted or refocused what Islam should be about. Apparently, Islam had like Greek influence for a long time, and it wasn't until him where it was completely evaporated.
If it weren't for Muslim scholars, we would not possess many of the ancient Greek texts that we do. Islam itself is a syncretic religion. It was a combination of different religious elements, Judaism and Christianity. Everyone, I think, is aware of the primary and direct influence of a form of Christianity, and certainly Jewish writings. They call them the peoples of the book, right? But that's only one major strain of the fusion of ideas that is modern Islam. It includes Zoroastrianism, a different spin on Greek philosophy, for example, local religion as well in Arabia. So Islam is a syncretic religion. If you read the Quran, it is a fusion, a bringing together of various religious and cultural elements. And at their height, there is no question, Islam respected ancient. There would be, as I say, certain ancient Greek texts would not have survived the Dark Ages, but for Muslims in their golden age. I think there would be, if you ask me, would something like that be duplicated if ISIS created a new caliphate? Would that be still the case? I doubt it very much. As I say, in the last couple of centuries, they've grown, in effect, a new idea. And you point out it goes back even further, the last 500 years, let's say. But really, in the last 200 years, the strain of militancy and violent opposition to any non-believers has become much more pronounced. No question about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, like it is not just Quran; it is also the Hadiths. People who say, just read the Quran and you know what like Islam is about. It's like saying, Jews or Judaism, just read the Torah and you'll know what Jews are about. No, you need to read the Talmud. Like that's what the actual, because and I think in those it's very similar because that's where the discussions happen, right? Okay, something might be written in Quran on Torah, but what does it actually mean? And that is not answered necessarily in Talmud or Hadith, but that's where the discussion happens, and that's when the important, let's say, part of the religion happens, which is something Christianity I don't think has. Like, I don't think we really.
Well,
I don't
there's
think
a variety of Christianities for sure.
yeah, maybe in that sense that's why there's just so many Christianities because instead or denominations, because instead of in Islam, well, in Islam also you have denominations, and I think you also have a little bit in Judaism, but in Judaism you could say you just disagree, or it's much more, I guess we would say, like rabbinic, right? Like you maybe follow a specific rabbi and their interpretations. Well, in Christianity, you just make a new religion if you disagree with what the other guy is saying.
Yeah, the Talmud emerged in the late Roman period as sort of commentaries on the meaning of, because, well, we could go into a really deep history lesson here, but just as Muslims believe that Sharia law should be the governing law of the land, the governmentally enforced law that police and the courts enforce. So once upon a time, the Jews believed that the Torah was such a law that should be enforced. When they were defeated by the Romans in the 1st and 2nd centuries after two or more massive revolutions, revolts against the Roman government, they were defeated. That very much ended militant Judaism. Now, I say something like militant Judaism is something that you won't see for the next many centuries, because Jews thereafter had to live as minorities within Muslim or Christian communities. And in effect, Rabbinic Judaism turned what was originally a hardcore militancy, there's no question about it, into basically a debating society. Judaism became sort of, let's interpret, the old joke, you put 3 rabbis in a room and you end up with 5 opinions. It becomes a debating society. What does that mean? Do we take that literally? And how do we really...
Family Guy had a scene on that. He's like, he goes to rabbi for an answer, and he's like, well, what is the meaning of life? And he's like, well, why are you asking these questions? What is life for you? Well, no, I'm just going to different religions trying to get an answer. Why do you think you're looking for these answers? And he's like, I think your whole religion is just a ploy to get a bunch of holidays.
Well, the truth is that when you're a ruling power, like Christianity was, you can be more aggressive and militant, and you can be more strict about heresy. The heresy enforcement mechanisms. Once Christianity took over the Roman Empire in the 4th century of the Common Era, they not only wiped out pagans, they wiped out any variant Christianity that they didn't like. I mean, Arianism survived for quite quite some time, and certainly there would be heresies that would pop up again, but they would wipe out the Pelagians, wipe out the Gnostics. You know, we had to wait until the 1940s to discover the Coptic collection of Coptic Christian writings in Egypt at Nag Hammadi. They were hidden in the ground because Coptics did not want to be caught with those documents, because the Christian authorities would regard them as heretics. That would be the end of their documents, maybe the end of them. Both they and their books would get burned. And so when Christianity took control, political control, they needed a single organized. See, in the 2nd century, there was also a variety of Christianities, Gnosticism and Valentinian. I could go on with the different varieties of Christianity that were emerging in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. When it took over in the 4th century as the political power, they needed a unified doctrine, they needed a unified canon, and then you see they could. And this is also one of the dangers of monotheism. If you've got the one true God, see, if you're polytheists and someone believes something a little different, well, you believe in that God. Well, just maybe your God exists, so you're not denying our God. Well, just so the Romans, when they were pagan, had a comparatively tolerant approach to different religions. In fact, they tried to absorb and integrate them. When a monotheistic religion takes over, there's only one God. There's only one true faith. And if you vary, it's a very deadly, dangerous thing. And so you end up becoming heretic hunters, and you end up wiping out heretics. When the Reformation happened in the Renaissance in the 16th century, Protestants were torturing and burning Catholics. Catholics were torturing and burning Protestants over just variations in Christianity. And so, yeah, just as I was saying with Razi a minute ago, different flavors of Islam would be at each other's throats if they didn't have a common enemy in Western civilization, and they'd be happily going back at each other's throats, calling each other heretics and killing each other. So it has been with Christianity for a long, long time. In the 15 and 1600s, what do you think Protestants and Catholics were doing to one another in Western Europe? They were killing each other in brutal, harsh ways, torturing them on the rack and burning them alive. In the 30 Years' War in Germany, they were inventing whole new torture devices to really drive the point home. It was that experience, frankly, that as the West was emerging with the Renaissance into a better age, into an age of reason, and eventually into enlightenment, it was that experience that horrified Christians in Western Europe. And they began to develop a notion of, well, no, religious differences, just leave that aside and keep that out of government. The climax of which was the First Amendment in my country, in the United States, where we said no established religion, whatever. No prohibition of the free exercise of your religion, whatever your religion is. One of the great achievements of the Enlightenment was the idea of secular government and a government that tolerated every religion. That was a radical innovation that you did not really get until the 18th century. And that's civilization, you see. Everything that
funny thing is,
Islam represents today is the opposite.
Yeah, funny thing is, I had not a friend, somebody I think I played games with long time ago, maybe like 10 years ago. I think he was from Bosnia or Albania or something, and at some point he told me he's Muslim, and I asked, "Oh, are you a Shiite or a Sunni Muslim?" In my innocence, and he's like, "No, what do you mean? I'm Muslim." And it's like, oh, wait, now I see. Because like, if you take like Christians, and if somebody tells you, I'm Presbyterian or whatever, I'm a Baptist, it's like, well, what do you mean? Aren't you just Christian? Don't you believe that your interpretation is the correct one? It's kind of weird that Christians and different denominations try to like separate themselves as like, I'm just a specific kind of Christianity, rather than obviously the correct things. And that'll be like something I was wondering about. Like, if you go to Iran or if you go to Saudi Arabia and you ask them like what kind of Muslim they are, they would just say they're Muslim. They wouldn't say I'm Sunni or Shiite, right? Like, because like their interpretation of Islam is the correct one. It's not that like there isn't tolerancy for other kinds of, and there isn't just Sunni and Shia. There's a bunch of different ones.
There are. I mean, there's all kinds of syncretic variants too. This is true of both Christianity and Islam. But what we see today is an Islam untouched by any of these Enlightenment ideas at all. The idea of reason has been excommunicated from the Islamic world, in effect, in their intellectual approach, in their thought. So to answer your question, it's gotten a lot worse. The rise of militant Shiism, the rise of Wahhabism in recent centuries is very disturbing. There is, if when Europe went through its Enlightenment, pro-reason culture, the same period of time saw the Islamic world descend into a violent dark age of culture.
I do have to say, while I was on my break, I was coming in and out of the room, bringing my tea, filling the water, all that stuff. And James took his time and answered that question in great detail. So definitely value for money for the super chat. And Roman Viking, when the membership you were gifted a couple of days ago expires, definitely should be renewed, I think, just for that answer. But if not, Roman Viking asks a non-super chat follow-up. Where do the Druze fit in with all these religions? And before James answers, let me ask Daniel for a couple of things after James's answer. First thing I want is the last thing I sent you. I want to show that. And then if there is any commentary on the journalist thing, the RT journalist, in any of the usual suspect, then we'll do that. And John says he has a super chat that hasn't been read, so we will get to that. And
The Druze are one of these funky syncretic forms, that we see of, is it Islam? In a way. Is it Christian influenced? Yeah, in a way. They are a funky, unique brand of religion. If you look in Lebanon, for example, the different kinds of Islam and Christianity that are practiced in Lebanon, there's all kinds. It's a kaleidoscope. It's a kaleidoscope of religious ideas that have been there for many, many, many centuries. You could get into the details of how much has Zoroastrianism influenced this flavor of, how much has Christianity influenced this flavor of Islam. There is a wide variety. That's all I can tell you. If you're interested in that, maybe we should do a whole thing. But the Druze are basically confined to the southern Syria, Lebanon area. They're a form of Christianity that never really broke out because they're not really into converting the whole world. They're very exclusive. That's one of the interesting things about the Druze. We're not interested in converting the world either at the point of a sword or by Mormon missionaries knocking on your door like Christians do. So
can I just throw in one more thing?
Sure.
It's important to remember, as with all ideas or religions, right? Like, let's say I'm Catholic, or I grew up Catholic, but what am I really? I went to a local church in Eastern Slovak village with like one priest. Now, Catholicism has generally a very hierarchical structure. So that priest was probably, I think, anointed by a bishop and has been put in here by a bishop. That bishop has been put in by, I think, the sort of national bishop. I don't know what they call them, apostolic nuncio or something like that. And then that person was appointed by the pope. So generally, Catholicism has a hierarchical structure. But if you take Lebanon, well, the religion for that village is whoever the priest was, and his specific interpretation or his talking. Now it might be in a broad a movement or a broad culture or a broad sort of ideas, but a lot of religion, especially in isolated places, is just going to be whatever the specific person talks about, right?
Exactly. And so in Lebanon today, you've got Maronite Christians, you've got Druze, you've got Roman Catholics, you've got Eastern Orthodox, you've got a variety of different flavors of Islam and Christianity, all attempting to live together in Lebanon. The only sane way for a country like Lebanon to continue to exist would be to emulate the American model. no established religion, no favorite, the one religion has to have the president and the other religion has to have, no. You can't divide it up by religion. You can't recognize religion. You just have to let everybody do their own thing, or they're going to be at each other's throats.
Okay, John super chat. By the way, John, if the way you alerted me to that super chat, the thing at the end is what I think it is in future situations, say it in a nicer way. We appreciate super chats. We, unless they're full on trolling or promoting something we don't want to promote, we read them, and if we miss them, it's not out of a let's take the money and run approach. So John says, in relation to this topic that you were discussing, James, how should it be balanced and integrated well in the EU?
What a huge question. Why are you asking me all these huge, tough questions? I think every country should, look, I'm proud of one very important thing that my country did early on, and that is this First Amendment business. I think it is really, really fundamental. I think you can't have a state religion. I mean, my dear friends in the United Kingdom, I know that you could be an Anglican bishop and practically be an atheist these days. And so you don't have much of a state-sponsored religion, but any kind of state-sponsored religion will create an us-them context. And so I believe in secular government, and I believe in religious freedom. You ought to be able to practice your own philosophy, whether it's religious or secular, without interference, so long as you don't violate the equal right of someone else to do the same. Now, when it comes to the immigration of militant groups, I am not an open border person, whether it's my country or Europe. I think that if an ideology represents a threat, I think it would be absolute suicide for any country to allow Palestinians into their own country right now. I think it is perfectly reasonable on the part of countries to protect themselves from those who advocate violence. If you have an ideology that advocates violence, if you are not sure that the person that you're letting into your country is going to respect your laws, you have every right to keep them out. I do not adhere to the totally no immigration law philosophy that certain self-described objectivists do at all. I think countries have every right to deport and keep out physical dangers to their country. And those physical dangers begin in the mind with ideologies. Obviously, we shouldn't ideologically screen immigrants as such, but when that ideology actually says, no, we want to destroy your culture, we want to just hurt you, we believe that we should have our own Sharia law, we should, and so, or take communists. We believe in the violent overthrow of the United States government. Well, you're stating your intention. If we can't go by your stated intention, then I don't know what we can go by. But if that's your stated intention, the reason for your migration into our country, then guess what? You don't come in. Not in my way of looking at things. Sane immigration law keeps out people who are criminals, terrorists, and those who advocate criminality and terrorism. That is a perfectly sane immigration policy. But on the other hand, I think governments should be secular and allow the widest scope of ideological freedom within that context.
By the way, we were gonna go to some other stuff, and we will, but I like how this has become a super chat Q&A with James. Thank you, Ina, for the super chat. By the way, Ina, you are the same Ina from the Clubhouse days, right? If you are, you can confirm or not. If you're not and you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Yeah, you remember the Clubhouse days, James. I think you were reluctant to join or something. Am I remembering correctly? Did it take you a while to join Clubhouse?
I dragged my feet, but I learned better.
Yeah, Clubhouse was a nice idea that lasted during the time of lockdowns, and I felt so bad for them because they were they had a $4 billion valuation at some point that somebody wanted to buy the company for $4 billion, but they were growing so quickly that 4 billion sounded like not enough, and they ended up probably not selling. I don't know what ended up happening. Anyway, thank you.
When you're given a $4 billion offer, you really want to seriously consider taking it.
Yes, but if you think you're on your way to 40 billion within a couple of months, then maybe not. And look, well, anyway, hindsight is 2020. Okay. Ina asked, by embracing capitalism, are UAE reforming Islam? Okay, before James answers, I'm going to say they're not embracing capitalism. They're embracing short-term thinking Westerners who will flock to their countries for zero taxes and higher salaries, while completely forgetting all the other elements of actually having laissez-faire capitalism, which includes individual rights and the protection of individual rights. So you don't even have a free market in the UAE, by the way. You have a controlled market that is designed to appeal to people who think just with their pocketbooks and not with their principles.
Well, you said it, Razi. Capitalism is not simply a system of buying and selling. Buying and selling goes on in any number of economic systems. Capitalism is the system of individual rights that protects individual liberty by right, including property rights. And those property rights actually are what enable you to exercise all of your other rights. So if there's not a firm understanding of individual rights, it cannot be a capitalist society. Capitalism is not government policy for business, for international trade, for subsidizing certain deals with certain companies or certain countries, or against business. Capitalism is a system where the government there's a separation of state and economics, just like the separation of state and church and state that I advocate. So what it is, it's not a system like the Middle Eastern governments or like the Chinese government when they were engaged in, quote, reforms. What that is a system of subsidizing certain trades, certain businesses, so that you can, economically profit from it like a parasite. Okay, the role of government is not to profit from certain favored businesses that you have favorable deals with. That is not capitalism. When you hear a socialist talking about the failure of capitalism we'd hear it from the United Arab Emirates. I have no doubt that there are socialists out there who say, see, that's capitalism. No, it is not. No, the fact that someone subsidizes some corporation that's probably state-owned anyway, no. And collective property rights are not property rights. That is to say, if some sheikh or some emir or some king says, I'm really the ultimate owner of all this and everything is licensed from me or leased from me because I'm the, descendant of Muhammad's family and therefore I have true claim to all of the land here, that's not capitalism. It cannot be capitalism. Capitalism is the system that respects individual rights, including property rights. It's not for business or against government for business or government against business. It's government out of business, out of the economy altogether. That and only that can be understood as capitalism. And so is there a capitalist country on the planet today? No. There are comparatively more capitalistic places, but even the best places are mixed economies, welfare states with a good chunk of state intervention, allowing a degree of free market, degree of free market policies, depending on the area of the economy. That's not capitalism either. It's a mixed economy, a corrupt state, which must inevitably, without correction, ideological, fundamental correction, which will tend to go in the direction of more and more socialism, more and more state intervention.
Okay, Daniel, I'm going to add to my wish list of things to watch. If you have, or if you can get any clips, apparently Netanyahu had a press conference in English. I was going to react to some of the Hebrew translations of it that I saw, but if we can actually get clips, please do. Before that, if you can play the last thing I sent you. So I think this needs to be a new daily segment on the streams, the Don't Be a Retard segment. Can we show this video? And people, please do not be like this. Okay, can you show us in as big a screen? Thank you.
ירושלים, יום שישי בצהריים. הנה דוגמה מוחשית עד כמה מסוכנת החשיפה לשברי יירוט. מצלמות אבטחה ברחוב מתעדות עוברים ושבים מרגע סיום האזעקה. הרחוב,
this is in Hebrew, of course. The words don't matter.
של מכוניות ואוטובוסים מתחדשת. שימו לב לנער הזה שמביט אל השמיים דקות ארוכות. חולפות כ7 דקות מרגע שנשמעת אזעקה, שבר יירוט כבד וגדול נופל קרוב מאוד אליו וכמעט שפוגע בו. והנה אדם נוסף שגם הוא כמעט נפגע. אם לא די בכך, אחד האנשים מגלגל את הנפל המסוכן אל מרכז הכביש. זה עלול היה להסתיים באסון. חשוב להבין, מהמרחב המוגן יוצאים רק לאחר קבלת הודעה מפורשת מפיקוד העורף על סיום האירוע.
Yeah, that's all in Hebrew. I'm not going to translate it. It's loosely translated into don't be a retard. And even if your imaginary friend tells you it's okay, look at these guys looking up at that's a part of a ballistic hypersonic missile, you idiots. Like, just standing there. And I don't know if you noticed, like they showed the teenager who's standing there looking at it. Okay, it fell a few meters from me, so I'm fine. And then it falls and it rolls, and the person who's there in the building just kicks it. Dude, do you know what it is? Do you have any idea what the hell you're doing? Yeah, when you hear of the deaths in this war, again, most of the deaths are people who do that. It's still, even if you're in shelter, you can die, but not from that. Okay, if you were in shelter there, you would not have died. Whereas these guys were very, very lucky. And no, it is luck. It's not.
You get away as fast as you can and you run for cover when you see something like that. Please, my friends, when I say be safe at the end of every time I sign off on one of these podcasts, that's what I mean by be safe. Don't just hang around. Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, as Romancing the Troll. Romancing the Troll says, if Hashem wills it. Yeah, that's exactly.
If Hashem wills it. Well,
this is exactly.
I'm not going to leave it up to Hashem, okay?
Moody says it wasn't in the Talmud. Yeah, people, it's not in the Talmud. Very basic understanding of, if you hear that siren, yeah, just go to the goddamn shelter and or gosh darn whatever. I don't know if I offended anybody, and now they're not going to go anyway.
Well, God helps those who help themselves, okay? Hashem will be on your side if you run for cover, okay? Much more likely to be on your side if you run for cover, okay?
All right, Daniel, let's actually go, if you have Netanyahu clips from his press conference, let's go to that first.
Not yet.
Then do you have any clips of anybody talking about...
I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, so before Bonnie asks, and she shall receive. Just in case anybody missed it, this is we don't usually play Russia Today content on this channel, but this is some great content, Russia Today. Thank you for creating this content. Let's take one more look.
Further rocket attacks were reported against.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Daniel, the video was lagging. Can you play it again?
Reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
Why are you cutting him off when he's swearing? You notice how long? I would think if something fell that close to me, I'd probably drop an F-bomb right away and maybe ask people to pardon my French a few seconds later. This guy takes his time, and then he's like, okay, the mic is still, that's maybe me adding some stuff to it. But yeah, he runs off, and then he starts dropping the F-bombs.
Wow, yeah, no, you're in a war zone, dude. And Israel is, think of what it took for Israel to finally, though, address Hezbollah, isn't it? Really address Hezbollah. It took talk about, people talk about, these anti-Semites, Israelis just love just rubbing their hands in glee when they can kill children. They're doing genocide. No, it has taken Israel how long to finally address the Hezbollah problem, which it looks like they're finally doing in Lebanon. I mean, Israel has been putting up with insecurity, danger, attacks, rockets, a much worse, Hamas was lobbing these crude sort of rockets since the minute Hamas took over. Hezbollah has had sophisticated missiles provided by Iran, for how long? And Israel, and they've been operating south of the river where international law said they ought not to have been operating. For how long? For how long? And how long does it take? That's why you deal with a threat the minute it arises. It only gets worse. It only gets worse. But Israel, go. Don't let the assholes like this who get in the way of these things and put themselves in danger stop you. Eradicate Hezbollah in Lebanon, please, for the sake of all civilization.
Yeah, Artichoke says, old Russian curse, fucking hell. Yeah, look, like we said, that guy is not Russian. He's British. He's doing it for the love of hating Jews or whatever it is. It's
for the love of Russia, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Roman, but you know,
there are plenty of people that have been Russophiles for, you know, in the West for a long time. When the Bolshevik Revolution happened in 1917, there was a whole wave of American commie intellectuals who went to Russia to observe the noble experiment as it happened. I do not know what possesses people, but you know, the most evil forces in this world haven't. This is nothing unique about our time. In their time, have had intellectual defenders. Whether it was Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Chairman Mao, Pol Pot, I can go on and on. And today, all these sympathizers, you hear the Tucker Carlsons and stuff talking the way they do about protecting this evil Iranian regime. Yeah, there are intellectual voices. I use intellectual in the loosest sense of the word. There are intellectual voices in every generation defending and running cover for the most evil dictatorship of the time. It will happen. What you need to do is you need to identify in your time, in your generation, those people who are sympathizers, appeasers of, and defenders of the most evil dictatorships of your time. Because guess what? They are out there, and they will be in Western countries. They'll have university degrees. They'll be writing for fancy, smart journals that are read at cocktail parties, and they'll be defending the most savage dictatorships. Looking back, of course, we tend to forget. You know, the only socialists we remember from the 1940s and 50s are like George Orwell. No, there were the main line of the American left was defending Joseph Stalin back then. I am not exaggerating. Today, you have people on the right and the left defending Iran, coddling Iran. No matter
and
how
Stalin, by the way, didn't Tucker also minimize Stalin's evil at some point?
We have to revisit.
By the
In
way,
fact, it's time to revisit everything: the Holocaust, Stalin, you name it.
John says in the chat, Putin has not been seen for several days. Yes, and I heard last time he was seen with 6 fingers, so you never know what's going on. All right, James, I often talk about. By the way, wait, Daniel, can you tell me where we are on super chats as far as the goal is concerned? Okay, we're not close, but we're also let's can you disable ads anyway? I know this is I'm not being a proper capitalist if we haven't made it to the goal, but I'm disabling ads anyway. But we're not going to go for much longer, and yeah, why not do it as a bonus? In part because of as I often mention, I'm a wrestling fan. And in wrestling, I like the behind the scenes stories. And Vince McMahon, the guy who created the WWE and ran it until a few years ago, and ran really like the stories you would see on television were basically like he would at the very least approve them, but often just write the whole thing. And there's lots of stories of wrestlers pitching him something, and what he would always say, according to the wrestlers, is draw me money. Like, all I care is that if this sells tickets, if it sells pay-per-views, just draw me money. Well, James Valiant comes on the show and he is drawing some money because people want to ask him questions. So yeah, Roman Viking, thank you for another super chat with another question that is very much for James. Roman Viking asks, which rules led to the situation that made Theodore Roosevelt fight against the trusts? How could the situation have been prevented?
Well, you're asking me to Theodore Roosevelt was, in theory, a Republican, but Republicans back in the 19th century were no advocates of capitalism. Let me just tell you that right off the bat. But he was unusual for the early part of the 20th century in terms of being a progressive. The progressives really took over the Democratic Party. But progressivism has a long history, and it emerged slowly over time. And it took a great deal of the 19th century for them to even gather up the steam to get to the antitrust acts. But by around 1890, you were already getting the idea that, now consider this, those evil exploiting capitalists, there are going to be forces that are going to be unified against a successful capitalist, like take John D. Rockefeller, who founded Standard Oil. He basically took over the entire oil industry. But how did he do that? He did that by cutting prices, by giving people, the consumer, cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper oil. So as he was doing the service to the world of giving people cheaper oil, what was it doing? It was, one, putting a whole bunch of other people out of business, and they were resenting it. So they wanted to figure out, his competitors wanted to figure out a way to stop him. And to do that, you have to align yourself with government. There was no philosophical defense of capitalism, proper philosophical defense of capitalism. So we were culturally set up for it. You know, the idea that if someone is so rich, so powerful, controls 90% of a market, he must therefore have some coercive power. No, Rockefeller did not maintain his power by, his economic power, his role in the oil business, petroleum business, by any kind of coercion, but by delivering cheaper and better oil. And when you win like that, you get out of the man's way, you don't break up the trust. But Teddy Roosevelt was a collectivist at heart. He was sympathetic to, what he believed was that capitalism could coexist. He didn't believe in capitalism. He believed that America could still have the goose that laid the golden egg sort of productivity in businesses, but we need to control the influence of these rich businessmen. As a politician, he was threatened by the wealth and influence of people like John Rockefeller. And so he wanted what? And if you're afraid of one businessman having a, quote, monopoly, why aren't we afraid of a government, a president like Teddy Roosevelt, who wants to have control over it? Now you've made it a permanent, coerced monopoly, in effect, when you hand it over to, say, a government utility. But in effect, we got the antitrust laws because people confused economic and political power, did not understand that monopolies could not sustain themselves on a free market unless the businessman was actually providing a service that others couldn't compete with. Only government can create coercive monopolies. That was not understood. It was not understood the difference between economic and political power. So people thought, well, the richer you get, the more coercive you can be against other people. As I say, Standard Oil never abused its monopoly status. It was constantly cutting the price. That's what he needed to do to maintain. I mean, if he hadn't done that, he would have started losing to his competitors. But that distinction was not understood. So it was the rise of some poor economics, but worse, capitalism was already falling apart in terms of its defenders. There were no defenders who could defend it on a moral basis. There were all of these utilitarian, the defenders of the free market were collectivists, in effect, utilitarians who were saying, well, the greatest good for the greatest number. Well, doesn't that ultimately mean that what it means at the end of the day is that there was no principled defense of private property or free markets. There was no Ayn Rand back then. It wasn't even a Ludwig von Mises, but there certainly was no Ayn Rand giving a moral defense of capitalism. So all the moral arguments were on the side of the Marxists and the Christian socialists who were, in favor of altruism and believed it was perfectly okay to use a gun to break up one of the most tremendous achievements of mankind up to that point, the Standard Oil Company. Rather than admiring John Rockefeller, people feared John Rockefeller. If the government had really no power to regulate the economy, there'd be nothing to fear from a billionaire. All he could do would be to spend his money rather than buy politicians. And that's how we look at it today. There's no effect of buying politicians if government didn't have the power to regulate the economy in the first place. but no one was looking at it in that kind of a principled way. And in fact, compromises along that way gave people the opposite lesson. Oh, well, you see, this businessman took over, so he got some government favor. And so what we need to worry about is rich people. What we need to worry about is big businesses, because they could take over the government and use government coercion to put themselves in an advantageous place. No one came along to say, hey, wait a minute. No matter how rich you are, if the government didn't have the power to regulate the economy, they couldn't dispense favors like that. See, that's what capitalism is. So capitalism was already under significant decay by, say, the 1890s when we got the antitrust acts. And Teddy Roosevelt wanted to be, came from a rich family and one of these limousine liberals, limousine progressives. He wanted to be perceived politically as, a supporter of the little guy. And that meant taking on a man who had accomplished something that Teddy Roosevelt could never have accomplished.
Not progressives either. Limousine leftists would keep the alliteration and not give them a word they don't deserve, because if they're against progress, they're not progressive.
That's right.
Moody said in the chat, monopoly and corruption are two big problems in capitalism. It's not all hey-ho. Moody, that is one of the many reasons why you should become a member, even of the YouTube channel, so that you have access to the sessions on OPAR with James Valiant, that you have access to the sessions on Atlas Shrugged, and access to all the courses that we've done. We've gone through Leonard Peikoff's courses. So yeah, that is.
Companies that control 90% of the market have been wiped out by the free market. The free market does not perpetuate monopoly. To maintain your, quote, monopoly, if that's how you define it, you have to constantly be improving your product and reducing costs, like John D. Rockefeller did. John D. Rockefeller's, quote, monopoly did nothing but benefit to the consumer. Nothing but benefit to the consumer. I will repeat that 1,000 times if you need me to say it. But so the solution to it is what? To have a government monopoly? One enforced by the gun? So wait a minute here. You don't like the possibility of private, quote, monopolies, but what you're in favor of is government guns, which are totally a monopoly. Which
all right. Yeah, and for more, yeah, there's a limit to how much we give away for free. James,
okay,
you draw money, so you don't. Yeah, Vince McMahon wasn't giving away tickets when he could have sold out the whole arena. Oh, he is a member already under his real name, which I don't know. By the way, if you can tell me, I'm always curious to know who's who. I'm gonna try very, very much not to read it out, but yeah, okay. So you do have access to those sessions. That's great. And
read Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, a book edited by Ayn Rand. It's got excellent articles there, which will cover this issue in great detail. Or read Ayn Rand.
An article about why we shouldn't have a Federal Reserve by the person who ended up running the Federal Reserve.
The longest serving chairman of the Federal Reserve would turn out to be Alan Greenspan. Actually wrote an article telling us why gold was the only appropriate money. Anything else is kind of counterfeiting.
Yeah. By the way, the fact that Moody is a member through the site means that I can't pitch him a YouTube. Well, I can still pitch him a YouTube membership, because that way you can also use the Razi mic drop emoji, which when somebody asks about whether I had ever been a wrestler, no, because I couldn't wrestle. But I can cut a promo, so that's why we have the Razi mic drop emoji.
The one more comment. You said capitalism isn't all sunshine and roses, or whatever his comment was. No, capitalism is the greatest thing that ever happened to humanity. I mean, on an anthropological scale. When you look at infant mortality, life expectancy, total population, leisure time, the amount of protein in your diet, medical treatments, the availability of travel, the quality of our entertainment and our clothes. In the last 300 years, since the Industrial Revolution, since places like Britain and the United States sort of came as close as they did to capitalism for as long as they did, that was the greatest thing to ever happen to humanity, ever. And it was never appreciated, and it was attacked. And the people behind it, the greatest achievers of it, were attacked for their achievement. People like John D. Rockefeller, who didn't coerce anybody. He just gave people cheaper and cheaper and cheaper oil. But the government pulled out their guns to break up his magnificent achievement, an achievement that a politician like Teddy Roosevelt could never have accomplished. So yeah, capitalism is not the system of monopoly. Government is. Every regulation is a barrier to entry. Every regulation makes it harder to compete. Every regulation is coercively monopolizing some market to some degree. And the more regulation, the more you've got, the harder it is to compete. So if you want no monopolies, have laissez-faire, coercive monopolies. And like I say, controlling 90% of a market is no coercive, advantage that necessarily keeps everyone out. No, history is replete with those crashing and burning who have had that kind of market advantage. No, what you want is freedom, as I say, individual rights, a separation of state and economics. Yeah, and then you'll have a system like capitalism, the only system that has ever done a goddamn thing for the poor.
And as Bonnie and Roman Viking remind us, there is, of course, also a James Valiant emoji that has been there for years. The Razi mic drop emoji is new. And once I get rid of the hair, which is soon, it's going to be less relevant. People will really wonder. It already doesn't look like me, but it'll look even less like me. Thank you, John, for another super chat. John says, Europe is awakening slowly. Powerhouse #1 by 2035. Yes, those strongly worded statements are getting more strongly worded, but the problem is they're strongly worded in defense of Iran and the Palestinians and all those lovely people. By the way, yeah, James, if you have anything to add on that, I'll go to you in a second. But somebody in the chat says, I like capitalism, but should we have a middle ground, a little bit of socialism thrown in? This is the same person who previously asked for a middle ground between death to America and death to Israel and not death. So no,
you really got two choices: private property and true capitalism, or some form of slavery or degree of slavery. To what degree do you want to be a slave? What percentage of the time do you want to be a slave? That's really your only choice: private property or some degree of being a coerced slave of some kind. Now, I obviously don't mean not so stark a condition as, chattel slavery like in the American South versus, freedom. But in principle, that's the choice you have. The degree to which you compromise on capitalism is the degree to which you will deprive yourself of its benefits. You will deprive yourself of its benefits. So yeah, you have a stark choice.
The person who wants middle ground says hair makes you stand out. John also says, don't take the hair. Look, makes you stand out is not necessarily a positive. Okay. Yeah. Also, I don't know. This is difficult to deal with, but this is not the topic of conversation.
What you want is a system in which all human interaction is voluntary. What justifies the initiation of physical force? What justifies physically coercing another human being? Really, what morally justifies aggressive force in your mind, compromiser out there? How much violence initiated on other people do you want? Do you think is reasonable? You put it that way.
Okay, I'm still on the hair topic. Bonnie says, I was just going to do a Razi mic drop emoji, but not if you're getting the haircut. Look, you know how difficult it is to get this to look like I just woke up from what it actually looks like when I woke up, which has just been electrocuted. It's a struggle. At some point, this show, this stream right now, we've been on for 5 hours and 22 minutes. I wasn't on the first nearly 2 hours, in part because I'm dealing with this hair. So you want longer streams, I'll need shorter hair. All right. Okay, Daniel, do we have Netanyahu, or do I need to read the Hebrew translation of what he was saying? Is this? Well, we can always watch that again. But, all right, let's see what Netanyahu had to say in English.
Welcome to the Foreign Press. First of all, I just want to say I'm alive. We're all witnesses. Now that I dispatched this piece of fake news.
Let's pause this right here. Okay, I see where we're going, BB. This is going to be a long one. James, I know you were planning to go to sleep sometime tonight. Sorry, but yeah, no. Stop answering every crap. Netanyahu did a video months ago responding to Candace fucking Owens. Stop it. And pardon my French again, but look, there's these things bring it out of me. No, you are, first of all, you already responded to the Bibi is dead thing. What do you care if anti-Israel trolls around the world are spreading some sort of like false information to tell themselves that the things they want are happening? Why do you need, the video in the cafe, which turned out really well for that girl, the barista? I'm sure she will have a great career and make lots of money. Great. And the video with Huckabee, I also liked it. But why do you have to keep answering this point? And of course, every time you do, people are like, "Oh, well, what is Israel hiding? If they keep having these Netanyahu videos, is it AI? Is it not AI?" It also results in some funny things like Candace. I don't know if you saw the video of Candace sort of debunking herself accidentally and then going to commercial break. Daniel, if we can show that at some point, but stop it. BB. All right, James, any thoughts on that?
Speaking of Candace, I mean, should the Macrons come out and say, no, Brigitte does not have a penis? I mean,
she needs to whip it out or not. All right, Laura, BB.
That's my only comment. No, you don't.
An update on Operation Roaring Lion. Under President Trump's visionary leadership, America and Israel are acting together in Iran with great determination and unprecedented strength.
Is that it? No, he said some things, dude. Wait, hang on. Okay.
It's true that we're seeing unprecedented determination from America and Israel. Yeah, I'll agree with him.
Wait,
the two finest air forces in the world are working finally with the determination that their power ought to have given them long ago. Agreed.
Did you have another one, Daniel?
It's the future. If people want to be naive, that they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right. One of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves.
Okay, we need to pause here because James Valiant is about to draw some more money. He was triggered by something.
I was about to have an aneurysm. Look, I like the work of Will Durant. My grandmother knew Will Durant. I have nothing against Will Durant, a very insightful historian. On the other hand, the moral is the practical. When Jesus said, turn the other cheek and submit to the evildoer, he was not articulating proper morality. He was articulating a morality of submitting to evil. The moral thing is to fight back, to destroy your enemy if he is using force against you. This whole idea that somehow you lower yourself to the enemy's level by using force in self-defense is so wrong. Everything that makes aggressive force, the initiation of physical force, wrong, makes the use of force in response, in self-defense, in retaliation, right. The aggressor has set the terms, the only terms on which you can deal with him. Force. There's no persuading him. There's no reasoning with him. There's no negotiating with him. When it comes to the initiator of force, there can be no negotiation, no persuasion, no words. He has dictated the terms. Force. And what you have to do is use all the force you can to eradicate the threat as soon as you can. That is the only moral response. The moral is the practical here. The philosophy of turn the other cheek, love your enemy, submit to the evildoer, that is not morality. It was a philosophy developed. Now, get this. I was talking a little while ago about the Jewish rebellions of the first 2 centuries of the Common Era. It was motivated Messianic Judaism that was rebelling against, in a nationalistic way, against the Roman Empire. And what we have in Christianity is not so coincidentally a form of Messianic Judaism that says, submit, turn the other cheek, blessed are the peacemakers, pay your taxes, render unto Caesar, submit to the government. In my view, read my book, Creating Christ. It is no accident. It is no accident. A form of Messianic Judaism that is the opposite of the militancy that would cause the rebellions of the first 2 centuries, that reduced the temple to the Wailing Wall that it is today. No, 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 no. It was a political doctrine, a doctrine of political submission, one that Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher, called a slave morality. And literally, St. Paul in the New Testament says, you know, slaves, obey your masters. Indeed, if you got a harsh master, what a wonderful salvation opportunity that is. No, it is an evil morale. Christianity is the opposite of morality. It is a principled form of immorality that says, submit to the evildoer. Do not defend yourself. Love your enemy, which destroys the whole concept of love. Christianity is not to be equated with morality, Mr. Prime Minister. The moral is not, to be moral does not mean you knuckle under and have to submit and suffer and be a slave and die. Any such morality is not a morality for living on earth. Any decent morality of living on earth will tell you you have a right to self-defense. You have a right when you are threatened to destroy the person threatening you with your own death. Martyrdom is not some noble ideal. No, Christianity is not the standard of morality. Turn the other cheek pacifism is not moral. It is immoral not to defend your values when they are at risk. If you can fight back, fight back. That is the only moral principle in there. I mean, this whole notion that to be moral is to submit to evil or to turn the other cheek or to suck it up when someone attacks you, that is immoral. That is the opposite of any kind of sane philosophy of living on earth. You want to know what the problem is with America and Israel and the way they fight wars these days? You just heard it philosophically articulated right there by the Prime Minister of Israel. The moral does not demand the impractical. The moral does not demand your martyrdom and suicide. No, indeed, just
By
the
the way,
opposite. Moral
it
heroism is standing up to it.
If I'm not mistaken, who was the Iranian? Was it Larijani who was the Iranian official who was a Kantian scholar? Right? It was him, right? Or was it somebody else? Which is kind of, on brand in a sense.
Well, Christianity reached a point where Kant was Christianity was under assault during the Enlightenment, as I was earlier saying. Kant wanted to abstract away from it and say that morality has nothing to do with the needs of life on earth. These deontological ethics separated morality from consequences. You do your duty no matter what, and you suck it up if necessary. You can never tell a lie. You can never, right. And if you applied that to the turn the other cheek kind of philosophy, what you're doing is you're saying martyrdom is the ideal. Suicide is good. Any morality that tells you in any form that suicide is the moral answer, that martyrdom is a noble thing. No, when you can defeat evil, you fight evil. That's what heroism is. That's what the good is.
And Bonnie and Roman Viking confirmed that it was Larijani who, to his credit, whose mind and body are now separate. Thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says, no hair, no hassle, speaking from experience. Look, if I get rid of this, I'm assuming there are going to be some super chats talking about that, and I need to draw some money as well. It can't always be James. So I think it is time. Okay, we need to hear more from Netanyahu because he said some more.
Not that I see.
Oh.
All right.
Surely he had said more, but I couldn't take it because when you articulate that. The moral person is the suck it up pacifist. No, that is immoral. If you can fight back, fight back. Heroism is the courage to fight evil when necessary. Heroism is also the courage to be creative and achieve great things, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to confronting evil, the good is not to submit to it or turn the other cheek to it. The good is to utterly defeat it if you can. Mr. Netanyahu, I'm afraid, is sucked into this world where our morality is twisted against life on earth itself, literally.
Well, he did say some other things, which
And I'm sure much better things.
Yeah.
But the moral premise he starts with is just wrong. It is no moral compromise to kill your enemy if he's trying to kill you.
Yeah. Hawaiian Daniel asked, where are those claiming Bibi died and has fingers and figures? Look, they are not convinced, and they will not be convinced. So as far as they're concerned, this is AI Bibi talking. And one of the things that AI Bibi said was, I can now inform you that Iran does not have the ability to enrich uranium. Okay, that's good news. Then again, I'm always worried when I hear things like this. What are you saying between the lines? Because the job
getting
is
ready
not
to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking for an off ramp. No, they will reobtain the ability. If any real element of this regime survives, they will obtain the ability to enrich uranium. I don't know when, I don't know how, but it will happen. Okay, you must destroy the regime.
Yeah, and the barrages from Iran and from Lebanon continue one by one. The recent one was to Jerusalem. We don't know yet of the result, if anybody was injured or killed. And okay, there's a point he makes here that I want to get to, but okay, somebody in the chat says they asked Bibi about what about gas and oil prices? Will you stop the war if too high? Wow, this is so I don't know what he said, but again, if this is what it takes to break America and the U.S., this is such good news for all the evildoers in the world. If it just takes high oil prices temporarily to get them to back off from doing again this is the most just military action since World War II.
Yeah. When I was a teenager back in the 70s, OPEC, because of America's policy towards Israel, cut off oil. And we had, because of our own stupid economic policies of petroleum price regulations, we have shortages, right? It's our own policies that make us vulnerable to these Arab states with oil. And they have been blackmailing us for decades. And so what we need to do is end the blackmail. Okay, the long-term correct strategy here is to become to produce so much energy on our own that it doesn't matter, and we don't need to be dependent upon these medieval monarchies. If to the extent that we are experiencing a problem is precisely the extent to which, one, we have screwed up in our own energy policy, and two, we have allowed ourselves to become vulnerable to blackmail from a country like Iran. That's why we have to eradicate the problem. You see, in my mind, it only stresses and underlines the point that we have to deal with. Look, it might take years, but we can always rebuild a pipeline or a refinery. What you have to do is get rid of the government that's threatening that can hold that hostage.
Yeah. Okay, so from one of the quotes I see is also Netanyahu saying you can't have a revolution from the air. You need a ground component. Now, I don't know what he means by that. If he means ground troop, that's fine. But what I would think he might mean by it, and certainly what Israel has been doing that isn't talked about enough, and is one of the greatest things about what's been happening over the last 3 weeks, is the attacks on the besieged, the animals who slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people. These specific people are the ones who did it, and their whole job is to rain terror. That always has been for 47 years. For 47 years, their whole job has been to rain terror on the people of Iran, and of course they are terrifying, and you are not rational if you're not terrified of these people if you live in Iran. So Israel has been taking them out checkpoint by checkpoint. With we've already talked about Iranians giving the IDF the location of some of these checkpoints. It took out their commander Soleimani a couple of days ago when Israel also took out Larijani. They're they're targeting their command centers. They're targeting some police stations. They a few days ago, was it yesterday or the day before, when there was a major holiday in Iran,
Quds Day. Right.
Yeah, and Netanyahu said, go out and celebrate your holiday. Don't worry about these Basij forces, because we are going to be right above you with our drones. We're watching, and if anybody comes for you, we will take care of it. And they did. And this is kind of the Festival of Fire. And this is a a step towards it, because that's something that people were celebrating in Iran before as well. So but they had concerns, and when they see, okay, we can do some stuff, it tells them, okay, that this moment might come, and there might be a moment, and then the risk of death is not going to be gone, the risk of getting killed by these forces, but it will be diminished, knowing that Israel can be flying around, and we already know they are flying around, and can be with drones, so not massive bombs that the likelihood of anybody in the vicinity being harmed is also less than it would be if it's planes. There's a real opportunity there and real stuff happening on the ground, and I don't know if the moment is here, if the moment is close, but Israel is continuing to target not just Iran's offensive capabilities at attacking everybody else in the region, but also their capabilities of oppressing their own people. And that is the ground component, people. Yes, maybe there will be a need for some ground troops, for some special ops, for whatever. And then if that's needed, that should be done. But this will be the major part on the ground, the major component of getting rid of that regime. And with, by the way, even if Trump pulls the plug, Nikos mentioned yesterday how Milosevic fell a year after the bombing campaign by NATO. Even after the fact, Israeli drones can still fly around. And, even if Trump says don't bomb anything, which would be unfortunate, they can still fly around. And then if there's some sort of uprising, help prevent the killing of the people who are rising up. So we're going to talk about this a lot more on these.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
big.
the next chapter really is. How do we influence things and help the Iranian people get something better? We shouldn't help them to get the same thing. We shouldn't help them to perpetuate the same thing or get something worse. But and America does not have a good track record of helping to prop up or create governments around the world. That has been a very counterproductive policy in most cases by America, because we've lacked any kind of moral principles when we did so. But Mr. Trump, if you want this to have any lasting quality, like you say, permanently protect the world from ballistic missile and nuclear armed Iran, then you have to help create, let me put it this way, something better there. And that's what the long-term success of this will be judged by. So America sure doesn't want to be perceived as foisting a dictatorship on anyone. That, I think, would be counterproductive. On the other hand, the outcome is uncertain here. And Israel and America, I presume, have operatives on the ground helping with the communicating and arming and supplying of the better elements within Iran, which I think is justified in this case.
Yeah, can I just say my chuckle there wasn't at America's policy that James was talking about when I chuckled. It was at Robin's comment here. These flying Jews, Razi, are they in the room with us right now? No, they are hiding behind the rocks and the trees, but they are coming. So yeah.
You can't have had the targeting, the amazing targeting that some of these Israeli strikes and some of these American even strikes have had, unless we have had information on the ground. And I'm frankly always impressed with Mossad, and even this time I'm even impressed with the CIA. So there has to be some good information that we're getting for us to be taking out all these leaders so systematically and targeting the right places so effectively. So I have to say hats off once more to Mossad and maybe even the CIA. But their services will be called upon in the near future in the next important phase of this whole thing, because the regime really does have to change.
Yeah, Hawaiian Daniel says securing the enriched uranium will cost the most lives due to the handling of materials and the long-term effects such materials pose. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about this because I've heard things, but this would be really me talking based on the stuff that I've heard. And some of the stuff I've heard is from sources that I've heard talk about other things that, I know not to trust them on. But yeah, it sounds like it is going to be problematic.
But one of the things American special forces may be called upon to do is retrieve the enriched uranium. The Iranians, according to our negotiators, said they had enough for 10 or 11 nuclear weapons. And the IAEA, as I said earlier, in 2021 said it was enriched to 60%. We can't let that uranium just hang out to be further enriched. And it may be that special forces are called upon to retrieve that stuff, and it won't be safe. It won't be an easy thing to do.
Middle ground person in the chat says, I just don't want escalation of war. Okay, if you don't want escalation of conventional war, you will get nuclear war where, it starts off from a point where you can't even escalate because gone as far as...
okay, let's not escalate this war with Hitler thingy. Let's not do D-Day. Let's not, because let's not invade Germany because it's just going to lead to further escalation. No, that's insane. No, what you do is you escalate, pedal to the metal right now, and end the problem.
We're joined by Eyal. I'll go to you in a second. Willful Thinker says, didn't they hack the street cameras? From what I've heard, yeah, but that's another, and I don't know if they're all of them, but that's the beauty of all this. Mossad is doing things that we might find out about some of it in years, and while we're not finding out about it, all these theories, with the joke about Ismail Qani being a Mossad agent has been something that's been going around for a long time and has kind of, it's been globalized since the war started, to the point that it's been reported by people in the news in the same way that helicopter being the pilot of that helicopter was reported. Another thing, James, I think it was you and me talking about this. I saw this thing about, the Mossad sent in doctors and dentists who were then the dentists of high-ranking officials and put tracking devices in the fillings and all that, which sounds like completely made up, and very well may be completely made up. But with the pager operation, you never know. Like, who would ever thought of that something like that could happen? So yeah, we don't know, and we don't want to know. I like being surprised by another one biting the dust. It's
I don't want to know until the dust is completely settled. And if they want to lie to us, okay, to mislead the enemy, go for it. This is the moment when you do that. Yes, sir.
We are joined by Eyal from Israel. It is 11:20 at night. So, but one thing you don't really have in Israel right now is a night, because they do wake you up a lot. But Eyal, how is everything there?
Hello, good evening. So basically, lately I've been going to sleep later and waking up later with alarms in between, because you usually have like alarms between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. and then you can have like another alarm at 11 a.m. So I've been mostly sleeping from 4 a.m. to 11 a.m. Recently, and this is one of the side effects of this war. We've had several alerts today. The one you can recognize with my phone going worms sound effect incoming, with no actual sirens, which is funny. People are like in the schedule getting like upset because I came here for nothing. But for me, this is actually a good thing, that it means that it's either being intercepted or they're running out of the barrages are becoming smaller. So it's a good thing. Now, I wanted to address something you've already touched on a little bit, and that is the attack on the Qatari gas infrastructure. And I want to add my point on that this is very important. This is very good. And did you see the letter from Hamed Ben Jassem, who was the Prime Minister of Qatar, previous Prime Minister of Qatar?
I don't think so, but yeah, go ahead.
This is very important. This is very important. He says it's from Arabic. I have the Hebrew translation from Arabic, so I'm now going to translate it again to English. So might be a little lost in translation, but it basically goes as such. Unfortunately, he says, unfortunately, what Israel wants is what's happening. Like Israel will is fulfilling. Israel attacks Iranian oil, and the responses, he doesn't say Iran, the responses hurt the states in the region. So we find ourselves in a scenario of regional war or a confrontation between the two sides of the strait. To the Iranian leadership, we say this clearly. We have never been your enemy, but what you are doing today is unacceptable and unjustified. These are not targets to be attacked to let some steam out, and you know very well who is the real aggressor. You know very well who is the real aggressor. He's, of course, he's talking about Israel. What you're doing now does not weakens the enemy. He's now implicitly relating to Israel, and he's using the explicit term enemy. What you're doing right now is not working against the enemy, but it serves the enemy. It fulfills its goals, and it strengthens the terror between you and the people of the region. You are pushing the region for mad war, and I've warned in the past from the circumstances of such step that serve no one but Israel. Now, this is very important. Former Prime Minister of Qatar, basically almost 100% explicitly saying, according to Qatar, Israel is the enemy. Now, for us, this is clear, right? We know Qatar sees Israel as an enemy, and Israel should see Qatar as an enemy. The news here is that a former Prime Minister of Qatar says that in his address to Iran. And once again, Qatar, we know Qatar plays this game like as an ally of America, holds American assets, help negotiations with Israel and Iran, the United States and Iran, Israel and Hamas, all of those shenanigans, as if it's some sort of a neutral state. Well, even the facade is no longer a facade. It's explicitly what we're telling you guys all the time. So this message, this letter or whatever it is from Hamed Ben Jassem, the former Prime Minister of Qatar, is very important. And I've sent this to executives in the Israeli government, so that they should be aware of that. So yeah, this is very important.
It's Americans that need to be made aware of.
And you guys, please,
Yeah.
I'll send it to you, and you send it to your friends that are connected to the government. This is very important. And regarding Trump message on Qatar, in a sense, I think Trump knows. I think he understands the game that is being played here, and he's paying the lip tax. He's like telling to Qatar, like, I didn't know Israel going to do it. But the second part, he basically says, but if Iran, wouldn't relax, I'm going to attack it myself. So it's like, in a sense, Trump is using Israel to do the things he wants to do but don't want to pay the prices for.
I hope it's lip service, but it shouldn't. But obviously, there shouldn't be lip
It
service.
shouldn't
And
be. It shouldn't be.
look, and it could be that it was also lip service when he said, "If Israel attacks Qatar again, we will defend them." I assume he didn't mean like the U.S. is gonna attack Israel, but yeah,
No,
even that shouldn't be. But also, this statement is so beautiful in its confession of where they are, because
Yes.
we're seeing the Gulf states attacked way more than Israel is attacked, and we're kind of wondering. I mean, Arab Muslim society is super violent at any different society. Some are less, some are more, but they're all violent societies. So how are these countries explaining and justifying to their people? Remember, dictators are always paranoid about some sort of a coup. How are they justifying the fact that they're not defending themselves? Because they truly do hate the Jews more than they love their own life. And, they understand that Iran is the UAE or Qatar aren't going to get rid of Israel. Iran might. So, let Iran do its thing, and we don't have to respond.
I want to address a question. I want to address a question in the chat. Roman asks, are the cluster warheads a problem in Israel? Yes and no. I think it's harder to intercept. They have like some sort of a pause mechanism which allows them to penetrate into apartments and then explode. And it's there are a lot of scenes of those warheads. But in a sense, I find it better than a regular payload of the Iranian ballistic missile. Because if you are going to shelter, you are 99.999% safe. So those munitions are very unlikely to penetrate to a standard shelter, even if it's a direct hit. Which means I'd rather have those split-in warheads doing a lot of damage that can be fixed, rather than having a heavy, 150 kilograms or 400 kilograms payload that with a direct hit into a shelter can actually kill people. So it's like a game of chances, that the split warheads are more annoying. It's more likely to have damage. The heavy payload is like less likely to hit you, but if it hits you or your vicinity, you're basically screwed. So yeah, I'd rather have it no missiles, but if I have to choose, it's the split-in ones.
James.
That ought to be sent to every member of the United States Congress. More than that, to every person who works for not the left press, but the right press in America. You have Republican senators, you have conservative commentators at the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, the Fox News, all describing Qatar as an ally of the United States. It is allies of the United States that Iran is hitting. Nothing could be further from the truth. They are enemies. They are enemies. They declare their state. In fact, Iran can hit them and they'll still blame Israel. This statement ought to be sent to every member of Congress and to every conservative commentator. I mean, obviously, Tucker Carlson's a lost cause. He bought property in Qatar, and he thinks they're a swell place because they don't have gay pride parades. But even those who are let me put it this way, this side of sane from Tucker Carlson will describe these as the moderate Muslim states or the Arab ally states. People like that. No, they are not. They are not. They will come under attack and blame Israel from Iran and blame Israel.
Willful Thinker says, talks about the recent the attack in the early days of the war, that direct hit of a shelter where I believe 9 people were killed. Yeah, but that was a direct hit from a ballistic missile, not one of the newer shelters, although this is a direct hit. So yeah, it definitely, as Eyal said, those splitting warheads will cause damage to more people's property, But we hear of way fewer deaths, and the 2 deaths a couple of days ago were of people who were not in shelter. And the death yesterday of the Thai worker was also not in a shelter. So the chance of surviving when you're in a shelter is pretty great.
By the way, in the past few days, the Iranians have killed more Palestinians, which means Arabs living in Palestinian Authority than Israelis. And one of the reasons is it's some sort of a view of collective mysticism. In a sense, the Palestinians, the people in the Palestinian territories, right next to Israeli towns and small cities, they basically think the missiles will skip them in some sort of collective metaphysical sense, like, oh, we were Arabs, they wouldn't fall on our heads. So they don't go into shelter and they don't try to.
And they don't value life that much. It's not like they're going into
enough.
shelter in Gaza when Israel. I mean, they don't need to because Israel informs them in advance and they could just leave the building. But yeah, they don't value life. Look, no, Roman, these were definitely not deliberate hits on the Palestinians. This was one of those splitting warheads, right? The part of which fell.
I think it was an intercepted missile, so it was like a part of a huge chunk of metal. I think it fell. Yeah.
Speaking of which, and speaking generally of the idea that you have some force above you protecting you, did you see our brand new segment, Don't Be a Retard?
I've seen
Daniel,
you.
No, go ahead. Finish the sentence.
I've seen at the end of a video from Homefront comment, and you said, like, I wouldn't translate it, but the gist is don't be an idiot.
Didn't use the word idiot, but yeah, that's a new segment. Don't be a retard. And yeah, that is absolutely, I mean, again, you look at, and it is a religious, I don't know if it's Bnei Brak or where exactly it is, but it's obviously a religious Orthodox area. And you know what, Daniel, can we see that again?
You're never going to tire of this, Rossi.
We've only seen that once. No, the other video we will see many times. Don't worry.
Okay. By the way, I see another news of missiles coming from Iran to Israel from 2 minutes ago, but apparently it's not in my area, so I'm good for now.
Do we know where it's
I don't know. I haven't seen. I can check my app while you play it. But I'll watch it in the same
we will play this, and yeah, people in Israel watching, if you do have a siren, don't be a retard. Okay, let's watch this.
ירושלים, יום שישי בצהריים. הנה דוגמה מוחשית עד כמה מסוכנת החשיפה לשברי יירוט. מצלמות אבטחה ברחוב מתעדות עוברים ושבים מרגע סיום ההזקה. הרחוב מתמלא באנשים, אבות חולפים עם ילדים קטנים, והתנועה בכביש של מכוניות ואוטובוסים מתחדשת. שימו לב לנער הזה שמביט אל השמיים דקות ארוכות. חולפות כ7 דקות מרגע שנשמעת אזעקה, שבר יירוט כבד וגדול נופל קרוב מאוד אליו וכמעט שפוגע בו. והנה אדם נוסף שגם הוא כמעט נפגע. אם לא די בכך, אחד האנשים מגלגל את הנפל המסוכן אל מרכז הכביש. זה עלול היה להסתיים באסון. חשוב להבין, מהמרחב המוגן יוצאים רק לאחר קבלת הודעה מפורשת מפיקוד העורף על סיום האירוע. הנחיות פיקוד העורף מצילות חיים.
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, they should have been in shelter, like according to protocol. There has been sirens, and you have to wait. Either it's until further notice or at least 10 minutes. And it's like, you've seen the timer, like in the 6th minute, they're walking around the street, chilling. And then the tube falls from the sky, and those idiots decide it's best to kick it down the road.
Yeah, and I promise you, they will. They're not going to see it the way we see it. They're going to see it as, of course, it fell right next to me and not on me because God is protecting me. So those idiots are absolutely not going to shelter next time there's a siren. If anything, this convinced them not to go. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to rely on Allah, Jesus, or Hashem. I'm not going to rely on any deity. I'm going to run for my life to a shelter. Okay. People, be safe out there. My God.
speaking of being safe, and since we are about to wrap up, I know, Yari, you just joined us recently, but we have been going for over 6 hours, which is nothing compared to the first week or so of the war. But we are, it's a war of attrition. And I guess us going for just 6 hours means Iran is winning. But we're not going to finish this show without a reminder of the main event of today. Yes, Razi is a wrestling fan. By the way, somebody gave you, James, the name James the Main Event Valiant. Yeah, I like that. But for today, this absolutely is the main event. Let's take another look for people who haven't been watching us or Russia Today. Let's take a look.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
First of all, Daniel, we wanted to see the whole clip. Can you play it from the start again? By the way, Bonnie embarrasses us by saying Saturday, day one, was 14 and a half hours. Actually, it was 14 hours and 40 minutes. But yeah, well, maybe the last day of the war will be just as long. Okay, let's watch this again and see if it gets any better. I think it does.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
Where was he reporting from?
What?
Where was he reporting from?
From right next to a bridge that is used by Hezbollah, and that Israel told them, get out, we're about to bomb. But he has since been interviewed and said, what was the exact wording? Without a shadow of a doubt, this was a targeted, like Israel. So this is the explanation, and I've said it before, but it's worth repeating. Israel, who in the first 40 seconds of this war took out 40 of Iran's leadership in Tehran or in Iran, like 2,000 kilometers away from Israel, targeted this journalist, but couldn't actually get him in Lebanon. That's the explanation.
They were aiming at him. No, he's covering Hezbollah up close and personal, but he thinks that it was aimed at him. Got it.
Stay in shelter, folks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Russia Today reporters don't have to stay in shelter. Yeah, you can.
This is for the Israelis watching. When there are instructions to take shelter, you better do it. Razi, I've sent you and Daniel in the group chat the link to the tweet itself, and there is a button there to translate to English. So I would recommend you to put it in the description of this video. Because I've seen requests in the chat for that tweet. It's a tweet from the guy himself. So
yeah, let's do that, and we'll also put it in the politics WhatsApp group. So if the request from somebody who's a member, if you are a member, you have access to the WhatsApp groups, which is where we will put it, and we will also put it in the description. Parting thoughts, James?
Wow. Be safe out there, my friends. Yeah, I mean, it's by no means over. We're turning corners every day. Let's hope our leaders do not find some off-ramp. Let's hope they see it through. But, yeah, I'm James Stevens Valiant. I'm active at Facebook, answering questions almost every day. Hit me up over there. But please, my friends, be safe.
Yeah, parting thoughts, and where can people find you?
All right, so I want to remind you from our previous super chat goal, which is still available as a second super chat goal, which is me demonstrating an even better and more impressive waistcoat. Now, this is the suit that belongs to the waistcoat, so it will be the same navy blue waistcoat. It is a double-breasted diagonal buttoning, peak lapelled waistcoat. This is one of the most fancy West Coast in existence that are actually looking good and not clownish, which means it also has good taste. And this is by far the most fancy waistcoat I own. So for once again, a very rewarding fashion show, you'd have to reach the second super chat goal in one of the upcoming streams. It is in navy and blue for the people in the chat asking. So this is regarding my ending message. Now, where can people find me? I am Yair Reichel. I am the leader of a movement called Victory Now. We've released a book called Victory Now, and it presents a moral case for Israel, a moral case for the West. It shows how the West won World War II by not being suicidal and by not following the evil doctrine of just war theory, but by actually going in order to defeat evil. These books also define how can you tell between a good and evil country. Of course, we know how to do it, but we also need to know how to stand for it and explain it and tell it to other people so they'll try to understand, how to be less of a pacifist and more of a winner. So if you're interested, if you want to understand Israel better in the context of this war, if you want to see the plan I propose for Israel's victory, if you want to see the plan I propose for the Western world victory over evil, over Islamic tyranny, please visit www.victory.now. You can join our movement. You can find a link to Amazon. Ebook is $9.99 on Amazon. So yeah, I highly recommend it. I also an associate of the Ayn Rand Center Israel. We have our own YouTube channel, and you can see our live streams and also meetups we do in English. So thanks again for having me and allowing me to do all of this marketing for such a short duration today.
Thank you, Eyal. Well, it's marketing of something that should be marketed. And yeah, as Starhopper says, winning is mean. And as they say in Hebrew, mean there is only in the bread, and even that you end up eating. That's not an exact translation, but go learn Hebrew if you want to know the original. I'm Razi Ginsburg on X until they ban me or arrest me for my tweet about this Russia Today journalist and what I hope happens next time. But yeah, we will be back here tomorrow, regardless of whether or not I'm arrested, but I will hopefully also be back here tomorrow. And Eyal, if we do get to that super chat goal, has told me even if it's in the evening, he will violate the Sabbath to show up even after whatever you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, and listen, if you reach this super chat goal, I'm gonna wear it. If there is alarms, I'm gonna go to the shelter with the super fancy waistcoat. Okay, it's something special. It's a life altering super chat. So take this in mind. I want this goal to be achieved. I want to proudly peacock this waistcoat around. So yeah, let's make it justifiable.
And remember, people, there's also a side benefit to the super chats, which is you help ARCUK continue doing what it's doing and growing what we're doing. The more money we have, the more we can do on these streams, the more we can do on other shows, and the more people we can reach. By the way, there is also a free way to help us. That's liking this stream right now and sharing it and subscribing. So do all of the above. Also, while I'm selling stuff, get yourself a ticket to the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 2, Austin, Texas, October 17th and 18th. And buy yourself a Nikos Guevara t-shirt. Those will be the thing to wear this summer. I'm already hearing that, basically all fashion shows might be canceled because people are like, we can't compete with this stuff. So yeah, don't be left out. All right, people, enough rambling. This is what happens when you go for 6 hours and 12 minutes. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Extra special thanks to the super chatters, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.